to the VCT America's Last Chance Qualifier, coming at you live from the Riot Games studio here in Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, the person currently yelling at you guys. Joining me here on the desk, we got Phases Baby Bay. We have Plat Chats Wyatt. We have Shopify Rebellion Shongers. Look at that. And then me, sponsored by no one. In any case, so we had a good time yesterday. There were some good games. You know, Mama Mimi's not here, so that means we're gonna get a little wild today. Okay. Yesterday,
fun.
That's right. That's right. She banned all the time. Now, we had our opening matches of our double elimination portion of the bracket, but let's go ahead and dive into what we saw yesterday. Because first up, it was C9 facing off against Sentinels. Another NA clash here, and Sean Garrett, I think it's safe to say that Sentinels definitely showed us that they can compete, they can hang, but there's a reason why C9 are the heavy favorite.
Yeah, I walked away from this series thinking, wow, Sentinels has a legitimate shot to run the lowers. That was my takeaway. That fracture map that Saucy put in, and just how strategic Sentinels
masterclass, yeah.
I have never seen Sentinels play a map like that second map in this series. So all the credit to them for stealing a map off of Cloud9. This is a team that lost 4 throughout the regular season.
Yeah, on the other side, though, for Cloud9, I think the biggest question coming into this was about the status of their mental, because at the end of the playoffs, that felt like one of the major reasons, if not the biggest reason, that they weren't able to make it to Tokyo. They came so close, but they didn't make it. And so here at LCQ, is that going to still be a problem? And no, it doesn't really look like it. I mean, if you're a Cloud9 fan, you wanted to see them come in and just get a convincing win, which on the other 2 maps, that fracture side, they did. They did what they needed to do, which means that they, in my eyes, remain the tournament favorites, unless, proven otherwise today.
But that fracture still lingers in the back of the mind. Curious to see how that kind of plays out, though. And then, of course, we move on to another hit when we had, another hit of the Croupium, excuse me. All right, when they ran over the regional rival Leviatan, Baby Bay, this was absolutely
today. Send for the win. Let's go, guys. Welcome to stream, by the way.
A dismantling, and one that I was genuinely shocked, given how high everyone was rating Leviatan coming into LCQ.
I mean, I'm just going to keep saying it. This Kesnet guy is just a freak on Raze, and if you keep giving him these Raze maps, he's going to pop off. I mean, he's one of the best Razes I think we've seen so far in this LCQ.
Yeah, it is quite problematic for the other teams if they're continuing to let him kind of get away with it. But yeah, I mean, but besides that, though, Wyatt, you're still seeing this crew roster. It's the sum of all of its parts. They are picking up every piece that's left down when Kesnet's going out there fragging.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, because some of those guys like Klaus, we really haven't seen them play at this level since like late 2021, right? Yeah. I mean, he really struggled throughout the season, and he's right back to where he was then. He was such an impact player when they went on that Champions 2021 run, which we keep referencing ad infinitum, but it's because that was the last time they had a serious shot at like getting to a final, to actually winning a tournament. It's been that long. And all of a sudden, it just feels like it's so real again. It's so doable. It's right there.
He's putting up numbers on this sky roll, especially on the bind matches we've seen. He has so much flexibility, but I also have to give flowers to Melser. I think he's playing so well for the team right now. And the entire supporting cast, it was just Kesnet and friends. And honestly, Kesnet is still having like
because it's still Kesnet hanging with his friends
right now.
Yeah.
But the supporting cast is really playing well throughout this LCQ run. And if they show up like that today, I am terrified for Cloud9.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at our bracket and where we are right now, because don't let your eyes deceive you, folks. It's a sea of pink from the beginning all the way till the middle. Crew bodies MIBR. Crew takes down Furia. Crew bodies Leviathan. And now they're here in, honestly, an unlikely scenario for plucky underdogs as they face off against the Titan in Cloud9. And then you can see at the bottom there are other matches going to happen today. We have Sentinels taking on Leviathan. Can Sentinels continue their run in this competition in the lower bracket? Can Leviathan find a solution, find an answer, get back into it? We'll find out in a little bit. But before we get into today's matches, though, we wanted to take a pause for a very, very special segment. It's time for Baby Bay Watch. That was good timing on that one. Oh, actually,
looking good, man.
Yeah. Wait, I look way more jacked.
Okay, guys, so
now I'm self-conscious.
The rules are really really simple. Honestly, there are no rules. Baby Bay is going to rate the fit, the drip, the looks here at LCQ because honestly, I mean, come on, you know, goes without saying. Would you want me to do that? I don't think that would happen. Like you just bathing in your adoration here. All right, well, let's go ahead and start things off with the drip daddy, the drip king. It's Digizine. Obviously, this guy always looking like a stud as he walks out to the stage, Baby Bay. What you rate this?
Okay, man. First of all, this guy's the chain god himself.
You can't even look up. You can't even look up. The weight.
Like literally, he's just being pulled down. And imagine the neck strength that this guy has.
Yeah,
you know?
my guy's
and
got
he plays
some
like
traps,
that.
dude.
And he plays like that. And you know what? Maybe that's why he carries so hard on his team. So
Could be. That could be. It's all in the
And
shoulders.
he's looking good, by the way. I respect the drip. Also, Fury jerseys
sleeve?
on point.
What do you
Yeah,
think
the
of
Fury jerseys.
Fury
do go
jerseys
hard.
on point.
I love
Sleeve,
the logo too.
Brownie esports points right there.
Okay,
Love
good. All right, nice. All right, so Digizine, so far so good. All right, so we have MCE coming up next. He's also got a new look. Look at this guy.
Okay.
Just looking like a stud. What do you make of this,
Okay.
Baby Bay?
Honestly, it could be worse. It could be worse. I actually like it. I respect the try. I love the pin that they have, the Pride Month.
That's
C9
right.
Logo.
That's
Love
right.
that. I love that he's repping that. And then if you look at the back, you see his homie just staring him down, bro.
Just plain black
Just
shirt
staring
with
him down like,
C9
who is
logo.
that man? Is that my coach? Like, yeah. I mean,
I respect the shoulders. He's got some.
I mean, he
he's got
looks
some
broad.
serious shoulder.
He looks
he looks like a
broad.
defensive line.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
does.
he's
Un tanquecito,
he
you know,
definitely looks like he'll take you out. Like, you do not want to mess with this guy. So if I was crew seeing this, I would be
Oh, yeah.
kind of scared.
And you know what? He will write you the best bank loan you could possibly ask for. All right, next up, we have Finesse. He's looking good for the Cloud match here. So this was him just full on trying to just get as much social media clout as possible, Baby Bay.
Yeah, you know what? I get where Jimmy Marv gets his drip from. I
Yeah.
totally get it. This is his dad.
That's
and
true.
if his dad is swagged out like this, like he
Comes
kind
in
of
the
gets that
family.
from him. Like, I mean, look at this hat. Beautiful. The chain. Beautiful.
Although you should
Send
take-
jersey,
We
interesting.
can take a lint roller to the hat, though. Okay,
Hold on.
okay,
What is
Finesse.
the location? Is this in the bathroom?
That is a bathroom shot. I
is he taking the
recognize this
Fitbit
bathroom
in the
shot.
bathroom?
I just pooped there. That's right. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. All right, next up, let's go ahead and rate the fit of this guy here. There we go.
Is that King? Is that King? Nah, joking. Yeah,
All right, rate yourself, Baby Bay.
All right.
Yeah.
Chain on point.
Obviously.
Watch
Real.
on point.
Real.
Earrings, mid. You know what I mean?
Could have done. You think could have done better?
I think I do more. Hair, clearly losing his hairline. But
Hey, man.
nothing a little trip to Istanbul won't fix. You know what I mean?
Hold on to that for as long as you can, baby.
Wanted to go there for Valorant, might have to go there for other reasons. That's all I'm saying. So.
All right, and we have one more. One more we want you to rate. We think this one's going to be real important.
I mean, he just wins. He just wins, though. He just wins. I mean, this looks like if the Monopoly man was in a circus, right? So all he's missing is a monocle, and he just 10 out of 10.
Man, we could have
5+.
totally photoshopped a monocle onto him. It would have been brilliant.
Love
Yeah.
how high he has the pants.
Yeah.
It really brings it all together.
Real high waist.
Well, it's really
does sell it.
fascinating how much he's tucked that into the point where it just looks like a muffin top is existing in the pants itself.
I think what really stands out to me is the demeanor. Like you can say a lot with your body language, and he's just giving it all right.
He's saying so much with
Doesn't
it.
even
he is.
It's mostly depression and get me out of here.
Looks like he's waxing the stash there. He's got some serious
I could
flow
just be
on this.
taking it. I know you knew you meant the stash, but it could just be taken in so many different ways.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, when you're done looking at the LCQ fit check, make sure you use the hashtags Valor and LCQ as well as VCT so that we can feature your tweets on the broadcast. Go ahead, have fun. Go ahead and rate the drips. Let us know what you think. Rate our drips. I don't know. I just found this shirt and put it on. In any case, so guys, let's go ahead and get right into it because we have our upper bracket final matchup in a situation that genuinely don't think anyone thought we would find ourselves in. Crew taking on Cloud9. And let's go ahead and talk about the Miracle Men first. Let's talk about this Crew lineup. Sean, you're wearing pink. So obviously you're cheering for Crew. But this team, man, what is going on? What are they having for breakfast that's making them play like this?
I wasn't fully a believer at first. They beat MIBR with a 6th coming in, the assistant coach playing. They end up taking Furio with their 6th also. But yesterday against Leviatan, this is the team that all the players continue to hype up. They say that this is a new invigorated Leviatan. They're bodying people in scrims. Those scrim bucks are not worth anything. I do not care.
Monopoly money.
Yeah.
Crew destroyed them yesterday. It was never even a series. And the way they did it, it was so impressive. On a strategic level and a mechanical level, these guys have just really risen to the occasion.
Yeah, 100%. It's in a way reminding me of what just happened with EG, honestly, where they've gotten to this point where everybody on the team is firing at all cylinders because they've elevated the team as a whole, and then it's just being led by, I mean, we can't stop talking about Kesnet, and it's for good reason. He's just lighting the whole tournament on fire. I mean, he is playing the best tournament he has ever played, one of the best tournaments anybody has ever played up until this point.
Look at this. Look at
Actually,
it's a deep state conspiracy, okay? That somehow conveniently
How did they
that
keep
the
getting away with it?
crew logo was
Curious.
the last one that Josh grabbed and gave to Brent, and then they put on there. At some point, Baby Bay, we have to start questioning whether or not these two people are from the future, because the chosen conspiracy, like all this stuff, it just doesn't make any sense, man.
I mean, this is a mess, clearly. But, I mean, the Monopoly man himself knows what he's talking about here, clearly, right? I mean, this looks very similar to the guy we just saw, right?
Yeah.
The clown.
The clown, yes.
The clown. And,
insane.
I mean, this is kind of a clown run. You're 0-9 as
Yeah.
crew, and now you're just wiping everybody out in this fashion. It's insane. And the momentum that they have going into every match they have now after
Yeah.
being down 0-9, I can't even imagine how it feels.
Well, and you've been hyping up this guy a lot as well. Might as well talk about him. I mean, Kesnet, this guy, he's been great all year, but these past few matches that they've had, man, have just been an awakening for this player.
I mean, his satchel game is on point, as you just saw, and he's just getting these entries. Just look at the confidence on this repeat. Like, why?
Yes.
Like, what? He doesn't even need to go for that.
confidence.
But he's just so confident right now, and you know that is going off on all his teammates. And, I mean, look at this. Like, who is doing stuff like
Punish,
this?
yeah, it is just outrageous. His raise, I mean, like you were saying, baby, you said it the other day when you were here too. When they're playing these raise maps, it's just a totally different level. I don't think there's anyone aside from, I mean, you're looking at like the top guys like Durka to be playing like this.
Yeah.
And he's right up there. And I mean, you're looking right now, this is just a comparison of him at his other best runs. That Champs 2021 run, he was still great in Americas despite all of those losses. And right now in LCQ, I mean, you can just see the difference in the numbers. It's just outrageous how well he's playing.
It's so funny that Bebe mentions the confidence, because I draw so many comparisons to the early phase lineups that you were in. And if there's blood in the water from the other duelist, if Kesnet feels he can just diff the other duelist, it is over for your team. He goes from taking strategic fights in the system to just knowing he can take all these individual duels, double satcheling in. And until you prove that you can beat him, he is going to run you in the dirt. He is so confident right now. I really hope Leaf can step up today.
Well, very few players actually can, take that initiative.
Yeah.
Leaf is one of those guys.
Yes.
So that's why I think this matchup's going to be really fascinating, because you're really going to see Kesnet, I think, push the limit here. But we have to constantly ask ourselves the question, how did this happen? How did we get here? How is this the reality that we live in? Sean, I know you got a telestrator for us. What do you have?
I do. This is actually from the game yesterday, to be honest, GB. This is the split game, and I'm going to show you first how they set things up early on in these games, right? So I'm just going to draw immediate attention to the mini-map, because this is what Crew does a lot throughout almost all of their maps we've seen them play thus far. They'll run this 3-1-1 base, right, where Nags and Melzer are on kind of like the middle part of the map or one extremity, and they're just holding. They've been so good at punishing aggression time and time again, no matter what the map is. Meanwhile, the other three are over here, putting immense pressure on this A site. The Sky is flashing ramp, the Chamber and the Raze are aggressively taking that ramp control, and the Chamber can obviously dismiss out of that with a TP, and then they have the Viper wall to protect from Heaven. Now, going into the round, you can see they're starting to think about how to operate with this Astra wall. They have the Astra ult right now, and the Astra's gonna cross mid, and if you check out the mini-map now, they're actually shifting back towards an A hit. But they pause for a second, because they're realizing now on that jump spot, that was the Viper. And the Viper in the double duelist setup, they recognize this on the fly, and they're making this adjustment. Look at the mini-map right now, and notice all of the pings coming into the vents. they're audibling off of their normal strat, and they're going to do a vents pinch. And they're going to blindside Taco right now so hard coming through the vents. So the Astral Wall comes in, which is an amazing Astral Wall. It blocks off that deep heaven angle, it blocks off screens, and it also prevents the elbow peek. So the players in the site are really terrified into peeking into A heaven, which is what you're seeing kind of over here in this direction. And that's denying info. That's causing Taco to go across mid. He sees nothing. Melzer's not giving that fight. He's only holding for aggression. The pinch is coming in, and honestly, even if Taco was aware, he would still die to the flank. This is later on in the half, round 12. They have the Astral Wall again. So now we're gonna actually get to see what the real strat would have been. So going into the round, you can see they're all grouped up by A. The Astral Wall comes in. There's 4 people going towards heaven along the Astral Wall. The Chamber's obviously supporting the run through. The Viper's gonna be going through main. Astral Wall combined with the gravel on the other side, potentially if anyone were to try to challenge it. Kesnit's double satcheling into the site to create space, which now obviously if you look on the screen, NZR is stuck completely on an island right here. He's a goner. Like, he is literally a goner at this point because he's now in the middle of 3 different crew players. Perfect spacing to hold the run through. Klaus comes back, grabs the spike, and Kesnit secures the round by immediately popping the showstopper, just so that way no one disrespects the site as the spike is going into it. Honestly, he got a couple
DC आ रहा 5 मिनट में, ठीक है मैं DC बैठा हूँ.
the showstopper up into heaven, and it's perfect. Like, everything this guy is doing right now on the raise is S tier, and I don't see a single raise in the scene right now in our region that is doing the things that Kesnit is doing to take control of these rounds. And honestly, strategically and mechanically, I don't know who can compete, GB.
Excellent breakdown as always, and yeah, it really
chat में आया
is
जरा 5
profound
मिनट में
when you,
P1D वगैरह बना
lay it
के.
out that way, right, baby, that just the sheer impact that Kesnit's having, but also just the way that the team is playing around that information has just been so absurd to watch.
Yeah, I've said it time and time again. This game is so momentum based, and to go on a run like this and not having any breaks, they're playing day after day after day.
Yeah.
They have this stage experience right now, and they're just feeling it. They're vibing off one another, and they're just dominating.
Yeah, at this point, you know, we kept saying the term playing with house money with EG. I hate reusing it, but it truly does feel like that right now. Of course, one person, though, that honestly has always rated Crew extremely high is actually the coach of Cloud9. It's MCE. Yeah. This is actually what he tweeted back in May when people were trying to, you know, like put the pressure on the Crew. And he specifically mentioned, he's like, you know, hate seeing these guys get a lot of hate. I don't think they understand how close they have been a number of times. And that, I think, is the important thing to take away from this, right? Like, these teams in America's regions, it has been so competitive. It has been so close, Wyatt. But most importantly, when you look at Crew's history, yeah, they did lose, you know, all their games, but they were competitive this whole time, which is bizarre when you think about it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was on Ascent specifically. They actually won it 5 times throughout the season. It was a great map for them. And a lot of those other maps, like if you remember against Cloud9, they almost won the first one in OT. That was almost a 2-0 against C9 during the regular season when things were starting to turn around. But kind of lends credence to this match has a lot of question marks. I mean, it really doesn't seem out of the question. The Crew in this form, considering the respect that C9 already have for them, they know that they're good. They actually, as far as I know, they scrim pretty often. They have a lot of respect for each other from that as well.
That's good.
And, you know, that also can kind of create its own metagame a little bit too.
Yeah, that's actually very true. Very, very true. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to Cloud9. Of course, the #1 seed here in the LCQ. And, you know, they won in a convincing fashion yesterday. They are the favorites coming into this, right? I think it goes without saying. A lot of people look at it, they see the names 100 Thieves, they see the name Sentinels, they want to think to themselves, oh, yeah, you know, those are the ones. But no, it's actually C9, Wyatt, that is in this position right now. And they feel like such a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the question here, when we saw C9 in their debut match, were they going to be as good as they were before? Was there going to be any trouble from how they ended the season, any frustration, any changes heading into this, struggling with, you know, the mental that we saw kind of collapse in that early stage of the playoffs? And I mean, you could just see in the standings, they were the entire season one of the teams in contention for Tokyo. It was them, Loud, and NRG, and they ended up barely missing out on it. So coming into this, heavy favorite, still with that win against Sentinels, they have to be considered the favorite, right?
Yeah, they have to be. They dropped 4 maps throughout the entire season. Like 4 maps.
Yeah.
Over 9 series. That's incredible. The round differential is plus 70.
Yeah, and also when you look at their stats as well, coming into this, dominating it isn't even the word that you could use here, Baby Bay. First across the board, C9. If you don't think they're the favorites coming into this event, this match, this tournament, you have to be huffing something.
Yeah, it's like this is insane to look at. Rarely do you see a single team that didn't even make it to Tokyo have first in every single category. I mean, it's absolutely insane how they play, and I think a big key factor of this team is MCE.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be crucial going into this series. Like we saw against Sentinels, MCE did a great job of counter-stratting, especially on split against Sentinels.
Yeah, and you're also really going to be looking for some key players as well to be the ones that step up in those situations. I think you talk about Cloud9, you have to talk about Leaf, right? There's no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. And Baby Bay, this is a guy that genuinely does have impact player written all over him. He's just that good.
Absolutely. I mean, I played against this guy for years, right? And last year he kind of had a slow year, but this year has been one of his best years I've ever seen him play. And it just seems like he's getting better and better. And he's
He's
more
doing this differently than he was doing in years past.
Yeah, I don't know what changed. I don't know if it's a coaching change, and that's what's helping him. But he's so much more confident this year, and he just wins these these first blood duels all the time, and he goes crazy.
I think that it's the flexibility of him that impresses me the most.
Very true.
Going from Sky to Killjoy back to Jet again, and still putting up the numbers that he's putting up. I don't know if we have another player like that in our region.
But you know what's fascinating about this, though, is that when you look at these stats, one of the games that he struggled in was against Crew, Wyatt. So how fascinating is that, you know, we're looking for Leaf to be the player, but yet the time that he needed to step up against Crew, it's kind of a slower game.
Yeah, 100%. That was when Crew started to kind of elevate themselves. That was when Davies had come back and really stepped it up from the beginning of his season. So that was a factor too. And just later in the season, I mean, you mentioned Leaf's First Bloods. He was leading the season in First Bloods, even over Ospas, while playing non-duelist roles as well. He still was #1, which is crazy. Yeah. But it was later in the season, around those games, where he wasn't getting as many of the just swing, you know, first
just full
bullet,
confidence
just
swings,
taking someone out. Doesn't even need the util setup. He kind of started to slow down a little bit. We saw him pick it back up at the very end of playoffs against NRG. But the question is now,
Hello, chat. Sorry, I'm back. Hello, Morgan.
Was still, you know, he came back, was excellent yesterday. He's got to match Kesnet.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see these two clash against one another. But you know, though, guys, we really want to break down everything and give you guys all the information before we get into the action.
आप Twitch पे देख रहे हो या YouTube पे?
Twitch पे जल्दी आता है. Twitch better है.
I want to teach you guys about Cloud9. I want to show you what's going on. They're looking super good.
Breakdown, buddies.
Dude, Balla, you've got to be kidding me, man. I can't do this segment with you anymore. Listen. You could be my lover, but I don't want you to be my breakdown buddy. I'll take the heart. I don't think I can do this anymore, but I'm going to give it a shot. All right, we're watching Cloud9 yesterday against Sentinels. We are looking at this little bit of this cheeky mid setup. They've got a trap play off the Cypher. The Breach is ready to throw out that stun, and you can see the Raze in mail ready to activate off of this. Balla is pausing. We are zooming in. He is looking at feet. This is the second time in Breakdown Buddies who pointed out feet, by the way. Sus.
He's got a thing for him.
Nades coming in. Zelsis spamming. The Sky is, I mean, Lord knows what that line is so long. I don't know why. I'm not really sure what you were trying to point out with that one, buddy.
I love the energy, though.
Okay, he's moving. He's redoing the AI, or not the AI, you know, the HUD. It's on the AI.
ChatGPT.
And now we're over onto Pearl, which was Sen's map pick. That was weird. C9 looked really good on it. They've looked good on it for a while. Saucy, he's bald. There he is. And bald. Keep going. He is playing on the Sova. Right, and that, I mean, right. Zepp is ready to flash. That's what we were showing, right? Okay, yeah, so he's ready to flash, and they're ready to fight for A main. In the meantime, Cloud9, they are pressuring towards door in mid. They've got a shoddy buy. There is a rifle, but the other players, Sheriff's only. Jake with a great first shot. They've actually been kind of going crazy with the Sheriffs, like over and over. And Leaf, I mean,
I don't know if you should pronounce that one out loud.
Leaf is just way too good. We saw Rooney with the Sheriff in this game too, was going crazy. Cloud9, their ecos have always been mad lethal throughout the entire season. That is one of the linchpins of their victory. So Pancata wants to stop this defuse with the old Molly, but Zeppa is Zeppa's clutch. I mean, right? He's okay. So let it play. Let's see what happens. What? Boom! The what? The like as in the Molly was popped? I mean, yeah.
It's a trades game out here.
What is this? What is happening?
Oh, he's full in.
Oh, dude, you're gonna be sweating. You're doubling on it. That's crazy. I do believe in Crew. I do.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
No idea what happened, but the question on everyone's mind is, what the hell was that? But also,
That was Vamo.
That caught me off guard.
All over.
is there a forecast on the way that could potentially spell some upsets? We'll play a fun little game of what are the chances after this short break. Don't go anywhere and yeah, no, I quit.
हेलो खुद मगर क्या कर रहा है?
कुछ नहीं, वीडियो देख रहा
मेरे को तो लग रहा है तू सोने वाला है तेरी आवाज से.
हूँ. हाँ ना, मैच देखना है मुझे.
तू और मैं दोनों सेंटिनल फैन बॉय है ना.
I always choose the wrong teams to support by. Ferrari, Sentinels, Tottenham. कुछ नहीं है इनका उसका.
Forecast was looking like as far as how this whole tournament is going to play out, because a lot of things have happened here. So this is a special game that we like to call What Are the Chances?
अबे शुरू क्यों नहीं हो रहा है?
I need my hat. Throw me my weather hat. There it is. Yes. Good try. All right. Man, I wish you guys would have seen that on camera. Here we go. I'm prepared, ready to go. Got my weather hat. All right, Sean. Wow. You're up first, Poppy. What you got for us?
All right, so I got a lot. So basically, I think there's a 90% chance, guys, that the C9 Crew winner today actually goes to champs, which is honestly pretty that's straight heat.
I mean, yeah, I respect that. That's a lot of a chance.
I'm going to go ahead and give the huge advantage to C9. I'm going to put it up there.
Yep.
There's literally a 50% chance that literally Crew wins LCQ. The anime arc begins. I actually believe they're going to make a champions run.
Okay.
That's pretty heat, no?
Okay.
All right. Just put it down there for them.
Really sweltering in Chile.
And then Sentinels just definitely beating Leviatan. And then once they get through this, I mean, there's 10% chance.
Wait, are you saying there's a 10% chance Center beating Leviatan?
I actually thought that percentage sign was 100.
All right, so Sean, Baby
favorites Leviatan.
We don't have a lot of time, so Baby Bay, go ahead, go for it. What do you have here? What's your predictions?
All right, so I'm going to start from the bottom and work my way up. I have a 10% chance that C9 gives Kesnet raise maps. I mean, see how dominant he's been all
smart.
I think there's a 90% chance that he pops off anyway, okay? And then
actual facts.
And I think there's a 50% chance that King might be my brother.
अबे भाई.
I'm dead. No way.
यार ये स्ट्रीम पे रुक गई.
When you put the hair over you, that's kind of ridiculous.
He really is just the more.
Wyatt, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to you. Wait, go quickly.
I'm trying to find some. Okay.
कर क्या रहे हैं?
Chance that Sideshow
अभी predictions चल रहे.
He's dumb and he doesn't know what's going on.
Sideshow is crewless.
10 Zorio's back.
Love it.
That's going to happen. 10%. Crew. Wait, Crew won't miss. Crew won't miss finals. So they're making it. Kesnet up here, ice cold in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? Kesnet.
That's called live TV, people. But it's time to jump into the action. Let's do this. VCT America's LCQ starts right now.
The goal this year is to be able to go to Champions.
The pressure is on.
Let's go!
Parece que ganarle a todos.
Looking for the transfer, and he's gonna get it!
What are you guys fucking doing?
First thing off the second does not!
Para você ser o melhor, você tem que ganhar dos melhores.
Buena, weón.
Anyone can take any game off one another.
And the B-side is now open.
What a shot! Ay, ay, ay. Sensacional!
ये शुरू क्यों नहीं कर
Right
रहे
now,
हो?
they're definitely on a high. They have a lot of firepower. You know, if they start off strong,
तेरी क्या
they
prediction
carry
है?
the momentum very well.
इसकी
Tiene que sacar el
True
crash,
versus
consigue
C9.
la baja de Shai, va a recargar una bala, tenía mano
Ah,
contra Masino, whipea
मैप पे
el
डिपेंड
César
करेगा.
con el
मैप
flick.
मैप पिक देखते हैं.
नहीं मैक पिक के बिना पहले
Un equipo muy completo. Que
13-7 crew first map.
jugaba antes Counter.
नहीं नहीं उतना डिटेल नहीं बस कि जीतेगा कौन.
I think
नहीं, ये पूरा
overall,
डिटेल में
it's a
जाता है.
strong unit, and if
13
you know, shut them down,
I think 14 पे जाएगा सेकंड मैप OT में.
अबे पागल मैप नहीं पूछ रहा मैं वो पूछ रहा हूँ कि
हाँ, crew 2-0.
2-1 हाँ 2-0
Today we're
Same.
here with Cloud9 and Crew, and Cloud9 is the higher seed, so you get choice of Team A or Team B.
I'll take Team B.
All right, Cloud9 chooses Team B, therefore Crew is Team A.
ये इन्होंने नया शुरू कर दिया.
क्या?
And you guys know the
ये वाला.
drill, so we'll start with the two bands.
कि सामने सामने बैठ के
Crew
कोच
band one map.
वो बताएंगे क्या करना है.
All right,
नहीं
Crew
मास्टर
bands
टोक्यो में भी यही हो रहा था.
अरे
Alright,
मतलब
Cloud9
उसमें
band
नहीं था
map.
अभी.
Cloud9 bands binds.
No,
मास्टर्स टोक्यो
season में नहीं था.
Crew
तो मास्टर्स
picks the
टोक्यो
map.
में ही तो शुरू करा मैं वो मतलब.
All right, Crew picks Ascent. Cloud9 choose side on Ascent.
Defense.
Cloud9 chooses defense on Ascent. And Cloud9 now picks a map. Pearl. Cloud9 picks
फ्रैक्चर
Pearl.
क्यों बैन करा? मैंने फ्रैक्चर तो काफी वीक है
Attacks
क्लब
on
में.
Pearl.
नहीं
Crew
फ्रैक्चर
attacks on
में रेज है ना.
Pearl. Now Crew bans the map.
अच्छा नहीं क्रो ने बैन करा है
क्या?
तो इनका अच्छा नहीं होगा ना
वही
फ्रैक्चर.
तो.
Crew bans Lotus. Cloud9 bans one map.
We'll ban Splat.
Cloud9 bans Splits.
माइंड
And the
बहुत
remaining
डिसाइडर हो रहा है यार
is
माइंड पे.
Haven, and then Crew picks side on Haven. All right, Crew attacks on
ओ माइंड तो
Haven.
ब्लैंक हो गया सॉरी.
Cool. We'll
Haven?
do a quick recap.
Uh,
Bans Fracture. Cloud9 bans Bind.
2-1 जाएगा.
Crew
पोल पे
picks
जीत जाएगी
Ascent.
C9.
Cloud9 is defense on Ascent. Cloud9 picks Pearl. Crew is on attack. Crew bans Lotus. Cloud9
Ascent
bans
Crew
Splits.
जीतेगा, सही
Remaining
बोला.
map is Haven, and Crew is on attack.
असेंट क्रू जीतेगा. पर्ल C9
Thank you very
जीतेगी.
much. Good luck. Have fun.
Bienvenidos al cuarto día del Last Chance Qualifier. Listos para demostrar que el cielo no es el límite. Davis, Klaus, Melzer, Kesnit, Naxen y su coach Atom. Vamos a jugar Crew.
Damn.
why is
Portuguese
this
में
girl-
introduction.
why is this girl getting more hot?
Yeah. That too.
पोर्चुगीज या स्पेनिश?
पोर्चुगीज अर्जेंटाइन है ना क्रू. पोर्चुगीज थी.
एक बार मैंने पूछा कि अर्जेंटीना में कौन सी लैंग्वेज पूछते हैं बोलते हैं. सोच बंदे ने क्या रिप्लाई दिया होगा. अर्जेंटीनियन हाय हाय उनके डेस्कटॉप बैकग्राउंड वो है ब्लैक
कास्टर्स कौन होंगे क्या लगता है? अरे वो एशिया पैसिफिक वाला कास्टर बड़ा अच्छा है यार, क्या नाम है उसका? मैं वो देख रहा था असेंशन के फाइनल।
ये मेरे को समझ नहीं आता है, छठा बंदा जो है इनका, इसे बस लेके आ जाता है, कुछ करता तो है नहीं।
हाँ वो तो होता ही है। टेंस का सिक्स्थ मैन वो सेन का सिक्स्थ मैन कौन है अभी?
एसी हुआ है शायद अब, शायद, या फिर कोई है नहीं अभी, पक्का नहीं है, कई बार होते नहीं है सिक्स मैन।
अकिलियोस बहुत अच्छा कास्टर है भाई।
This is going to be awesome as we see two teams take the stage that are hungry for that grand final spot. And Wyatt, it couldn't get any better than this. You got a hopeful crew, you got an ambitious Cloud9. This is basically what the sport is made of.
I mean, it is. You said
K-State Masterclass फिर से।
That to the absolute maximum. You have the worst team in the regular season versus the best team in the regular season. You saw they were #1 on everything on the stat sheet, going up to make it into the finals, a chance to get into champions. And of course, if they do make it to the finals from here, that
Cloud9 के लिए बहुत बुरा लगा था मेरे को, पूरे वक्त टॉप पे थे और उसके बाद आखिरी में टोक्यो भी नहीं जाता।
किससे आ रहे थे? लाउड से? एनर्जी से?
लाउड से तो एक बार आ रहे थे, एनर्जी से आ रहे थे इस बार।
C9 जीत सकती है यार चाहे LCQ।
इमेजिन
फेवरेट C9
इमेजिन नहीं, सेंटिनल तो इसलिए क्राउड फेवरेट है, दैट्स इट।
इमेजिन क्रू विंस
ना इमेजिन सेंटिनल्स लोअर उसमें जीत के फाइनल्स तक जाके जीत जाए।
सबकी प्रेडिक्शंस वही है पता है। अगर आप पिकमीज खोलोगे ना VLRGG पे, सबके पिकमीज
तो वो तो क्योंकि हम है ना, क्राउड करता है ना उस पर, कोई भी प्रोफेशनल नहीं बोल रहा है चीज।
प्रोफेशनल तो यही बोलते थे कि सेंटिनल्स 100 फीट आ जाएगी।
भाई सेंटिनल्स का ट्विटर,
the most eventful Twitter ever. Leviatan के अगेंस्ट, अरे पर लेफ्ट पे तो वो नहीं है ना
क्या?
वो तो फ्यूरिया थी, सॉरी फ्यूरिया भी बाहर हो गई यार, बताओ।
फ्यूरिया तो वैसे भी, फ्यूरिया भी ज्यादा अच्छा खेलती नहीं है, हर बार तो अगते रहते हैं
यार। डिसीजन अच्छा था यार,
वो कैरी
बन के मेन प्लेयर्स नहीं थे तो क्या ही करते हो बेचारे।
Sentinels, nobody said it'd be easy. Lower bracket starts tomorrow. My God, why Pancada doesn't
इनका हमेशा ये watch is full of American runs and हार जाते हैं।
When you ban Bind, so he can't play Euro. Us map 3s for the viewership.
Lines away from Kesnet on this jet, where he's going to be offing around looking for these first bloods like he's been finding, and I don't know if he's going to be able to find it.
Kesnet बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई इस टूर्नामेंट में।
भाई जब इन्होंने उसको हराया था ना, इसका नाम 100 Thieves को,
फ्यूरिया,
हाँ नहीं सेंटिनल्स ने पहले मैप में, भाई क्या बढ़िया डाला था इन्होंने, ड्रॉपन हाइमर उसमें नेट शॉट की शक्ल लगा रखी है ना ओपनहाइमर के।
एक वो था the best Euro players in the world and some guy named Jake, ऐसे कुछ था Arsenal 10s के लिए।
क्या?
एक इनकी Arsenal 10s वाली भी पोस्ट थी, वो भी बहुत बढ़िया थी। the best Euro in the world and some guy named Jake. शायद.
Yeah, if you want to make it to champs, there's only one spot up for grabs, and they're going to have to get through Cloud9. Yeah, they have the lower bracket run, but as the desk was saying, having that map advantage could be so pivotal when it comes to a best of 5 when everything is on the line.
पर पता है अगर क्रू जीत गई तो C9 से हार जाएगी Sentinels अगर आज जीतती भी है तो.
0.0 Ascent. This is Crew's map choice. And Cloud9, what feels like they've been kind of hiding whether they're still running this Viper comp.
Yeah.
Sean and
आसुना का रियल नाम क्या है?
really high on the amount
पता
of
नहीं
things that you can do as Cloud9, and I was really excited with not only the defensive and just default conditioning
Peter कौन है
get
फिर?
with the Viper, but also the
World's best Euro and some guy named Peter.
Yeah, it's already.
वही होगा उसने ही होगा.
Very often. We'll see how they choose to play around it. Crew are so intent, already leaning everything towards B. They've dropped nanos in on the site before they even got to Boathouse. They have everything perfectly drilled here.
And the
Why?
interesting part there,
मिल भी गया उन्हें भी.
Rooney actually bought a smoke instead of a molly, so they
What
were
the fuck?
able to get through right perfectly, and that KO knife as well suppresses him, so no delay. They have to play full 5v5 retake, the only damage done on Zeppa.
Seems like they're going to have 3 coming in through garage. Zels is still making sure there's nobody pushing in towards mid, and now they're going to work their way forward. Early paranoia.
Get them off lane.
Where do they go from here? A little bit of spam down through stairs. The spike ticking away. Nags playing up close first. The dash come through, and you already see the spam coming through smokes as well. Melser still playing from backside as a couple of members of Cloud9 have fallen. Numbers in favor of Crew here. Zeppa, on the other side of the smoke, only getting 1. That's a round for Crew. That's an excellent start.
A couple of mistakes there from Cloud9. They'll leave with the missed dash. Or he was going to get
Nice round, yeah.
Break up quite a few crossfires. Might have gotten those trades a lot easier for Cloud9. You might have looked at a 5v3 instead of that 3v3 where everybody on Crew was backside. Do you have to commend Rooney? Repositioning his orb made that difficult for the Crew players, but there's just way too little time in that case where they all come funneling through B main. These final moments right here. Kesnit, Melzer, everybody's just playing together there. That orb kind of funneled them to play together in that instance. Even though I was saying it was quite good, you can see how little things change the situation.
LOL. एक खाली छोड़ दिया उन्होंने.
Pistol leaves us in this situation early with no buy for Cloud9.
Spike पर दूँ.
Meanwhile, Crew are not nearly as bunched up as we saw them in the first round.
Well, they're going to dry walk out. I was thinking they're not going to hit this site because the spike is still over towards top mid.
They spot someone there? Did Zelsa see something?
There's 4 players here now for Cloud9. The smoke's coming just in time. They're not going to be able to do this.
I mean, both of them. Both smokes coming through from the attack and the defensive side, forcing this into a bit of a stalemate, at least for the time being.
So they're not going to be able to strike fast, but this wall is something that Crew is going to have to try to decide what to do with because it's very, very unconventional. It's the first time I'm seeing it in Cloud9 right now. It's a great wall against any sort of cap pressure. You have to clear so many things once you get up and once it's activated, but Rooney's still holding on to that fuel. Since everybody's grouped up in tree, and that does leave Jake completely isolated here on this B side.
He does have a ghost. But that's all he has so far in that ghost.
LOL. Jake.
I'm sorry, what?
That's a great
Hi.
start for Cloud9.
Ghost से 2 निकाल लिया.
They're so good in these moments.
एक गन भी मिल गया
Quite a
उन्हें.
few of them on Pearl
Market
in that series yesterday against Sentinels.
They've been able to
Bulldog.
upgrade one weapon at least for Zelsis. He's got the Bulldog now. Nags playing down low. Just
बच
getting
गया.
the relief.
Nags
Hard in
बच गया.
situations like that, they convert that into a win. But either way, Cloud9 still with much to do. Zelsis is taking a fair bit of damage. Positioned in a place where if he falls, Rooney can pick up the gun and continue to push his way forward. But the nanos, the delaying of utility from Crew has been so effective. It's buying so much time. And there's the threat. It all falls onto Zeppa.
1v1 कैसे
Oh,
बन गया?
by Klaus.
Big 54 HP. Crew wins it out.
तो I think थोड़ा delay में है. ये 1v1 कैसे बन गया?
Took the first fight on that retake and took the last one too.
मैं YouTube पे देख रहा हूँ. Twitch पे बहुत lag करता हूँ.
कितने सेकंड है तू?
Jake did such good work
YouTube
by
पे बोल रहा
himself. He's in a weird position, but he's still
कितने सेकंड पे है मतलब?
absolutely not be getting any.
अभी तो replay चल रहा.
हाँ मेरा भी replay
They
चल
were
रहा.
so comfortable dry walking all the way up. If they did that, they would have found
आप
him
कितने सेकंड
completely
पे?
by himself and probably caught unaware.
11, 10, 9,
तुमसे 2 सेकंड आ गया.
They only have 2 vandals.
पीछे है
आपसे 2
मतलब.
सेकंड आ गया हूँ.
पीछे है मतलब.
पीछे हूँ.
This is not going to be easy for them to actually convert this bonus against Cloud9's
वो
full
Twitch
weaponry.
पे हाँ ऐसे YouTube पे 2 सेकंड पीछे चलता है हमेशा.
Wall out from Rooney. We've talked about in the previous round. It seems like this time they want to explore around it a little bit more.
By leave.
Remember in the previous round, for the most part,
Timing.
they avoided it.
बच गया.
There's a flash potentially primed here from Jake that would suppress the ability to hear right there for Leaf to maybe make a updraft dash play to flank.
And if that's not enough, you have Zeppo who's got a flash close by too. But I don't know that that tagged anyone.
I'm really worried here what Leaf is going to do, especially with
Jake और Leaf का combo होने वाला है.
Oh.
Bro, क्या teamwork था ये तीन का.
Flash बहुत अच्छा था.
Meanwhile, Cruz just trying to smoke off the turret to get out here while all that's going on, but when the main tip fails.
यार एक के ज़्यादा viewers हैं बताओ Valorant अमेरिका से.
So Cloud9 a really nice and clean anti-bonus there.
यार एक के ज़्यादा viewers हैं Valorant अमेरिका से.
वो तो हमेशा ही होता है.
That flash from Jake. I mean, look, everybody's blind there, and meantime, Leaf is able to isolate the fight completely alone against Nags.
Nice shots.
These are the type of trap plays that Cloud9 is really good at, and it's kind of hard to get them set up on a scent.
इनका IGL कौन है?
But you can tell the prep
वो है. Zelsis था Zep वो है. चश्मे वाले का नाम क्या है? Rooney.
Looking to explore the middle of the map by himself. Jake once again not far off. He's so aggressive. Look at how much space he's taken. It's just on the other side. He's gonna clear the turret.
उसको knife ना होता ना मरता.
I mean, he didn't get the kill, but
takes what he can get, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be quite a while till Nags gets that back up, and if they need to rely on that for passive flank watching, it's gonna be a little difficult for them to get in positions to execute. Either way, they still have this KO. Cloud9 is kind of playing the KJ really far back here to make sure he's not getting suppressed by that KO. But if he goes up mid and pops it, that suppresses it anyways.
And mid is the place it seems like Crew are looking to fill. Nothing from Cloud9 here to cover it.
I do like this insistence for them to go for this mid multiple times now. Given this wall, I try to avoid this at all costs.
It seems like that's what Crew are doing. Seeker's invested, you hear the ult used. Rooney's getting the first onto Kesnet.
Leaf is here too, I don't know if they realize this.
Oh, Nags may not have known, but he took care of him anyway. Seems like it's going to have to be a ferocious attempt to retake from Cloud9 in order to get this site back from Crew. They're up in numbers, they've taken their post-plant positions, the Seekers have been dealt with.
एसेट पे ओमन का एक बड़ा अच्छा वन वे बनता है कंट्रोल के उस पे.
ए पर.
हाँ बी पर. यहाँ पे जहाँ पे डेविस देख रहा है.
But it's much like what we saw the last time we were in this position.
ये वाला हाँ.
To delay is just so effective without
Oof, Zelsis. Bro, wow, how?
Fighting through the smoke there too for Melzer. The way they're able to get all those kills in sync is so nice from Cloud9. And again, despite a missed flash, I mean, it wasn't necessarily a missed flash. That went just around the corner. Didn't tag the player who was playing up close to stairs, but definitely could have flashed the player's backside or forced them to dodge.
Oh.
Nice. I mean, it looked so promising for Curry until Zelsis happened. He just found so much value pushing lane.
जल सिस्टम ने बालों को क्या कर लिया?
Jake pushing downstairs at the other side, that left right
उगा लिए बालों से. टकला था.
गंदा ही सही लगता है भाई ये.
नहीं.
Entrances to smoke off.
Right, yeah.
In that case, Jake actually smoked the back right, and that actually nullified this one way that was there entirely. Forces Crew completely down to just pistols here in this eco round.
जो भी highlight करना है वो अच्छा है.
Interesting that they gave Nags the. Well, never mind. It makes sense now.
And they've gotten the sight. So they go 1-for-1.
Lol.
Paranoia does tag Nags, but Kesnet, excuse me, but Cloud9 haven't taken a ton of space. So you got to be careful because Nags is on the flank, and he is considered. He's dealt with a 3K from Jake to get Cloud9 to 3.
Jake is absolutely stepping up in these first 5 rounds so far.
I mean, even yesterday.
He's been a beast for them in this LCQ. Was a beast for them in the regular season. Not somebody we really expected to perform so well at the tier 1 level, but here he is.
आपको लगता है 100 Thieves ये को sign करेगी?
And we do have this
ये को
on the Viper wall now for Rooney.
कर सकते हैं.
Considering उन पे cryo already है.
Definitely something that I want to see, and
उन पे पैसा भी है.
both in logs and
पर उनका आसना भी है ना. ये तो कहीं नहीं जा रहे.
Get those 2 ghost kills much earlier on.
I wondered how much more depth they had. Rooney had to his.
और टेस्ट में Melzer पे.
It was an inevitability that Cloud9 are going to catch on to the fact that they were avoiding the same
Nice.
walls. We'll see how this one plays around. He's out there with the spike, committing to the ult, and now the rest of Crew are going to funnel through.
With that lockdown, It's a really nice play to just go for it. You can get the plan a little faster.
Yeah.
And you also don't have to commit through B-main.
Yeah.
Klaus completely droning from way far back. Didn't use it to get in the site. He's just droning the flank. When do you see this? He's just trying to keep the drone alive for as long as possible.
And
I think his positioning here is key because he has a Hunter's Fury. If Celsius doesn't choose to invest a lockdown, there is a counter to that. So you've got to expect Zeppa to be able to push and guide him off of that because he knows where they're coming from, and there it is. The timing is
ओ भाई ये कितना प्यारा खेल रहे हैं.
Melser's now left alone in this 1v5. That's all it's going to be.
ये कैसे हारे राउंड? ये तो इनका ही था.
Consideration from Zeppa there. Called it out perfectly. And I mean, that could have been disastrous for Cloud9 if they don't consider that, right? That Hunter's Fury is breaking the lockdown. All of a sudden, the crew players don't have to make plays. And instead, they're sitting there inside of the site, inside of the lockdown radius, scrambling. And we have to talk about Kesnit real quick, because he's been first deaths in a lot of these situations so far. He's not finding the value that we're hoping to. And we were mentioning on the desk about how you don't want to give him any of the rage maps. Here he is playing on this jet. And it's definitely rough so far.
Kesnit needs to set up like.
That of course it was such a highly anticipated matchup between Kesnit and Leaf, and who was going to pop off, but it's Big Bean, who's currently leading for Cloud9, and he's showing no signs of slowing down.
Great span there for Melzer. And again, that's his fourth first death, and he had a gun in this instance. They were hero rifling him up.
Leaf with the op, finding nags. They've taken some tree control.
साले पे सारी skins पड़ी है लेकिन इतनी गंदी ऑफ लगा रखे उसने.
This looks like it should be relatively clean the rest of the way for Cloud9. They pop the blades, swing out, get the kill.
Blades
In that
waste.
instance, I love that as an investment, right? Keep the op up, right? Because he's under pressure. Yeah, his teammates are joining him, but who knows what his opponent is going to do in an instance. So, and as well with the bank that he has, I'm perfectly comfortable with that situation, despite it being a 3v1 and normally being like, yeah, no, that's should save your ult, but I like it in that case.
Timeout called for crew.
Defensive side मतलब तो देखते क्या होता है. 7-5 लगाए तो बहुत है.
Mentioned earlier, and I think we've seen a couple of fits that have been caused by this, by the Viper on Ascent. Not something we see very frequently. And you know, we talked about it that we're going to have to navigate through some of the walls and utility that Rooney was going to be investing. But I think a lot of it too has just been how well Cloud9 have considered what crew want to be doing in these situations. And that feels like that's a large reason why they've found the success that they have.
It definitely has. Felt so far a little readable. And even though Cloud9 in two instances I can remember definitely stacked the wrong side, it's not something that's going to happen too often.
बोला था मेरे को तेरे को नींद आ रही है.
यार मैं इतना लेट उठता ही नहीं हूँ. मतलब 11 बजे सो जाता हूँ. Sentinels और 100 Thieves का मैच भी तो ऐसी हुआ. मुझे उठना था. मुझे पहले वाला मैच देखना था. तब मैं सो गया. मैं 4 बजे उठा.
मैं मैसेज भी कर रहा था. मतलब क्या कर रहे हो? उठ के इसने तो बोलता वॉच पार्टी. तेरे को देख के मैंने
Sentinels का तो पक्का देखूंगा. अलार्म तो लगा रखा है मैंने 4 बजे का हमेशा की तरह. माद्रा के मोनोलॉग पढ़ता हूँ हमेशा मैं.
A lot harder to consider. This was probably the last thing that they were talking about, how to deal with this Viper wall. Instead, now they need to consider how to adjust their plans right away. That's a great switch up.
Don't screw it up.
We were talking about the op at the end of the previous round, still in the hands of Leaf, and he's going to be holding B. But it seems like crew want to work mid. Just remember their exec with the K ult from a couple of rounds ago did at least net them the site. But not with Zelsis here.
That's just off of complete audio there. The turret didn't even fire off.
I think
it's just listening.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They're still threatening some of this presence down mid though. And they're in a position here where they have some options. But the Seekers invested here by Cloud9 should read things out pretty nicely.
Jake's been in this position multiple times, but crew has not actually had to face it.
Oh, the Seekers are so persistent. The flash on the other side of the smoke, and Jake looking to reposition, play a little bit closer, but Melser's timing is gorgeous.
It's just in time to get the players off. Leaf still finds a kill though, and it, despite everything, that looks like Crew should have been advantage. No, the early pick.
75 bullets होती है जैसे
Down in mid
सिर्फ
from
बोल रहा
Zelsis with the Odin.
Still has it. Still working his way out towards the site. He's up in heaven right now. Joined by the other two members of
Oh,
Cloud9.
bhai.
Playing down low.
नहीं Melser
Nags by himself.
Starting to roll. They're
Melser
starting
ने
to
हक
roll
दिया
here.
They've been rolling. That's 6 rounds in a row now for Cloud9.
Only the pistol and the anti-eco for Crew. And the anti-eco was a failure in that instance too, despite getting that round.
Yeah.
You can see this snowball happening for Cloud9, and it doesn't have any signs of stopping until potentially some of these ults come up from Crew.
Stream आपकी वेट किया है मेरी
They're
हट की
having success getting it on
मेरी हट की
the site. You can see 3 defuses from Cloud9 there. But holding is tough, and up to this point, Crew's been fantastic in these post plants, but only against their South American opponents.
भाई वो साइट ले ले रहे पोस्ट प्लांट बहुत गंदा हग रहा है
They're struggling. Here's that molly. Oh, pit actually.
We'll see if they can bully Rooney out of the way. Depends on how fast they want to go. But no, as the pit settles, they have to go to plan B.
And it's interesting there. You think that maybe they're actually trying to counter that entire
बेचारे
idea from Rooney
KO
there.
का अल्ट वेस्ट हो गया
But this pit is brutal. I mean, he can hide down lane. There's no way you can actually take him out. So Kesnet wasted his dash in that instance too.
Melser invested his paranoia. It did seem like it was considered that they had a decent idea of what Cloud9 wanted to do, but Rooney was just quicker on the trigger.
And there was also an insta-molly from Zelsis in that situation too to keep them back. So info just missed as they tuck themselves away on Cat. I think they know what's going on though. Even still, look at that one way from Jake.
Leaf has already crept his way over with the op still. Jake is close by. He just spotted one. And
Great
look at the
smoke.
cover, yeah. Leaf just covering for Jake, getting him out of a sticky situation. Very well done.
Look how fast that was too. As Jake gets washed up, it's just so perfect.
They managed to get the spike down. They have tree control.
डेवीज शायद ले जा ले टाइमिंग के हिसाब से
All comes down to, yeah, how well
Boy.
Davies can hold this.
Oh, they just closed the door late.
हाँ निकाल लिया
Spend time breaking while they're fighting. in
लीफ
mid.
लो है
नहीं
How does Leaf survive?
लीफ
Kesnet takes down Zelsis.
Oh.
It all falls down onto Rooney. A 1v2. And time is of the essence. The dark clear.
उसे
He
पता
doesn't
है
realize
कहाँ
that
पे
there's somebody behind him. There's no way you consider something like that.
ओह
In a situation
क्राउच
like
काम
this,
कर गया
The bullets miss, but Klaus does not.
अब तेरा और मेरा एकदम सेम है लाइव
Finally, some breathing room here for
Oh.
Cloud. It will reset their
नाइस
कितने सेकंड पे है तू
economy slightly.
अभी तो रिप्ले कर रहा हूँ
हाँ सेम
His flank from Davies on Cat was perfect, and Melzer considering as well. I love the late.
मेल्सर थोड़ा सा हग रहा है
Because it forces Cloud9 to break.
अबे यार बफर आ गया
Because they have to, otherwise they're gonna run out of time. And then that's where he strikes. That's when Davies strikes as well. It's perfect.
रीलोड
It
करो
sets up
ब्रैकेट
that pinch so very well.
Melser's ult, the only one online right now. You see the defensive setup from Zelsis towards B, but Crew leaning A right now. Oh boy. Oh, I thought he was gonna get more. Zeppa does. He cleans it up.
Down A.
And so the intention there from Crew is to actually use this space while there's no smoke to try to find a pick onto the two players who were on A, which is a good idea. But Cloud9 is just facing them anyways, and they net themselves a huge advantage in this round when Crew was looking to
timing
strike.
हो सकती
This
है
is going to
अच्छी
be terrible if Crew lose this round. I mean, they're going to get reset economically. They're going to go back down to only the 1.9k that you get in this instance.
नाइस
Timing.
Heavy, but they're so painfully outnumbered.
नो
And it's just gone from bad to worse. Melser had to use his ult just to recover the spike to get them into a decent situation. But he seems to have found a timing to be able to get the spike down. Rooney playing this a bit more safely, takes a step back, allows B to go up, knowing they're up in numbers.
And he missed the silent jump there, which forces him to just go for the plant instead. He could have maybe found a sneak attack onto Rooney.
That flashback sight confirming that he isn't out proper and he's got to be exactly where that molly is. Now 54 HP for the remaining member of Crew. And a shorty in the face cleans him up.
अरे तू ये गेस कर लीफ की एज क्या है
2 more rounds to go here, but I mean, at least they got that.
27 के आसपास
I'm looking at Kesnet's money
He's
right now,
19.
7K. That could definitely be
Wait, what?
indication that he might have knives.
वो 2004 का है
Either way, this
I know Zekin is 19 but Leaf
हाँ लीफ C9 का यंगेस्ट प्लेयर है
easily through, but it's baiting them
ये
believe that's the second
ये तो MCE से भी ज़्यादा बुरा लगता है.
seen from Leaf in the last 2 rounds.
Look at the eco here. It's complete shambles. Classic
8-4 अब भी चलेगा यार.
हाँ. नहीं नहीं, he's 19, he's November 24, 2003. मेरे से छोटा है. मेरे से 7 महीने छोटा है.
Now Rooney, as you mentioned, and he gets a kill.
Yep.
That was by himself too. There was nothing to set that up. No confirmation of information. No flash. Nothing.
भाई कितनी बढ़िया लग रही है.
The default box inside of B there, rather than up close, which makes it really difficult to punish back, and you get a better angle. Not necessarily a better angle, but a different one at that.
Still 2 rifles up for Crew, for Kesnet and for Davies. Also worth noting here the different setup that Cloud9 are using with Killjoy. They've got the alarm bot and a nano mid with Zelsis close by. And it seemed like Melser was going to try to find some space there. But instead opts to go cat. That dash running out of time. Puts himself in the tiniest of angles. Nothing to have to clear at the dart. He's still in a good position. It looks like he's just waiting for that flash to come through, knowing what could be on the other side, but Davies doesn't have one. All he had was that knife. There it is, the dash out into the cloudburst. He tries to fill the space, but he's already dead.
What's going on?
Leaf's looking for another. There it is. He needed the shorty kill and he got it. 3 for 3 on those.
Last round before
And the final round of the half to make this a super strong half for Cloud9. This defense has been very nice so far. 8-4 would be good, 9-3 would be great.
You know, there are instances, especially on Ascent, where you look at a scoreline like this and say, well, that doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, you know, what have you. In this case, it really does. The timeline and the score tell you everything that you need to know.
When you look back to Crew's game against Fury on this map, Crew had a fantastic attack side. It was nothing like this at all. In fact, they just dominated both halves of that map.
Yeah. A far cry from the Crew we've seen
in
the last 3 matches. Leaf playing just on the other side of this wall. Spots the shoulder, not able to land the shot, has to get away. The Hunter's Fury invested from Klaus.
No tags.
No, nothing at all.
Seekers as well, the delay. They get the information set up. And Jake perfectly.
What a cheeky spot. They invested the Trailblazer and everything because they wanted to take this fight to Crew.
ये तो निकल जाना चाहिए.
Hopefully, भाई.
I guess. Despite the fact that Klaus missed every single pulse.
8-4 है last round है.
Nice, Kesnet.
Kesnet just jumps up. And we've got a game yet, 8-4. Again, good half from Cloud9, but Crew, I mean, they strike back, and they were getting on the side, so some of their plans were working very well, but definitely feels like Cloud9's still in control, especially with this Viper on attack now. Sean was talking about the attack side tendencies they have can be super strong. I can't wait to watch the rest of this because strategically, I'm loving what I'm seeing from both sides.
I think the question is, as we see Kesnet clean up the last 2 rounds, or the last 2 kills of that round, excuse me, is when are we going to see him return to form? When are we going to see him catch fire? Because it feels like Crew desperately needs it. Golden Boy, what do you think?
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Yeah, I mean, that is the question that we're kind of left asking ourselves as well, given that we've been bigging up Kesnet quite a bit here. But it goes without saying that, you know, you were kind of running into a brick wall a few times, Sean, in C9 setups. But Kesnet...
आपने EDG versus Loud देखा था?
The brick wall was coming in the form of like 2 controllers and a Killjoy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one site has
वो
a
था
Killjoy,
वही मैप
one site has a
Loud
Viper.
को dominate करा उन्होंने
Very,
fracture
very
पे.
difficult to get past. And if you take the center of the map, you're getting
The
one-way
Chinese
smoked
team.
by the Omen everywhere, you know, from market and from short A.
मैं आया
So there
जरा,
was
ठीक है,
no
तू
openings
stream
for
को
Crew, and the
entertain
only rounds they were able to win were just brute force
मैं
takedowns
क्या
against the sites.
entertain करूँ यार?
तो बोलते रहे wow guys, wow what a kill, wow.
Oh हाँ ठीक है ठीक है. Half तो शुरू हो पहले.
Yeah, and extremely rough to see. But then obviously, when you want to flip it over to C9 though, Baby Bay, it was a very clear
दुनिया के सबसे boring बंदे पे काम छोड़ दिया ये बताओ.
Cycling the Odin is something that Wyatt was talking about earlier.
Hello chat, I cannot read you. What's the hello?
Kesnet quite a bit. Like there was a time when he walked up mid and the smoke just gets spammed for no reason. It's like they're not allowing him to get going, and it's hard as a duelist when you have a slow start
चोरों तो तब करता है commentary.
I mean, we'll see what he can do. It's obviously a defense-sided map, in my opinion, so I think he can have a lot more free reign to run around.
I do think it is defensive-sided, especially with the composition that Cloud9's running. But with that said, you know, the way Crew is composed, I feel like they rely a lot on Kesnet to open up these rounds, and against the double controller, like I said in the pregame, it's going to be very hard for him to get set up on lines and feel comfortable. You know, this guy is going to be getting info, and he's going to be blocked vision the whole time.
Yeah, and it was a point you made, Baby Bass, so I'm just going to steal right now to sound smart. But you talked about, you had mentioned previously when Kesnet had his great jet game, he started on the raise where he's been, you know, lights out. So he gets rolling with the momentum there, and it carries over. This time, though, he's starting on the jet, and he's about to play, I'm assuming, a hell of a lot of jet as the series goes
Group का कोच ना मेरे एक प्रोफेसर से जैसा लगता है, पता है?
You know, with the way that things have laid out here, it feels like Cloud9's game plan
साक्षात में है नहीं तो तुम्हें बता रहा हूँ शायद.
is doable for Crew. Let's see how
It's
this all
very
pans
weird.
out. Send it back to Doug and Bala.
Sustainability का प्रोफेसर है वो शायद.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, again, the question goes back to Kesnet. What can he do on this jet? We've talked so much about his Raze versus Jet and how effective he can be on the Raze roll, but now his team desperately needs him to come online, desperately needs him to find some value on this star roll.
Imagine Nags gets an ace.
Tough treading, man.
One tap
In
only.
the face of a double controller, that's going to be difficult.
I think it has to come down to getting him an off really, really early.
Yeah.
And again, we're talking about defensive sideness on this map, but looking at Crew's past history, I was referencing their game against Furia in a 9-3 half in that game on attack. So this might be really tough. We didn't get quite to see too much of the defensive half, but Cloud9 waiting out any util that could come outside of B there. Now smoking off Nags.
Nice.
Get a ghost shot off the turret.
Yeah. It's just going to be a full take of the site, and they've left Zeppa playing around mid. No utility, but he's going to be there to cut off rotation.
Zeppa बहुत कुछ कर सकता है.
For these mid players right now. It's going to take quite some time finally breaking that turret. Zeppa with a frenzy. They don't check this.
They know now. Oh, dear. Well.
But this is taking so much time. I mean, we've already spent like 20 seconds just getting these players up into B main right now.
Yeah, just setting up for the fight. You're right.
And he's already ready for the... I mean,
He's
already marking out, pinging where the dart is going to land because he knows where Klaus is coming from.
There it is.
He missed it. Just went off the map.
Time is so short right now. I don't know that Crew are going to have enough time to do this.
By leaf.
On site. They desperately needed the pistol, and it does not go their way.
Leaf is crazy.
The desk highlighted. Kesnet.
मुझे भी बताओ मैं पीछे चल रहा हूँ या आगे चल रहा हूँ तो that is weird as well.
The first death in this round is Zeppa right here, just not clearing his corner. And yeah, I mean, that's a tough angle to kind of expect, but when you've done nothing on the map, you have to be diligent. And if you're not diligent, that's what happens. At this point, Leaf is getting kills, it's cool, but the round's over.
Right,
it's already over based on the time.
They had to force.
Crew choosing not to force. Same Viper wall that we're seeing, that we saw in the previous round from Rooney.
Yeah, that's just a complete AXX wall. It definitely allows you to get a little bit more space on the orb. And well, this might be over quick here.
Yeah, no real fight. Even the small nuance, like Zelsis going down low, Leaf having the high ground, this high-low in an unexpected position.
A dynamic one at that with the updraft is so crazy. He's actually firing off that Guardian too. I mean, shoot your shot. And again, Kesnet first to die. Yeah, they were leading an aggressive push on the eco, so we kind of expected in that case. Sacrificial lamb to catapult into maybe a few more.
Yeah.
But look at the difference from that pistol round clearing the corner against Zeppa. They didn't do it for Crew. Whereas Cloud9, when they get those first 2 kills, they're still diligent in clearing the rest of it. Look at this, guns are all out, flash even for B main, so this guy's completely blind for a minute. And both players running around that corner, ready to take that high-low like you pointed out.
And then we still had Rooney with the Sheriff kill. A complete round for Cloud9.
Had it all. An early timeout in this half. Kind of necessary.
Yeah, I would agree.
Probably the most important round to bring it back here. You've got to, on Ascent, start the defensive side strong when you're down so big already. If you can't get streaks going on defense, where are you ever going to get them? We didn't see any of them on that attack.
see the members of crew on your screen listening intently. As Adam, you imagine, is being very thorough in what it is that his team has to do in order to get back into the action. They find themselves down 6 rounds. This is just the first map in this best of 3. And yes, this is the upper finals, so there is still a shot at the lowers. But as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, when it comes down to a best of 5, having the advantage of being able to come through the upper bracket and have the edge, if you will, when it comes to map selection is so pivotal.
And they did pick this Ascent. So the rest of the map pool, they're thinking about how they might have needed this one. And this is tough for crew. I mean, they've been kind of sun running so far. Statistically, I mean, they've definitely beat up on some teams. Like Lev. How does he get that? I mean, Davies definitely over peeking, trying to get that knife out for some reason, instead of just using a safer approach. And they get it before that knife even pops. They break the knife too. I mean, just ridiculous. An orb also added into this execute. There's still 2 players here though. And I'm wondering if they collected information about the Odin on the other side of the map. There again, remember, we talked about how crew went for this pick. Same outcome though, this time for crew.
Weave, play it online.
Right click him maybe.
He wants to go.
Ooh.
And Zeppa swings out at the same time. Once again, you're seeing dynamic peaks out from Cloud9, overwhelming the opposition. 2v2 here, Cloud9 have gotten the site, they have the spike, they are getting it planted.
Spike planted.
A Phantom and an Odin in the hands of the defense. And the drone now out.
Oh no, Zeppa can't get spammed here. Ooh.
Ow, just barely. Still a dart for Klaus. He's looking for another target, anyone to get lit up. He can bring the pain and punish, but leave with 3. The Guardian still in play. Nags gets it to a 1v1, but Zeppa cleans it up.
Bonus converted, and this might be a fast lane here.
Let's leave whatever happens
Towards map 2.
Yeah.
Towards Cloud9's map pick. Crew has to force up here. And again, that was actually a good start from them, despite the fact that they lost the first kill. Mel's are able to clap right back as Cloud9 continue to try to push the advantage on the site without a smoke there.
I mean, fully flashed, and he gets 2.
Just gross. Coming into this series in LCQ, crew, best gun round team, best retake team. So far, they've only won. The 2 gun rounds on that defense.
It's been brutal scenes. Kesnet with the Guardian trying to find an early pick as Cloud9 trampled their way forward, and Leaf does eventually fall. But now without Melser meeting his death either. Crew just so far away here. Nax is still just working across the middle of the map, and Kesnet's left in this fight where he's having to deal with so many different targets without any help.
I mean, there's a flood attempt there from crew, but it's splintered because of the mollies from Rooney. Finally he falls, and they're gonna try to push this lockdown.
Whoa, Jake.
Success so far.
3v2. Cloud9 gotten it down to a 2v2 now. Zelsis still dancing around. Not many bullets left in the clip. And it's all going to be onto Zelsis. Takes a step back. Gets pressured. Still finds time to reload. Davies, half, pulls off. Zelsis with the Red Bull clutch. That's got to be a dagger.
Match point.
They should not have won that. Absolutely should not have won that. When that lockdown went down, you thought for sure Zelsis was also going to get traded out too. This flood attempt there, you can see Kesnet's out by himself.
Yeah.
Just by himself. It's because of the orb and molly that Rooney's throwing. I mean, they have this insistence on placing this wall, and it's working really nice on the safe side. Crew's got to find an answer and fast, and they're going to have to do it with light weaponry too. You're going to be a bunch of C to... Ooh, early pick again from Leaf.
Davies already dead.
It's the same situation too, where he's trying to throw his knife.
Klaus finding a little bit of something. You see Kesnet tried getting high ground over the cover. Couldn't find any value.
Relying on a judge to save the game here, and it might pay off here. The rotate is coming in. It's not able to punish Leaf. Finally, it goes his way. Crew.
But even if Nags gets, I mean,
the stun.
It's considered. The Trailblazer was well done.
And look at the pivot back immediately, and there's no info here for crew. The smoke as well. Just got placed down on both sides.
The benefit is Melser does have his ult too, so they can flip map Potentially, if need be.
Right now, they're walking inside a spawn. They're completely unsure about where they are.
Yeah.
Now with the spike coming, they're going to start to realize. But because they've walked all this way, they could surprise them out of heaven right now. Still, Rooney with this molly. It's such good delay.
He still has one molly. Zelsis still has 2 nanos and the turret.
And the wall's going to come back up too. Fuel takes a long time in this patch. But with that molly, it pushes them back, and he's probably going to activate now.
And time just ticks away. Desperation for the side of Crew. And a huge moment, it's going to fall down to a 1v1. Rooney is pit.
Fake TP.
Can't imagine he uses it here. Tux on the angle, waiting for the swing, and Rooney wins it out. The 3K to get Cloud9 map 1.
And it's a flawless attack side. And an absolutely flawless game here on Ascent from Cloud9. And Crew have got to be kicking themselves for trying to go into that against them, because that was brutal.
Yeah, that was ugly.
I think a big instance where past information is unreliable. Crew played against Cloud9 earlier in the season on that map, and Cloud9 was playing a weird comp. It was at the end of the season when Cloud9 really didn't care anymore. Yeah, they wanted to go for an undefeated streak after losing that initial game against Loud. But they really, I mean, they already had their position as second seed cemented at that point. What a different story here today. And we were looking for a team to look phenomenal for Americas here in LCQ. We want our representative who goes to Champions to actually be able to contend and step up with the likes of Loud, NRG, and EG, and the rest of the world's Champions contenders already. Finally, we might have just seen that.
I mean, it was a masterclass performance on a different comp. They showed Viper works on Ascent. We'll see what they have for map 2, a break, and then Pearl on the other side. We'll be right back.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier. I'm standing here with MC. Quick question for you. Congratulations first off on the first map. You mentioned yesterday that you had to reinstall RuneScape there for a leaf to pop off. What did you and Cooper do to get the rest of the team to pop off for today's match against Crew?
I think a big part of it is we've been taking our break seriously, and then practice we've kind of backed off on a little bit to give the guys a little bit of time to mentally recover and emotionally recover after not making Tokyo. But I think the biggest thing is just trying to keep vibes up inside the team. And then going over a game plan, what we're going to do, and then sticking to that and making it work.
Awesome. Well, MC, good luck on Pearl. Let's toss it back to the desk at a GB.
Thank you so much for that, Vince. Silly, appreciate you, buddy. And of course, always great to hear from MC as well here, Golden Boy alongside Baby Wyatt and Sean Garrison. Break everything down. And I mean, really, when you talk about breaking it down, we're breaking down utter dominance from Cloud9, Baby, because that was just utterly absurd, the way that they approached the game. And you heard it there in the interview, saying he gave the players time to mentally reset, refocus on what's the task at hand. And it truly feels like this team is here to play.
Yeah, I mean, they're all showing up right now. I think there's clutches across the board from every player.
Yeah.
Beef is doing a phenomenal job getting those entries in there. And man, it was just an absolute breakdown.
Yeah, it really was. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game there, Wyatt, I mean, every player on Cloud9 was contributing. This wasn't a one-person show, right? But that being said, it feels as if this is a team that's coming in with an even more renewed vigor, especially after dropping that Sentinels game yesterday. It feels like they just want to get to the finals ASAP.
Yeah, when you're watching Cloud9 execute their game plan perfectly, making all of the players look impeccable, dominating Crew who look like the contender to make champions to win this tournament. Could anyone stop them at this point, John? I mean, did they do anything wrong in this game?
They lost the opening pistol. And
how dare they?
Imagine if they would have won that pistol. Just imagine. Or even the eco where it was down to a one-on-one right after. Every one of those clips was like perfect teamwork, right? Like the turret goes off, Leaf swings, double kills, the Omen blind comes through the wall and they just send it B. Perfect trading, perfect spacing. Even when Jakey's running through a smoke, right? Someone's running out heaven in tandem with him at the perfect time. They are just in like the giga flow state right now. Every decision they make is perfect.
Yeah, 100%. It has been immaculate top to bottom here. And now we want to figure out how Crew is going to stop this going into map 2. Let's hear what Adam has to say, as he's standing by with Vensili.
That's right. Thank you, GB. Adam, tough loss there on that first map on Ascent. I wanted to ask you, what was the most annoying thing to deal with against Cloud9 on that first map, and how are you going to change this for map 2?
Okay, the most annoying thing from Cloud9, I think, is his pace. They're playing a really fast reaction, really intense. They're intense players. We knew that, and we talked before the match that we had to step up, that it was going to be a constant fight for us to be at the same intensity, and it was really hard for us to find that on Ascent. We are pretty sure that we can do a better performance on Pearl, and we know that we also have that pace, that intensity, and we're going to give everything we still have to close that map.
Awesome. Well, Adam, I can't wait to see it. Good luck for the second map, and let's throw it back to the desk.
Once again, thank you so much, Fancilli, for that. And yeah, you're hearing him, Sean, right? Talk about, we have the tenacity, we have the aggression, we could do this, So it is refreshing to hear that it's not like, oh man, we really, kind of beef that one. Instead, it sounds like there's still confidence in the Crew camp.
Yeah, there's definitely confidence, and there should be. But man, I actually do think they played well to the reactions of Cloud9, right? When there was a one-way smoke somewhere, they would cloud burst the ground to go through it. That's a good solution. There was a Viper pit the round they tried to KO ult rush B. I mean, Cloud9 was just always one step ahead, right? They had the reaction to the reaction of Crew.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me about Pearl, because now we're going into Cloud9's comfort. This is their pick, and this is a map historically where Crew isn't all that great.
Yeah, and here's the results of what we just saw on the Heineken 0.0 Ascent. It was a stomping, to say the least. 13-4. Kesnick couldn't get anything going as the entry for them. Honestly, I don't even want to put it on him. I just feel like everyone on Crew kind of just got, figured out there, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the first kills. They just gave Crew a taste of their own medicine from yesterday. That's what they did to Lev to make it here, right? We've talked a lot about the Crew mental, as that was such a critical factor that they knew they had to overcome heading into LCQ. They did prove against Furia that they can drop a map and bounce back right away, though. So I'm not prepared to write them off. Pearl, heading into that, they beat Loud on it in the regular season. That's no easy feat. So I swear to God, I'm not coping, guys. I'm not coping as a Crew fan here. I don't think it's over yet.
I do think the cope for Pearl is that it's a much different map than Ascent, right? And running a Harbor Viper the way Cloud9 did yesterday, if they run that same comp, they're going to be able to get fights. There's not as many trap plays as what Cloud9 just had on Ascent. There was a lot of things for Crew to go around, like you were saying in the pregame segment, Baby.
Yeah, it's a lot more open of a map. The Jet has a lot more free space to do what he wants, and I mean, we saw the stat, right? 12 first bloods to a team that has the highest success rate in 5v4s. I mean, something that Crew needs to do here is to not get first blooded as much. Use the utility correctly, and not get caught off guard.
Yeah, and first bloods, obviously, you turn to the duelists. You think, who are the players that are making that happen? Players like Leaf, obviously. That leads us to our aim lab shoot around as we check in on Leaf here and continues the conversation about Cloud9, because you were talking about the first bloods, talking about the impact you have to have, the freedom that the Jets will have as well. And Leaf, he's just that guy. He's playing immaculate, and I expect nothing less from this guy because of what he did throughout the season as well.
Yeah, and just look at him shoot these orbs. He's just very calm, collected. He's not rushing anything. Kind of like the game. Like, he kind of just let a lot of these kills flow straight to him. Like Sean said earlier, he's just swinging off a turret. He gets 2 insta headshots. I mean,
thinking about RuneScape.
Yeah, he's just vibing. He's farming, maybe 99
just
farming.
Just get his wood.
Right now, he's definitely 99 farming.
But the thing about Cloud9, though, Wyatt, is that, coming into this event, they were stats-wise the heavy favorites, but yet they themselves, they never really portray that, weirdly enough. It never feels like they even feel like they are the heavy favorites. They're taking this game by game, and it's very evident in their game plan, the way that they approach it, the dismantling that we saw on Ascent. What do you think I guess the difference here between the way that C9 are approaching a game versus the way that Crew's approaching a game as we get ready for Pearl?
I mean, I think the difference for C9, there's...
Hello.
On an overarching level, I think that one of the major things for C9
hey guys, what's up?
They've totally gotten out of that space that
hello.
we saw them in playoffs. I mean, this is now
क्या बुरा हार गई भाई? तेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई, तू कुछ बोल रहा था
यार।
नहीं आ रही है।
अच्छा,
बड़ा अजीब हो गया तेरा माइक। तू किस माइक पे आ गया?
मुझे उसी माइक पे हूँ।
नहीं, बड़ा अजीब हो गया तेरा माइक। एक साला जुकाम हो गया मेरे को।
नींद आ रही है खुद से।
सैड। देख ले, अगर तेरे को सोना होगा सो जाइयो। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली Cloud9 2-0 जीतने वाली है।
फोन पे देखते हैं क्या करेंगे। सेम बॉम्ब।
Pearl भाई Cloud9
Much
जीता है.
smaller chokes. You don't have as much post-plant area to play on B. It definitely still works, don't get me wrong, but if there was ever a time to like kind of work on something slightly different, then maybe it would be now. You have to think
देखते हैं
back
क्या
to
कर
the
पाएंगे.
last time that crew played this map against Loud, they did win. It was their only win on this map throughout the regular season, and it looked great, but they were playing with Davies on the bench. He had an injury at that point, so Nags was playing the KJ, and you had a much different instance here on the harbor too. Melzer had to float over to pick up that Viper.
The benefit, though, of tournaments like this is that it really just comes down to who has the hot hand. Any team can catch fire and make a run, and that's what Crew's done up until this point, but they finally met an obstacle, an opponent that seems to be able to slow them down, and it's because of things like that. They even had the nano prep for where they thought Kesnet was going to updraft onto, and it was perfect.
Yeah, delays any plant too. They will finally get it down, but they've used a lot to get to this position, and see if they can actually get the kills in the back of sight. Yes, they are.
Nice.
Well done by Nags and Melzer, but they need to find more. Nags' position
बहुत ही
there is
बढ़िया.
so pretty. Just tucking barely
He's
behind that corner of the
3v1.
wall so you can isolate the gunfights.
And even before that, those
तो
initial
नहीं इनका
falls,
दबे भी
those
कर
first
सकते हैं.
two landed on Zepa
नहीं
and
नहीं
Celsius.
3v1 है 2 के full HP है. I don't think आने वाले.
Key people to
तीसरे के
retake
भी
in this
almost full
instance.
है.
He had the cove. That was basically their only shot now. Jake is... Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's flashing dead. You're absolutely right. A 3K for Nags as Crew gets the pistol. And it was often, you know, you go back to Ascent, you think about, yes, it's a different map, the comps are different, but one of the things that Cloud9 excelled in was in retakes, and how they were able to just snatch the site back from Crew because of that huge 2K from Nags, and then it ultimately ended up being a 3K. They weren't able to do that. They weren't even able to make an attempt, really.
You got to remember back on Ascent too, though, it's the same situation on the pistol, right? It was a full retake for Cloud9, exactly the same, essentially.
Yeah, that's true.
And Crew ended up taking that. And that's because Cloud9 kind of went for a little gamble here. Yeah, they had the KJ on this side, but everybody else was over towards B. And one person covering mid. Let's see if they can eco at least do a little damage like they did on that first. It's not coming through. That cascade really difficult to get through, despite this really interesting high tide. That
was off the back of a early flash, too, over the top from Zepa, but it was a Bulldog that just caused way too many problems. And now Crew in a position to potentially put Cloud9 away pretty cleanly. They do drop one weapon. How much more do they drop? A second?
He's also been low HP this entire time. Still gets two. Gonna reposition to try to get himself a third. This is something that Cloud9 is so good at, is constantly damaging.
उसमें मरेगा ये
When
spike
they're
पे.
not winning these
बस
eco
exits
rounds,
निकालने की
constantly
कोशिश करेगा.
taking two guns down here, taking
ये round भी
two
crew का ही
guns
है.
down there. Keeps it much harder
ऐसे खेलते
for
हैं
them
तब
to
तो कुछ कर
actually
सकते हैं.
stay in the game economically.
Well, I mean, to go back to Ascent, you remember their third round after they had won the second. They had
अगर ये
two
bonus
rifles
जीत गए ना तो
that
बहुत
Crew
फायदा
brought
होगा
in,
इनका.
and it was because of how much damage Cloud9 were able to deal.
So it's quite
Actually,
not
no.
quite the cancelled bonus that we
All
saw.
तो dark sided है ना?
But
I don't know.
A little bit of damage done. Actually, it's going to be Melzer as well, who only had a pistol in that round, so it's not even the biggest of deals. They're able to
तो सिर्फ
carry
literally एक बंदे ने weapon lose किया क्योंकि Melzer पे pistol ही थी.
See, the initial fight is, well, that's a great shot from Cross through the eye tide of his teammate Melzer. There's a big bonus here. Crew need to get the momentum swinging back. Remember, it's been rough form for some of the star players, specifically Kesnet.
Yeah, buffer आ गया.
Des talked a lot about how they got to start winning these first engagements. Let's see how this very first one goes here on this bonus.
The early flash, the cascade, the prowler, excuse me, to make sure there's no one pushing down B.
Yeah, it's really interesting too because that flash that you saw should have actually confirmed that there was nobody back there. They still use the dog, still use the Trailblazer. Now they're not going to be able to actually scale up behind this Viper wall at this point.
And that's exactly where Cloud9 are. The pop flash on the other side, and all three of them are standing there.
LOL.
They somehow still get every kill.
Bruh.
That's the type of thing that Cloud9 has huge success with, and you can tell they're really confident in it. But in this instance, when they already got some key pieces used,
कुछ भी oh nice shot.
allow this to play slightly differently. Leaves Leaf and Rooney in a tough position.
3v2 doable है.
45 HP though. Rooney still close by.
Wow.
They invest the
Oh.
reckoning early here. He has to dance around the pulses of the ult. The Viper utility and the bullets from Nags too, and it's just way too much to deal with. Rooney's not able to do
Nice
much more.
bonus भी जीत
Crew with
गए.
the bonus.
I have to say as well, some of the key rounds that crew have won so
ऐसा
far.
कुछ हारे भी नहीं है मतलब.
Commend Nags on him.
2 players dying isn't that
Good,
bad.
stepping up a little bit here.
Wow.
For them, at least in this series, and LCQ in general too, really well handled out of crew. That's the problem with Sky. A lot of times you look for trying to go for those pop flashes like that, and you get no value. Everybody was looking at it, but they're able to turn it so easily. And now we're going to have a slight investment here on the Seco for Cloud9. You got 2 Stingers and a Marshall from Jake.
It looks like he's going to be pushed first. Again, it's the same protocols out from crew to take B long. Same ones that we saw in the previous round. Jake was taking a little decay damage here to try to find a timing window to deal some damage. Has to take a step back though.
The thing here now, despite the fact that they use that Trailblazer, they still have the Seekers, so even if they want to initiate, they have those tools. It's a different situation entirely. Nice shot from Jake, gets some damage done. He's gonna get healed back up, but he's still 1 shot to that Marshall with no armor.
This little box here, one of the changes to the map.
Forcing him out with the molly. It missed though.
Just a little short. Gotta hit the weights, bro. You're gonna creep back into this, and you're right, the class still has the Seekers. There they go, invested off the harbor wall too.
How about that molly? I mean, it's just covering everything. They can't get through it.
There's no way for them to get past it. Well done by Jake.
30 seconds left.
He's still with the Marshall, not getting a second tag, not getting a kill.
अच्छे भी है ना भाई इस map में.
It's been labored out from crew, but seems like they should be able to get what they want regardless. Leaf was such a pesky nuisance there.
Got a dink as well. It's gonna be clean though from crew eventually. Very well handled. And those are the type of moments where I'm actually expecting Cloud9 to take some map control elsewhere. Leaf, instead, just stuck behind the regular play that they were going for inside of Art. And we'll have a timeout for Cloud9. Really important here that that Viper wall on the attack does not come back out while they clear the back of sight. Otherwise, you can allow the Cloud9 players to really stick up back there. So good job from crew, cycling the util very well, sharing the dependencies on the wall. And it's a good start from them, 4-0.
It's a great start from them. Forces a timeout early from MCE too. The one question I have as we exit this timeout is it looked like they invested an op in the hands of Leaf.
Yes, he's got it up.
So you wonder where he's going to be posted up, given the fact that crew have been trying to hit B long the last couple of rounds. But again, you're going to have to deal with the cascades. You're going to have to deal with the high tides. You're going to have to deal with this barrage of utility coming from nanos and from snake bites to still find a sightline to get a kill. It's much easier said than done.
But we do bring back that attention on the possibility of first engagements here. For Leaf, if you can find some aggression with this op right now, that could be really key. He's been really posted up in Art for the most of this game so far. And there hasn't really been mid-presence from crew.
Yeah, so I'm surprised to see Leaf there, but I mean, it's clear as day. It seems like this is the round the crew want to explore this area of the map.
It's passive from him. Not approaching into mid, which definitely could catch Kesnet off guard right here. This angle's tough.
There it is. Kesnet dropped. We'll get a quick update on how the woes have been with Kesnet on these first bloods, or these first duels, but that one's certainly not helping his case. Second cascade used from Elser towards Art.
Kesnet is currently 0-9 of those first engagements, so you asked for the update, and it's dire.
Yeah, it's a tough day.
And that's with 4 crew rounds here. You would expect him in one of those to have gotten the first kill.
Ooh, nice.
Though, because of that Trailblazer forcing him back, and the orb is not up in time there for Jake. A little bit of a misplay and miscommunication. Cost Leaf the op. Zeppa picked it up though.
He is playing close by, exactly where crew are playing towards. Now confirmation as to where they are. You see the Harbor utility go up. Zeppa puts the op down, switches over to the Vandal.
It's really important right now for the Cloud9 players to listen here close, because
30 seconds left.
there's alert coming in here. All the way for Nags. He's close to Zelsis, but the wall is perfect. And they're going to have to pivot. 20 seconds right now. Zelsis can do it all. Rooney still has mollies here as well. All the delay right now.
And that might be what comms. He still has a way to get out. He still has a way to tuck to safety, reposition. Live to fight another day, and that day is now, but he's not able to get a single kill. Delays for just a moment, but the spike still goes down. Klaus weak. Now Cloud9 with 3 members remaining have to try to take this back.
C9 play.
Crew assume their post-plant positions. They've gotten backside. They have 2 playing there, and Klaus and Melser. How do Cloud9 get back into this? Wait out some of the utility and then decide to pounce and go, but Zeppa gets dealt with execution style. Cloud9 falls. That's a 5th round in a row for Crew.
And the Crew fans starting to light up a little bit. Hope here. That Pearl might be the same story in reverse. This was a 5v4 for Cloud9. Rounds that they were converting easily on a set. They had over a 90% win rate on those. This time, it's not coming through. Great mid-round from Crew. And Zelsis tried to make the hero play. With 8 seconds left, he could have denied that plant. And maybe even gone for more, but the Flash gave up his position, so they kind of knew it was coming.
He also had to tank a Viper, Molly, and a Nano too. So much for him to navigate.
It's been really tough going for Cloud9 to get some of these ults online. Now they have 3 of them. But it's still a shoddy buy. We've known them to invest quite a lot. Look how far out they are, though.
Jake feeling some pressure. He is a Guardian. He was one of the few real differences when it comes to weaponry other than pistols, and it falls. Picked up by Zelsis.
Oh no, he's spammable here. Yeah. Ball stunned up. No plant coming in yet for Crew, though, so quite a lot of time wasted. Klaus is working the site beautifully, though.
Blades could be everything here. Zappa's gotten one too. The Cove protecting Melser for now. That flash in his face. Does he go? Doesn't have any mobility, really. He has to wait it out. As soon as he looks down for the cloud burst, he gets swung on. Pit in, Leaf down. A 3K for Nags and 6 for Crew.
Nags almost मर गया था.
Is dominating so far in this one. What a good decision there.
Right, Crew अच्छी है.
Talk
बहुत ही बढ़िया खेल रहा है 6-0.
On the second map, what a start.
Oh, what the fuck? ये मरा ही नहीं अभी तक.
कितने सेकंड पे? तू रिप्ले पे आ गया क्या?
हाँ मैं रिप्ले पे आ गया.
Just so much room to work in that Cove.
आप पीछे हो गया मुझसे.
And again, Klaus as well. Got to commend him too.
देखते हैं, हमें पता चलेगा.
Huge bets on this team.
फर्क भी नहीं पड़ता, मेरे रिएक्शंस बहुत स्लो हो रहे हैं अभी.
1 minute 35, 4, 33, 32.
हाँ मैं पीछे हूँ, मैं 3 सेकंड पीछे.
Possible here from Kesnet. No, he's looking for art. Trying to see above that wall from Zelsis. Look at the exploration here from Zeppa. He's
तो अभी 1 minute 24 पे.
120 हाँ है.
He exposed himself there to Zeppa.
And he swings back and takes him down.
That is his first kill. Finally coming through in the entire
Kesnet की पहली kill.
Round 7 of the second map.
A lot has been said about Kesnet. A lot has been said about how this run has been dubbed Kesnet and Friends up to this point, but now, right now, Crew is
अगर वो हारे ये round तो eco नहीं रहेगी
on the second map without a strong performance from Kesnet.
This might be where the spark starts. This might be where the momentum begins. The Reckoning invested from Cloud9 as it seems like Crew are trying to take this site with Reckoning of their own.
Timing हो गई.
You see them pass by one another. Ult still in play. Jake trying to hold them back on his own. And Davies just clotheslines them.
Really good pinch there. And again, a 20-second plant. Lockdown invested. That's really not going to gain them that much, especially with this counter lockdown plays from Davies.
Feels like it's just going to throw a pause on the round for a little bit.
Oh, he's going to try to get half.
He's going to be ahead of it here.
Yeah, he gets half.
Half हो गया.
They're going to definitely take him out in art.
वो दी sacrifice.
Melser's life. Rooney and Zelsis.
They have a Cove. This Cove could easily get another half here.
हो गया, पूरा हो जाएगा.
And and it seems like that's what he's trying
Oh,
to do,
nano
but it
का
instantly gets taken care of.
करने नहीं दे रहे हो।
Nanos are all set up. Zel's has made an attempt on it. Now he's left alone. He's
Oh.
gonna tap. He's gotten it down to one.
Nice rounds यार.
Nags cleans it up again.
अब इको है उनका।
Yeah, I'm pretty. He still hasn't died. 11
Crew के trades बहुत अच्छे हो रहे हैं इस मैप पे.
भाई साहब यार 11-0 Kesnet.
This is disgusting. This entire
बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहा है.
is absolutely
But 0 deaths is something different.
Kesnet and friends.
Kesnet नहीं sorry Naxit.
We talked a lot about how Crew needed to try to get towards Kesnet's raise map.
C9 का थोड़ा है ये second मैप पे lose हो जाते हैं यार.
7-0. Cloud9 very rarely goes down this hard because they're so good on the ecos, and now we see a situation again where there's in this eco.
See Rooney tucked with the stinger. They're already pretty far ahead of this. Leaf is already here.
या तो रूनी बहुत बढ़िया करने वाला है फिर किल निकालने वाला है मरने वाला है बहुत भयंकर बच गया मर गया बोला था वो बहुत ही गलत जगह बैठा था
There was a
Molly and
double
a
molly.
nano.
Yeah.
And we've seen that combo in that exact same spot before.
Well, that's really different here.
Oof.
As Melzer gets another pick.
Box check
Because of the
करना
back
चाहिए.
corner here. You want to try to tuck yourself in there, and it's. I mean,
It
just
is
beautiful.
8-0.
Flawless.
Explain that. Rooney was tucked himself all the way up into the back of that.
Flawless तो नहीं होगा.
And the double
Flawless
volley
8-0
forces him out, but kills him instantly. It melts with that vulnerable applied.
एक तो निकाल ही लेगा यार.
स्टिंगर है भाई उसपे चारों उस पे
This
घूर
has
रहे
been clinical from Crew.
हैं अब उन्हें पता है कि लिंक
All
में भी
this
नहीं है
talk about Kesnet on the jet,
सब
the
heaven देख रहे
raise, and what it's going to be. But Nags has been the hero for Crew so far.
I mean, this is crazy. Emotionally, I'm getting torn to shreds back and forth. I mean, I thought this was about to be a wipe. I thought, yeah, okay, Crew, you had a good run. But what I just saw, yeah, no chance you come back in this one. And here they are, not just coming back, but
stomping,
doing disgusting things to their opponent.
एक एक करके जा रहे बताओ.
I believe that's the second flawless round out from Crew. that we've had
Flawless
just in
8-0
this half.
told you
Damn.
And remember, Cloud9 have already used the timeout. They used the timeout when they were down, what, 4 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. So, questions to be answered here for MC. Does he dare call another timeout and let him go the rest of the way? Does he trust his team in this situation, down as big as they are? Seems like he's going to hold on to it for now. Leaf with the op once again.
Nags 12-0 Kesnet तो 4-6 पे है भाई अभी Kesnet उतना वो नहीं हो रहा अभी पॉप ऑफ नहीं हो रहा
रेस पे पॉप ऑफ रेस पे बहुत पॉप होता है Kesnet. Yeah,
one of the best race players.
Jing, डरका और Kesnet.
Zepa भी अच्छा है भाई इस रेस फ्रैक्चर पे क्या बढ़िया खेल उफ
There it is from Kesnet.
Second first kill, if I'm not mistaken. And it's on a pivotal player. We're just highlighting the op. Now it just sits harmlessly on the ground.
भाई ऊपर से ले गया.
The spam through everything is going right for Crew right now, man.
मैं तो बस चाह रहा हूँ Nags वो मरे ना मेरे को चाहिए उसके 0 डेथ
I think Valorant history में पहली बार हुआ कि एक हाफ कंप्लीट करा बिना डेथ के.
अगर वो 12-0 फ्लॉलेस जाए तो
हाँ.
It's been stuff like this. It's been Kesnet has been popping off, but it's been instances like that where it feels like everything is just going right, where it seems like they can do no wrong.
बताओ.
I look at this early.
I think they're saving.
वो सेव करेंगे.
To clear some of aim are in there. And Cloud9 is completely committing towards this B side because they already know they want to save the op online. But once again, a gamble that does not pay off. Surprising to see them make it too with the pit there. I would have expected to somebody get ahead of the play over here towards A. And Crew's gonna hunt.
I mean, they've got the money for it. You see it
Crew
on
hunt
the
करने
right
जा
side of
रहा
your
है
screen there. Everyone.
2 player A
sitting
पर छोड़ के
comfortable. So yeah, go
Rooney
hunt.
को
Go
भी
see
आ
what
सकते हैं.
weapons you can take out of the hands
Rooney
of
का
Cloud9
alarm
who
bot
are
लग
already
रखा है.
down, who are already beaten. Perhaps you can put him 6 feet under.
Nags मरना मत.
What can Cloud9 do? I mean, this is so desperate. They need to preserve these weapons. One is already fallen. That's the second. It's all into Jake now, and he's got the big one. Can he stay alive? Can he keep the position given away? Feeling some pressure.
Nice यार.
यार. And Nags still's in there.
13:05 भाई साहब.
Don't say it.
इको देखो ना उनकी 9,000.
मर ही नहीं रहे भाई, 2 flawless लगातार निकल गए.
And this is some of what we were talking about, right? A couple of rounds ago when we first saw Leaf get that op online, and maybe that's why he hadn't been exploring B. There's just so much that Crew can throw at his lap. That's just so difficult to navigate around. And yeah, he maybe overstays a little bit and tries to hold that cheeky angle with the op, but he decides to go back, tries to re-explore.
Down to 3 Guardians here. Cloud9 even losing faith in the classic buy from them that nets them so much success on these eco rounds. Crew's been I mean, they've forced a lot of eco rounds out of Cloud9 right now.
They've had plenty of chances.
And almost all of them have been really, really nice from Crew every single time, and they're starting to rely a little bit on this B side. Look at this advanced high tide. Normally this is the one that goes all the way in the back, but instead, you're actually seeing them try to separate and segment out the back of halls. Remember,
they're rotating A and C9 is reading it perfectly.
That's
important right there. That flash just pinged Nags. So that indicates to Cloud9 that you're really going to stay over more towards the rest of the B side, and immediately Nags is rotating off in this case. And we do have a deep alarm bot from Rooney, which gives them some confidence that they're not coming through A main. This turret's going to give early information. But look, the high tide segments everything off sewers. And flowers as well. Do they have a follow-up cascade? Yes, they do. They're not using it, looking for picks instead on secret.
One player currently posted up a Jagat. The spike has been planted. Rooney playing around with the Sheriff. There's just so much to look at here. There's so much utility. You see the code. Rooney doesn't even get a chance to fire.
तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बस Nags ना मरे.
Again, indicative of how dominant of a performance it's been by Crew. Leaf at least keeping a flawless away, but Kesnit, all of Crew have awoken.
Nags still alive. Could be.
Not a single round here from Cloud9.
पता है अगर ये 13 हो गई ये जीत नहीं पाएंगे क्लास.
क्या?
This is what happened. Do I have permission now to speak the words?
I still feel like it's too early. You know, it's like when a perfect game is happening in baseball, you don't talk about it. You just don't say it because you don't want to curse it. We're flirting with it though.
This is crazy out of Crew.
ये तो loud EG वाला dominance है.
Despite what happens in the future, it's 10.
But problem ये थी ना, loud EG में EG जो थी वो बहुत हग रही थी उस टाइम पे, लेकिन उस टाइम D11 नया आया था.
Turret's already positioned from Davies. I'm sure he might have been isolated, but does give up the orb. And because actually about that buy that we had from last round, Cloud9, a lot of Guardians invested. They're still low econ. And they're not going to be able to get an op up in the last round.
I mean, they don't even have armor on Leaf.
It's a glass cannon. Guardian. This is ridiculous.
Note that Zelsis, because he was able to get that orb, he has the Reckoning online, so they've both invested Seekers. Zelsis still with his ult.
Confidence देखो भाई Kesnit का.
Great job from Zelsis there to actually deny this pinch. The Reckoning's coming in as well. They're going to have to force him to spawn here. Is it going to work out from Crew? Yes!
No. Nags.
Rooney really and Leaf were both in such a good spot to trap Crew in with the Reckoning, just causing havoc. But they were just pushed over.
Plant नहीं हुआ यार अभी तक.
As well, Nags is coming into the backside right here in A main. He's going to be able to pitch these 2 players on site so easily.
Oof.
It's all about these fights that are happening on site, and you have to keep an eye on the clock too, because Jake, who's now going to be showing up on this late flank, by the time he arrives, the play's over.
Look at the discipline out of Crew. They could have continued to push into spawn there and actually rotate over towards B. Instead, they wait for that long flank to come in from Davies. Clinical.
Nice.
Where was this Crew?
Nice.
Where was this Crew in map 1?
And where has Cloud9 gone?
Yeah.
Last round in the half.
It's like they've swapped seats.
Not a single one.
बे यार.
Nags की first death हो गई यार. But still one death.
That is some dominance यार. Viper पे वो भी.
Just like the perfect recipe that Crew needed.
I guess Viper type के agents पे ही कम death होती है. Duelist पे ज़्यादा होगी ना, क्योंकि जो entry दिलाता है.
Crew.
जो एजेंट पीछे खेलता उसकी कमी होगी
They were
डेथ
coming in. Since we hadn't seen
नहीं
them
बट ये
move
भी
in a
है ना
while, we're
क्योंकि
seeing
किल्स
the
भी
same
आ रहे
run
थे
from them. Instead, it's looking incredibly well drilled. Even the reaction.
भाई
And there's a first pick.
अब तू मुझसे थोड़ा सा आगे चल रहा है
It's so deep, the one that Zelsis just used, and they filled behind.
The territory where this is going to be a 13-0 for Crew. Maybe a flawless half. Lockdown's gone out. The crowd is asking for the 13-0.
It certainly has all the makings of it. This will inevitably be the route. now.
लीफ क्या पागल है क्या
Never mind.
There's time here. They're not going to be able to punish Leaf at all, but he gets stunned up with this too. Time running down.
Two back there. You see the first
Leaf
nano
has
has been
knives.
used.
Oh, what a flash.
Flash out from Clouds. They're both right next to each other. Leaf getting one with the blades, the second not falling. And that's
12 or half
My goodness, we thought we saw a stomp on a
भाई
set.
साहब
This is a proper beating.
We have seen many stomps, but we've only seen one 13-0 here in the Americas League. For it to come in the upper bracket final potentially is just crazy. For it to come from a team who is down 0-8 in the regular season, didn't win a single series this year.
Wait, the people who were 0-8
Against Cloud9, tournament favorites. Outrageous. I have no idea what to say.
0-8 भी नहीं 0-9
0-8 से 8 मैचेस थे उनके
9 मैच 10 टीम से 9 मैच खेले होंगे ना
नहीं 8 मैच हुए थे ना उसके तो
नहीं 9 हुए थे
Groupium tanks are just
Cloud9 NRG Sentinels Leviatan Furia MIPR 100 Thieves
हाँ रुक मेरे को स्टैंडिंग्स पे जाने दे मेरे को स्टैंडिंग्स पे जाने दे
That diffuse loss that they had in the previous series, where they won against Furia, that was way more taxing on the mental, and they came back.
हाँ 0-9
But I was worried that they didn't win enough rounds to like
the people who were 0-9 और Cloud9 जो 8-1 थी उससे हार रहे 13-0
Yeah, I mean, they got the momentum right away, right? I mean, they win the pistol again, which, all right, they won the pistol on the first map, so I wasn't sold yet. And then they win the bonus, so all right, now we're cooking with fire. And they win the first gun round, and then from there it's like, all right, they are back. Momentum is swinging with them, and it wasn't even like he started heating up. Everybody just went nuclear.
Nags was insane. That round he dropped the pit in the 2-on-2 where Leaf literally looked unstoppable with the Blade Storm, and he pops out of the pit as it's forming to kill the Sky, then goes back in and takes out Leaf. Oh my god, this is what I thought might have happened potentially because there was no trap plays, right? Like it's an open map and they're able to take these duels on Pearl.
290 का ACS
90 का ACS
death one
Yeah, not only did they put them down, but now you have to start worrying if you're Cloud9 because Kesnet is just getting more and more time to warm up now. And once he gets going, you know it's going to be a hard series for you. So,
yeah, I mean, if Kesnet activates and Nag's the unlikely hero. There is no player in the LCQ that I think we've said their name less. I'm gonna be honest. And when they needed him most, Jake unfortunately killed him once. But other than that, he had 0 deaths until round 11.
Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they just use fart gas. In any case, so it's 12-0. You might see us in a little bit. You might not. This game, who knows? Let's send it back over to Tuggaballa.
I'm still trying to figure out what Golden Boy was talking about, man. I'm not gonna,
Imagine they loot this pistol.
Let's refocus.
I don't know that there's going to be much to focus on at this point.
Imagine C9 wins 12 rounds लगातार.
वही मैं वही बोलने वाला था.
Cheering it right now. 13-0.
Comeback of the century,
Yeah,
right?
a little English
ये
sprinkled
तो
in there
उसके
too.
Fnatic Cloud से भी अच्छा हो जाएगा.
But the crowd asking for it.
They're going for it. Aggressive. Crew has it on their mind too.
Defense
on Cloud9 right now. The players are rotating over towards A. One is investigating what's going on B. He hears him now running back. Melzer gets a free kill here.
Unless Jake does something about it. He does.
Jake अच्छा खेलता है भाई.
Problem is, it's not Nags. Final boss is still up. Look at the aggressive position that they've taken. Again, 2 members down for Cloud9, just like that.
The time is ticking though. They got it clear. Oh, flash up.
Dude, what on earth did we just watch?
And somehow it's a 3v2. Kesna gets it. 3v1. Leaf to hold off the 13-0.
To avoid being on the wrong side of history, he's gone into a 1v1, 15 HP
One
left.
shot, one
No
shot.
time right now for Klaus. He has to make a play.
He's got to push it. Oh, he decides to go back. He decides to go back, and Leaf's just playing with him. Can he get the kill?
Nice.
13. Oh, avoided. And the Red Bull clutch for Leaf.
I hate you, Leaf.
Yeah. क्यों भाई?
They absolutely flirted with disaster, didn't they? Leaf, a
One
big
shot, यार, one shot था.
क्लाउस को उसी वक्त चले जाना चाहिए था या हाफ कर देना चाहिए था एटलीस्ट.
Crucial three-pointer down 42 points. That's all I think of. That's all I think of.
Imagine a comeback.
Right, well, we've extended this just a little bit longer. We'll see how long this lasts, though. I mean, crew are patient with it, too. They're not forcing. They're just sticking to pistols. Given the lead that they have, they decide they want to play this out the slow way, the cautious way. And it seems like Cloud9 are going to be able to get down onto B, get the spike down.
ये round पे निवाली गैन क्या आता है? 13-2 होगा most probably.
There was tension in the air at the beginning of that half to see if it could happen. Now we're just in this waiting pattern to see when crew can close this out. See if they can do some damage here on this eco of their own. Haven't been in this position much this game.
This looks like it's going to be pretty clean out from Cloud9, all things considered. Nag's the only one alive, and he's been good, but I don't know about 1v4 good with the Sheriff.
All targets clear.
Second round for Cloud9. See, man, this is why we don't talk about things like 13-0s.
Take them out before they
Why?
even pull them.
Because then Leaf pulls off a 1v3 in the pistol and a
I'm
drill.
happy. No, that's great. What are you talking about?
ये गाना पर्ल का गाना भाई jazz proper.
Nags has already died 2 more times. I mean, what is this?
What do you It's not my fault. I just talk about the situation at hand.
भाई उनकी टीम देख क्रू की 15 15 13 12
See
9
what the buy looks like for
कितना
Crew.
इक्वल खेल रहा है.
Full rifles, just light armor on Nags. But full armor the rest of the way. You see Kesnit already getting pushed off that angle.
Yeah, Flash gives weird information though. And this is what Wyatt, Sean, everybody was talking about. Baby Bay talking about how you don't want to give time for Kesnit to actually heat up. He's going for more. That's a little overcooked, but
It looked like he was just going for the jugular there.
That molly actually prevents Leaf from following up. What is that shot?
वो मैं भूल ही गया.
He's got to heat up.
मैं भूल ही गया क्रू का अटैक है डिफेंस है.
Tried to play with a really small timing window.
Jake कितना लो है.
All members of crew are healthy.
Ooh, shot.
Except for Klaus, now he's dead. And an early reckoning. Jake is very weak here, just 19 HP, and the spike ticks away. Dave, he's trying to keep them back. You see Nags is repositioned. He's going to try to get an angle up on Heaven. But there are 2 members from Cloud9 back site. There's really nothing he can do from that angle. So through all of that time that was invested in him repositioning it all, so it's all for naught.
It's a save.
13-3. 12-3,
Reluctant
sorry.
cheers in the crowd for Cloud9's attempt here at extending this game.
अबे बस
As long
मतलब
as possible.
खींचे जा रहे हैं फालतू. सरेंडर कर दो.
We own ships.
Waiting now to see exactly what crew is going to decide to do after losing that bonus. These are the sort of situations where you could definitely start to get rolled on a little bit and losing any sort of momentum here. But whether or not they close out, or when they do, the longer this goes, the farther away you get from that sense of ecstasy you would have had after winning a 13-0 map. And after getting dominated in that first map, that would have been a complete shift on both sides, right? Completely crumpled mental for Cloud9 and a absolutely elated crew. But look at that uptrap with the dog as well coming in. That is disgusting from Kesnit through the window.
That was so freaking cool! But Leaf just cleans him back up.
टाइमिंग हो गई वो थोड़ा सा जल्दी.
We're gonna have a filthy fight out in art here as you see the crossfire set up and Cloud9 walks away victorious.
क्या यार ये nags की death ही बढ़ाए जा रहे
It felt like Kesnet does something really nice to get
Max
an early
हमारा
entry,
नहीं save करेगा फिर
and
से.
then Leaf just absolutely blows up on the rest of his team.
You see the position from Jake as Nags just carefully and quietly passes by. Doesn't realize he's walking into what is a bit of a trap. The three members of Cloud9 have him entirely surrounded. And he has literally no knowledge of where they might be.
Yep.
Takes down Leaf.
Look at Jake flanking too. He's got the safety valve here.
Yeah. He's been sitting there for so long, and as Nags
Marega.
shows himself, that's the moment where Jake decides to strike. 4 rounds in a row here for Cloud9.
And Leaf as well. I mean, every round, that's like multiple 3Ks in a row. Finally gonna get a timeout from Crew. Look at this fight in here. Leaf founds the first entry, and then he's able to actually clean up the players who are swinging wide on the rest of his teammates. The way those angles broke up for him, really nice, favorable. And this is one of those instances that I actually fully believe as a coach, and in some of these instances, you just leave your team to close out this match. But with 4 rounds in a row, with Leaf heating up, with actually not real success on any of these rounds in terms of even making it close, other than the pistol. You need to start to think about the strategy here. You really need to start to focus on how you can make one adjustment that closes this out.
Well, and the nice thing is, too, for Adam, the head coach of Crew, he still has 2 timeouts to play with. He uses this one. It's early. Hey, let's settle. Let's make sure everything's fine. And in case things get real hairy, he still has another one. Potentially a third, depending on if MCE decides to invest one of his. So pretty safe runway for Crew here if they want to close out Pearl.
It's been a while. It's the same situation as Cloud9 had, right? Where they were struggling on getting any of these ults up on that defensive side early on in the half. Could have swung some things, but the key ones for Crew are just not there. The KJ ult, the Harbor ult, those things are really crucial.
Early Harbor wall after Melser, and the flag from Clouds to confirm that there's no one pushing mid. There's also passive info from Rooney's turret. So because of that, they can focus on the extremities of the map.
Yeah, somebody has to break this turret in mid if you're gonna go for this high tide. Otherwise, it just gets free information that nothing is happening. And I do like what Crew did there to try to disrupt some sort of plan here. Trailblazer checks on Leaf. No pressure down below. And that is, I mean, you just took down the most important player. What a play from Nags. And the confidence to go for that is crazy high.
I mean, after the first half that he had, I don't know that I blame him. Yeah, he's been quiet the last 4 rounds, but
both Seekers popped right now, and a lot of them went towards that A side, but they were very close to it, so I don't think you expect many more.
Hello.
Meanwhile, the Seeker is coming all the way towards this B side
मैं
for
थोड़ा
Crew
late आवा था
from
पीछे.
Klaus.
I mean, even the timing on Crew's utility here, Melser gets the high tide up right before the Viper wall goes down. So there's no gap in coverage.
अब आएगी आवाज लेट के देखूंगा भी प्रेस माइक
This is a very shallow wall, so that he could potentially get this plant down with 25 seconds is really important. Cove can be used. Followed up high cascade as well, so they could push backside.
And still playing in an unconventional position, Melser. Looking to get
LOL.
somehow does.
Mandel moment.
This might be it.
This is it.
Yeah, they finally put them away.
All you got to do is take down one singular Leaf.
Rooney made it exciting at the end there, but
So basically, first map Leaf, sorry, C9 won 13-4. Second map Crew won 13-4.
But second map was more dominant than the first one.
Crew बहुत ज़्यादा dominant, हद से ज़्यादा. First half तो like crazy कर दिया भाई. भाई Crew को Disney Plus sponsor करता है, what the fuck?
there really is no it's quite like that.
No, I mean, it doesn't happen. LCQ is a
Third
very
map is
unique format,
innovative.
right? Where you get some of the teams, some of the worst possible teams, and you give them another chance. And this is crazy. I mean, they match. At the end of the day, they match the Ascent domination from Cloud9 in terms of score, but this one was definitely a bigger blow mentally to Cloud9. And you can tell, Leaf is pissed off. I'm really curious how the next map is going to go on Haven, because it's going to be so much fun to watch.
I mean, you can't imagine what MC is saying right now. Who knows? It should be a good time. Final map on the other side of this break. It all ends on Haven. We'll be right back.
नींद आ रही भाई हैं नींद आ रही है ना
मैच देखना है अब तो क्या ही नींद आई पावर नैप पड़ेगा यार सो
जब तक तीसरा मैच शुरू होता था कोई एक YouTube वीडियो देखता है ना चैट
और तो मैं वेट को बता रहा थोड़ा बहुत पहले
गेस्ट होस्ट जेनिफर लॉरेंस इंटरव्यूज किम कार्दाशियन वेस्ट ये देखता है
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. I have been obsessed with our first guest and her family for over a decade in a very, very healthy way. She is the queen of reality TV, social media, and now cosmetics too, with her beauty company, KKW Beauty. Please welcome Kim Kardashian West.
I'm excited. This
All
is
right,
gonna be
buckle
fun.
down and get comfortable. My first question,
Okay.
do you think it's a coincidence that Reggie Bush's wife looks just like you? I don't. So,
This is going to be fun.
I've been obsessed with you, probably not for you, but I've been obsessed with you for a really long time. But can you remember the first time we met?
I do, actually. We were at a hotel in New York. And I don't know where we were coming from, but it was late, and we were going up to see this Axel Vavort suite at the Greenwich, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm getting in the elevator with Kanye, and then the doors are like about to close, and I hear Jennifer screaming, "I love your show!" Like so loud across the whole lobby.
That was the same hotel where I was taking off my bra under my shirt, and Kanye tapped me on the shoulder. I was like, "What? Oh my God!" So recently, I went over to your mom's house for dinner.
Yes.
It was everything I could have ever dreamed
Was
of.
it?
Yeah.
Because I have to say, so Jennifer came over for dinner like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I've never seen my mom more drunk in our lives. We
Take
were
it
worried.
easy. I was way more drunk than your mom. You take it easy on your mother.
Not possible. It was so funny. I've never seen
Yeah. Don't even remember.
Left at that point. It was like they had like a few too many drinks for my taste.
Yeah, well, you were drinking tea, so I understand. And I remember getting naked in your mom's closet and ordering you to dress me.
Yes, I was
You dressed me
downstairs.
fabulously. I looked amazing, as you could see in that video. Then, is my memory correct? Did you call Kanye to come up in the closet? Did you want him to style me?
No, you said, I'm not joking. I really want Kanye to style me. And so I said, okay. And then I come back in and you're fully butt naked. I was like, I'm going to or come downstairs and tell him to not come upstairs. And we put on one of my mom's dresses, and you wore it throughout the whole dinner.
Oh, I have it. I went home in it. So do you and Kanye, like, fart in front of each other, or do you talk about farts? Like, do you fart in front of him?
I don't fart. What are you talking about?
You don't fart. I'm only asking because... There's no real good way to segue into that, but I was just thinking, because I asked you to get me Gas X, and I remember Kanye looking down the table like, oh my God, she farts. I just had one of those stabbing gas pains in the back of my ribs. Yeah, because I was so excited.
I feel like I know you so well now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
inside and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing that a lot of people might not know if they haven't watched every single episode from the time the show has started, is that you run Instagram and social media, but you're also a bona fide hacker.
Totally.
Like
I'm retired. So I don't get in
Yeah.
trouble. I'm fully retired.
But tell me about those days.
Yeah, I used to be like the go-to spy that everyone would call and try to get info on their boyfriends or husbands or
But
whatever.
how did you get it? What did you do?
I just probably was in a really insecure, untrusting relationship, and I had to
Oh, we're
use
going
my
that
skills.
far back.
Yeah, no, it's far back. It's not like that anymore. I don't hack anymore.
Kanye doesn't have a password on his phone.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. But actually, we shouldn't say that. He does, people. So
Oh,
no one
yeah,
tries
yeah.
to steal.
Kanye doesn't have a
No one
phone.
tries to steal his phone, but he doesn't have pictures in his phone, so you're good. You could take his phone. There is this service that I figured out that you can call someone's number and make it look like it's anyone else's number calling them. So what I figured out is how to get into the voicemail system is if you call the number but make it look like it's your own number calling, it tricks the system and gets right into the voicemail system. We're screwed now that there's texting because no one leaves voicemails anymore, but I
Right,
got
yeah,
some
all the
dirt back in the
total
day.
creeps are screwed.
Yeah. I got major dirt back in the day.
Wow.
I-
So do you think that you could like hack like a president's Twitter and maybe like stop a war? Like you could save the world. In theory.
Yeah, it's kind of like that game we were playing at the house. Remember? We were like,
I don't remember.
You were like, okay, if you could save the world, who would you rather sleep with? Donald Trump or Kim Jong-un?
Oh, who
We
did
were
you
playing that
say?
game.
Who did you say?
I think we were just laughing so hard we didn't choose, but...
Oh, that's I would have made you choose. I get very aggressive when I'm drunk. I probably put you in like some sort of hold where you were gonna pass out.
Yeah, no, I don't know if we chose.
So another random question. Is Chloe like in on you being subtly rude to her, or like are you just like subtly rude?
What do you mean? What, like about her style?
Yeah.
No, I'm not that rude to Chloe. I love Chloe. She's
of
we all
course you
go
do.
through like periods, and she's like her and I are really vibing right now. So yeah, I'm just maybe I was like rude about her style.
Okay.
But I love her style.
I don't
It's
have a
really-
sister, so I don't know how it works. I just
It's like a free-for-all. You
Yeah,
can
I mean,
say
to be
anything.
honest, if you had styled my suitcase, I would have probably been like, sick.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had already packed it, I would have been annoyed.
She already packed it. She
Okay,
was
yeah,
nice.
see, you
Yeah.
put all the work in and then you... But the Polaroids was a really nice touch.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to, for this show, I couldn't stop having ideas.
Okay.
I wanted you to come and, like, organize my closet and stuff.
I will. I'll come over.
But,
I'll
okay,
organize
please do.
Polaroids and all.
Okay, wait, okay, I made you something, but I don't know if we have enough time. What should I do? Just wrap up this conversation and put a break and we'll do it the next time. Okay, well, when we come back, wrap up the conversation. So, okay, Kim. No, very funny stuff. When we come back, I have many deeply personal questions I need to ask him. So Kim is here to talk about her cosmetic line, KKW. This is one of her products, which I think I have. Oh, never mind. No, I don't have that. This is for blush?
It's for contour, blending contour.
Contour blending.
Yes, not what you think it is.
That is not at all what I thought it was for.
You know what? I guess when I was doing that, I never thought all my things are like a flesh color, so I get it. But that's not
It wasn't
really
necessarily
color
the
of-
flesh color that made me think it was a dildo.
See, I usually see like darker colors, so
Totally.
that didn't come to mind until
Yeah.
after the fact when I was posting it on social media, and I was like, oh, this looks like a dildo.
Yeah, I didn't notice because it was so white. So to move on from dildos, which I don't want to do, you're hosting your famous family Christmas card this
It is
year.
making a return.
I've noticed I've never been in one.
You are welcome.
Okay, good. I took the liberty of putting myself in one already. This I drew myself. Myself. And if you like that, you're gonna love the fan art that I made you. This is us.
Oh my God.
This is you.
शुरू नहीं हुआ अभी तक हो गया मतलब मैप एजेंट सेलेक्ट किया भाई वो मक्खियां परेशान कर रही है मैं रैकेट लेके बैठा हुआ भाई मारूंगा पैच
Okay, this is interesting.
चेम्बार कौन सा मैप है
Even
हेवन पे तो अच्छा है
Would expect is pretty nuts. It's definitely
आपका
similar.
क्या reaction था आपने टेंस को यूरो पे देखा था
Start on attack, and
बहुत
I
ही बढ़िया
can't really think of a way that they're going to get late A control,
मेरी
right?
फट गई
Why
थी
would you
लेकिन
deny them
वाइंड पे यूरो
info
अच्छा है
versus something?
क्योंकि
How are they going to go back to A in the late round? Is the
हाँ.
chamber going to be working it early? Recall smokes? I don't know. They're going to have to cook something up.
All right, well, this is it, the third and final map to determine which team moves straight
And the
into
fact
Sunday's
that
best
जब
of
उन्होंने
5
आर्सेनल का
grand
यूरो देखा
final.
वो सब
And
पीछे
it's,
मुड़
of
गए
course,
जब टेंस का
anyone's
देखा
game. Let's go ahead and send it over
पूरी
to
सेंटेंस
Doug
टीम
and
पीछे देख रही थी अपने कि कब आएगा
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. In between the break, I looked at the situation. I said, I just hope for a good series, right? Like, just give me a good map. I don't want another 13-3, 13-4. It feels like we've wasted our time. But given these comps, I'm in. I don't really care what happens at this point. It's gonna be a good time.
Doesn't matter. Viper open for Cloud9 and crew with a double Sentinel composition. The chamber might be back as well. This is crazy. Absolutely insane what we're seeing from crew.
And to have Kesnit back on the race. Although, I mean, think about the conversations we've had around him and the Jet, and are they going to avoid the raise maps and whatnot? And this is a map that, from recent memory, has been primarily dominated by Jet. So for them to switch into this position, knowing
Jet
they have
की
the
जगह
chamber in the
raise.
hands of Davies to help cover things up, it's just really interesting.
Let's get this pistol round underway. Crew is starting on this attacking side. Cloud9 to defend.
Well, we didn't even talk about the Viper. There's just so much.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot to consider.
वाइपर ऑन
Normally you see Viper Harbor being played, but instead, Jake's still sticking with his Omen.
Wait, double controller
Insta B hit here from crew.
versus double Sentinel.
And once again, it's going to be a full 5v5 retake that you're seeing fast from Cloud9 here. The Trailblazer comes in the paranoia as well. They could easily start to tap this early.
I didn't think they were going to commit to this, but they flashed
Half
out. They
ho
want to
gaya.
take the fight. They're going to push out mid. Holy smokes, Jake!
He's midair.
That was gross.
And they're sticking. No,
Done.
they're sticking.
What?
And it's another 1v3 from Leaf on the pistol too.
Okay, Sky, get us to a good
Just
position,
ridiculous.
then I'll
And
lock
that's
it down.
because of that speed. The fact that they're able
That
to
is
get
sad, yeah.
half before
वो
Cruz even
उन्होंने
really set
नेट
up to
बहुत देर
start
में
to
फेंका
challenge
उसने
back
हाफ
against
कर
the
दिया था
defuse is crazy fast.
All of that while he's getting it to half, Jake is flying across the screen, getting ghost kills and whatnot. It was just such a chaotic moment, but you can tell the intention was there for Cloud9. As soon as the spike went down, they decided they wanted to flood, they wanted to fight mid, and it works out for them.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how this double Sentinel comp actually is able to fight through and look for picks on this attacking side.
It's interesting too, I didn't think they were going to commit to that B-hit because Davies was lurking up A short by himself.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to rotate back, but this time,
fast pop.
Same position taken, but they want to go here.
I like the start placement to allow them to go out many different ways, but there's literally a Viper Orb on that same exact position.
Ansel's is playing inside of it. Oh, I thought he was going to get all three.
Just ridiculous. That's what got them punished on Pro
Ooh,
quite a
Claws
few
पे
times. And
Spectre
they're
आ
trying
गए
to
with
flash through
shield.
walls or smokes. In this case, Celsius does a great job. That one is a lot harder to expect. You're gonna go through 2 smokes, really?
नहीं.
I have to see momentum shift fast for Cloud9 here. Obviously, they got a few rounds going in their favor on the last map after getting dominated in that first half. But it has to start on map 3.
Yeah,
if we want this to stymie Crew any little bit. We talked a lot about on the desk how Crew hasn't really played this map, how it's going to be difficult for them to capitalize, but I actually do think that Crew is the ones who have to think a little bit harder here, because this is, I mean, this is very difficult. Obviously, you're prepped to play this composition, but it's still, when, again, Cloud9 is also throwing a curveball at you, it's still so difficult. You have to be surgical with the way that you're working these picks. By Davies, by Kesnit.
The last 2 bonuses we've watched have been converted.
I like this setup here. Out of Crew, despite the fact that it's going 1 for 1 and Davies actually falls, the fact that they're trying to get him into Cubby here with the TP back there is really, really important, because that's a very powerful position, especially later on when he starts getting an op up maybe on this attack as well. Look at this re-clear for Cloud9 right now.
They're going to be able to walk right past this alarm bot too. This Davies is dead, so they're going to find plenty of space. The thing is, Nags has considered that as well, so he put down an alarm bot of his own.
Secondary one right there, exactly.
Yeah. How are they going to get past that? Well, they just cleared out. And that's going to raise the alarms. Nags turning around, waiting for Leaf, cleans him up, and are you expecting 2? Because right now, Jake is in a really good position to make a play.
Spike planted.
Just trying to bait him in there. Look at this, they're both out right now, backside. Jake does a great job just waiting for that push back up from Nags.
And you expect him to try to be pacey in that situation, but it's going to be all on Jake to clean this up by himself. A flash in his face, the turn is there, and 3 swing. He only takes down 1, is screwing it on the board.
Even that 1 kill's important there, though. Yeah, he's definitely dead in that situation when he gets flashed up in a triple swing. However, only 2 remain. And the anti-bonus from Crew there, it's going to be difficult for them to even find weapons for them. Meanwhile, Cloud9's economy is perfect.
One enemy remaining.
Given those first 2 rounds, quite clean.
Right back into the action. Klaus has the Seekers online. You see the op in the hands of Leaf.
And Leaf is really interested to challenge that position that Davies just took against him, where he won the fight. He's hiding the op for quite some time here. Well, this A lobby control's all going on. Multiple stars placed as well to condition towards C.
Leaf's going hunting. He's going exploring.
It just disrespects it all. That's crazy.
Puts himself in a position, too, where he can still get away. There's still safety in where he is. Not to mention you have Rooney relatively close by.
And again, Davies pushed up in a deep position, down short. He's waiting for a re-clear, which happened in the prior 2 rounds from Cloud9. This is very similar to the pistol, just a lot slower here. Davies was looking for this lurk on this A side. We do have Klaus popping the Seekers, trying to entry into this B.
Great timing on the flash from Zeppa to get some info, because it had been a desolate few moments.
This is a crazy approach right now. Both the Sentinels holding flanks while the rest of the team hits the site. That makes their hit a lot weaker. Cloud9 need to recognize that. Either way, they're going for this fast push again. It's much slower, though, than the pistol. They're not getting that half immediately.
And Crew is so far off site here. They have no intentions of having this be a brawl, at least early on. They want to make Cloud9 come to them, and they're going to have to. Klaus is going to go unchecked. And the gravity well was there. It was so well set up. But Jake cleans him up anyway.
Not even close to half here.
Rooney made an attempt at it, instantly had to cancel. Crew played this beautifully. Rooney has no choice but to save the op.
Toxins going up.
And the fact that Leaf goes for that push early, and the fact that Davies ends the player grass, Nags in this instance are holding the flanks, makes it so difficult for you to get anything. That's why this 1-3-1 hold works well for Crew. Cloud9 need to stop this, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to fight back without multiple considerations and shifts in the Viper wall, the orb, how they're actually holding that B site down. Because you can't allow that. When that B site comes down and they go for a full post plan like that, you need flanks. And if there's two Sentinels
क्या
watching
खा के आ
them,
गई एक
that's a
first round
really nice
first
game
map के
plan from
बाद
Crew activated so far early in this half.
Different Viper wall out from Rooney this time. Again, to help shore up some of the problems that they've had on B.
That's a great start placement to try to punish Leaf, but he still gets value out of the op right now.
Thought he had lined up for a collat there for just a second. Holding this tiny angle. But it doesn't look like there's going to be challenge. Crew, after having lost their chamber, decide to rotate back. And they're going to have to navigate this Viper wall that we were just talking about. Viper wall that covers down too long, that covers garage, although it's already been disrespected by Nags.
I mean, this is just a complete adjustment based off of the fact that they're hitting that B site. And it's actually going to get circumvented, and now it's a useless wall.
And they do it by contact. They're quiet the whole time up. Rooney has a classic here, but he's not going to get challenged. You see the first smoke come through.
And there's a difference here. They're not looking for that post plant down C long, nothing like that. Instead, they put 2 stars to hold on to the site. So coming through spawn is going to be really difficult. They're not looking for grab wells to get off the spike. Instead, they're trying to delay them and come out.
I mean, there's really no easy way to get in. You can't really get in through spawn. You can't get in through garage. But Jake invests the ult anyway, and now he's going to drop the paranoia, and they want to try to funnel out. Leaf has blades. Nano clearing out backside. The blades have to be good, and they just weren't.
One enemy remaining.
An attempt, and a good one from Cloud9, despite everything that Crew did.
मैंने गलती से Nags का नाम Nix पढ़ लिया
3
था.
players down on that eco. But they're doing the op. Remember, Leaf started off with that.
मैं देख रहा मैंने कौन बचा था आखिरी में Klaus और Nix.
Don't carry that over. It's actually just sitting on the ground in the back of sight right there on the replay.
Klaus is on fire, way. Oza.
You see a fired up Crew as we enter this timeout. And so far it's delivered. I mean, we've talked about Viper walls. Chamber, we haven't really seen a ton of.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to push him up into some nice positions to hold.
Yeah.
And to maybe look for some picks on some reclears, which is Chamber's specialty. He's really good at fighting, even despite some trap plays being sprung. A lot of times you actually use Chamber specifically for that. He's definitely been hurt quite a bit with the changes to him over the year. Obviously, we don't see him very often. We're only starting to see him come back in the meta right now.
I mean, he was rendered irrelevant for a long time.
He had like 2 picks in all of the international leagues, regular seasons and playoffs, so.
And if I'm not mistaken, they all came in at the very end, right?
From
Loud.
playoffs.
Yeah.
And I mean, the changes to him are the ult is better now. It was a snail pace shot before. Now it's back up to, you know, on par with the op. The TP didn't change at all. It's still very small, very restricted. The big change is the trademark. That trip, you could be really far away, much farther away from it than you could before. In comparison to last year, where it was completely global.
Klaus has had himself a field day on Haven so far. And for as much as we've talked about Kesnet and Chamber and all this other stuff, once again, we find ourselves in a position where the star from Crew comes from an unexpected position.
Yeah. And Klaus does have Seekers up again, right? 2 in 6 rounds, averaging 1 every 3.
That's crazy.
असली OP एजेंट तो Sky है भाई. इतनी information.
And somehow overpowered नहीं है, perfect है एकदम.
I don't know. पता नहीं मेरे को powerful ज़्यादा लगती है.
For an attempt at a retake here.
Perfectly balanced है Sky.
But no, Kesnet's gonna get off.
मेरे
He has
हिसाब
to
से
showstopper to get back in this.
The most balanced agent.
They've got mollies as well.
Leaf has dashed his way forward so aggressively. There it is. Showstopper on. Is it going to connect? It does onto Zeppa. 5v3 in favor of Crew.
Consistently hitting those where others are missing.
Leaf having to make a big play here, and they're going to swing into 4. They've got the smoke to cover one side, and they've cleaned them up. But Crew with the counter punch, leaving Rooney alone, and he falls as well. Out of the timeout, Crew win another round.
Recalling my bot.
These attack sides in the last 2 maps have been really nice from Crew. Not only withstanding the pressure from Cloud9's Ecos, but also making these gun rounds look so good. And that's such a far cry from what we saw on Ascent. Just perfect. From Cloud9 to that instance, they only won 2 gun rounds, Crew did. What a shift in momentum, what a shift in form. They've absolutely woken up.
Yeah, we've got something cooking on our hands here. We thought after the first map that it was for all intents and purposes over. I think even after the second map, we thought, oh, okay, maybe it's an anomaly. Cloud9 will punch their way back in, but this crew team just continues to surprise.
And look at this again. Leaf is trying to get aggressive on the flanks, but it's just covered, even when the fact that crew is literally hitting the C side at that point.
Look at how much the Sentinels are doing damage here. You've got the trademark, or the alarm bot, excuse me, out from Killjoy, who's handing out an A main. You've got grass covered, and you have a turret across mid.
Yep.
For
All
as
three
much
of these
as
pieces of util are just so good at just protecting and keeping map control.
And for as much as we've talked about the Sentinels controlling the extremities, right, as they want to hit B, now you see a total flip where all of the utilities cross mid and they can focus on the outside.
Ooh, they got
Jake
Jake.
just got spammed too by Melzer off of a jump spot. And they'll speed their way back over to the C side. And Rooney still has his wall up. This is a really nice retake wall. But they clear the back of sight. Zeppet's going for a play. They're flooding out garage.
They just don't have the guns to do this, man. They just don't.
It's very rare that that sort of play from Cloud9 does not net a single kill on either of the people trying to flood. Instead, crew soar up to 5 in a row now. And we have to start pointing out, I mean, this attack side has been so good from them once we got on the Pearl. On Pearl, they didn't lose a single post plant, remember. I mean, they won all rounds on their attack side, so naturally that makes sense. That follows. Here, they're already up to what, like 4 post plants?
Yeah.
Only lost the pistol in that instance. Just crazy.
कितना अपोजिट है सेंट पे इनका पोस्ट प्लांट इतना गंदा था हेवन उस पे इतना बेहतरीन था और हेवन पे इतना बढ़िया है
That's another opener for Kesnit for as cold of a start as he had, and really lukewarm of a series as he's had.
Yeah.
This is where it feels like he's starting to click.
And you did see there an attempt for Leaf to go aggressive and also the Omen flash to come through. That's something that you can do a lot with the breach comps that everybody used to run.
Fault line, yeah, absolutely.
All that sort of thing is really nice, but in this case, Leaf is ahead and the paranoia doesn't get much. Jake doesn't have the time to follow up. You want somebody else there with him.
And look at this discipline out from crew.
It's really, I mean, this double Sentinel comp is forcing Cloud9 to get antsy. And that's not what you want to see from them. And I don't want to see continued hero play attempts from Leaf where he dies very early. Because even if you get that space, it's not gaining you anything against all these different passive utility out from crew.
टाइमिंग हो सकती है सेल्सियस के साथ
They're going to push their way into B once again, and you see the Sentinels. The plan is still the same, but this
Celsius
time,
ने कर दी timing.
Celsius seems to be able to hold them back. The spike sitting on the other side of the wall, on the other side of the smoke.
A little bit of an error there from crew, thinking that they can get through with that boom bot, but instead, they didn't really consider the change that this makes. Once this Viper wall has been shifted over here.
This is brutal. There are no flashes to pop out of. There's no nothing. You just have to take this drive, and you're done. There's no
Celsius ने निकाला यार वो round तो.
Is going to be really key going forward on this B side. And after that timeout, you've got to have that sort of insistence there from this Cloud9 team. You have to continue to be diligent on that too. You have to have util to stop that B hit. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself in that post plant that's really, really strange.
Take a look at it one more time. Celsius is holding the line there.
Oh,
which is beautiful.
Vulnerable. 2 players there from him.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. Final cross as well. Perfect.
Just walking into a firing range there.
We're into it. Tour de force ups right now. They're going to dash again. There's the flash. Same thing.
So aggressive. What is that? Leaf with 3.
भाई line up
he
भाई.
tucks into the cloudburst looking for the 4th
बहुत
to
ही
put him
प्यारा.
away, and he does.
And that's what they're looking for. That's why they're continuing to play aggressive.
And you know, we were having this conversation in the previous round about Leaf making hero plays and things like that, but if you need your star to come online, to catch fire, that's the type of play that makes it happen.
And for them to go for that twice in a row, by the way, my goodness. Cloud9 are the masters of this A aggression. I was wondering how it's going to continue to happen here without the same level of util available to them with this composition. Instead, it's just still beautiful. And they've gotten themselves right back into this game.
As much doom and gloom as it looked like, you're right. And it looks like they're going back to this 1-3-1. where they're able to work the middle of the map. But again, this Viper wall out from Rooney that you pointed out 2 rounds ago makes a big difference. You see the attempt from Kesney to clear out some of this Killjoy utility with the satchel, and it's not connecting. It was just a bit short.
Yeah, just trying to break the alarm bot. Alarm bot's not even there. Big omen ult for info here for Jake. Spots nothing down C-Long. He's trying to set himself up in garage here. Meanwhile, Trailblazer coming in. At the same time, Trailblazer coming out from the B push. Zelsis is turned up.
Davies was fully tethered there. He had the TP to get out from it. He's not able to do anything with it. Meanwhile, the lockdown invested from the attacking side.
Oh.
But it leaves some gaps.
Leaf has a gap in long, too. This is crazy. You never expect this. He might have made noise, though.
Even if he did, it doesn't matter. Klaus, though, clean.
Hello? Oh, my goodness.
Dead. He's so stuck. Klaus with 2 big kills there. Now Seeker's used the 3v3 here. Spike does manage to go down. How do Cloud9 burst their way back into this? You have Zelsis, seems to be the tip of the spear. He's made a couple of big plays so far. Kazna with the satchel. Zelsis is dead. Just 2 remain, and it quickly turns into 1. Rooney in a 1v3. Kesney and Klaus both weak. There's still so much to do here for Rooney, for the Viper, who's weak himself. No one dare challenge, no one dare swing. There's the first, waiting for it. Klaus gets a 4K to get Crew.
Klaus तो crazy खेल रहा है भाई इस मैप में.
And at this point, they make it on site. They win the round. And I actually thought Cloud9 had some pretty useful tools there. They still had that Viper Orb online. They still had the flashes as well to try to deal with this pressure coming in. But again, a risk being taken there by both Leaf and Zeppa. Zeppa thought he had a little cubby there out of the lockdown.
Buenos Aires.
The Crew fan base has shown up in a big way through this LCQ run. Not just here in Santa Monica, but around the world. Find themselves up 2 rounds, but Leaf with the potential to play spoiler here. Oh, he saw that. He's just not going to get an angle, though.
And he TP'd off of it. Clearly heard it, though. So should make some adjustment here from Cloud9's up, but just jiggling.
He only has a stinger.
Recall star, and that forces actually a flash out. Might end up popping Seekers at some point to confirm. No, the Cosmic Divide is enough for it. There's the Seekers. They're going to fight back with a flash.
They're staying in front of the Cosmic Divide here. They want to take the fight to
Crew. In the back of sight. Oh, Kesney with the ult, too.
Is he going to find anything? He does.
Of course he does.
The guy just doesn't miss his ults. Zeppa's not finding anything with the Stinger either. You wonder here if it's just going to be a call for a save. That seems to be the case. Leaf has already turned tail.
Ernie's looking for some sort of mistake here. And it's funny because, yeah, normally Cloud9 is really doing some damage in these moments. He needed to save that. Leaf does have knives, but economically they're hurting. And yeah, I'm curious now. I mean, thinking back towards that Stinger, Celsius is 1.8K. Potentially could have upgraded something else there for Zeppa. And now we're heading into the final round of the half too, so.
And if you're lucky, Cloud9, you get to keep that up, because it seems like they're looking for Leaf.
Remember on Pearl, that massive round where they took down all 3 guns leading into this final round.
Last round before the switch.
So what do they have here? They have the op, and I think I saw the purchase for 1. But their buy can't be great.
Just disgusting round from Kesney.
What do you have, 3 on the round there?
Yeah. The showstopper to start. Everything works out really nicely for him.
Kesney ने जैसे रेस खेलना शुरू करा भयंकर खेलने लग गया. Klaus अलग ही हो रहा है.
Just hold this down and get the information on whether they're crossing, but it's not going to be an aggro play, nothing like that.
It's just going to be a smoke, and Davies is already ahead of it.
Oh, wow.
He tucks behind the recalled smoke.
Yeah.
Finds a timing window.
All the way down. And this is the same position he's always played in. Look at the TP, though. He's actually being able to get back in towards this beat and hit the post plant fast. They've got to hold on to it.
This is the pistol once again. The paranoia from Jake. He still gets
Ooh, 2 HP.
2 HP from the
This is really nice pressure out from Cloud9, though, as they try to take Garage, try to pinch in and corral what Crew have.
Yeah, that turret was normally watching, and they've broken it. which means that flank is available, that avenue is available. Davies against Leaf.
Stop, this close is going to be a problem.
नहीं, इस शॉट ही कुछ ज़्यादा ही OP है भाई.
They've kept it competitive, they've kept it interesting, and they still have a shot
शॉट
in
ही
this
OP
round.
है.
नर्फ के बाद
They're going to be
भी
pushing
बताओ.
in towards C where really nobody is. Zepa's the only one who's close by, and he has 2 HP.
हाँ बस अब
And those
पिस्टल
mollies
राउंड
that
में.
alarm about that turret, everything is disabled right now. Zelsis is already dead.
Rooney has the pit, but he's really not in a position to make a play with it.
No, absolutely not. And Crew has been focused on playing on sites when it comes to the C post plan.
They're both
Nice.
down already. Rooney swings out, and he's done. An 8-4 half for Crew.
That is a fantastic half after losing the pistol. These sort
8-4 half और उसके बाद अब डिफेंस में आ गए और उनपे 2 सेंटिनल है.
Some of these prior matches, so Crew looking fantastic.
Well, actually, you have Van Silly who's standing by with 2 special guests here in the arena.
चेंबर भाई प्रो प्ले में सेंटिनल होता है भाई.
बात तो सही है.
Very own net. Make some noise. Come on, it's so quiet in here. Benedict, first off, I mean, you've been doing an excellent job at the desk. Now you get to stream here in the Riot Games Arena. What's the experience like?
It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
I mean, this is my first time in the studio during a game, so even yesterday I didn't get to hear it, so I mean, the crowd's pretty crazy.
Help me make sense of this game right now. What the hell's going on with Cloud9?
Nobody can explain this, bro. Like, look at I don't know, man. Nothing makes sense.
Well, at least now you're actually going to be joining the big boys. Congratulations, by the way, on winning Ascension with the guard.
Thank you.
Hands together for the guard.
अच्छा गार्ड वो कर गई ना क्वालिफाई उसके लिए.
हाँ असेंशन जीत गई. हाँ M80 को रहा है.
किसको रहा है?
M80.
Now we have C9 that's currently losing in
अरे आपने पैसिफिक वाला नहीं देखा? 1v4 था एंड फाइनल राउंड था. वो बंदा एस ले गया क्लच के लिए ओवन के साथ.
कौन?
कौन सी टीम थी यार?
VCTs, of course.
ब्लीड स्कैरी.
तो क्या हुआ उसमें? सॉरी क्या हुआ उसमें?
हेवन पे था एंड सेकंड मैप था शायद. आई थिंक 12-7 12-8 कुछ स्कोर लाइन थी एंड 1v4 था. अटैक साइड पे ओवन था बचा हुआ सिर्फ. तो उस सबको लगा वो सेव करेगा. ऑब्वियसली तुम सेव तो नहीं करोगे. उसने 2 किल निकाले. अल्ट आई विद 8 सेकंड्स रिमेनिंग. अल्ट करी ए पे प्लांट करा और तब एस के साथ क्लच निकाल लिया.
तो जो ओमन था वो 12 वाला साइड था तो जीत गए. 13-8 से जीत गए फिर.
हाँ 13-8 37.
और पहला मैप वही जीत रहे थे.
हाँ 3-0 क्लीन क्लीन स्वीप था.
I think C9 has a good chance to come back.
मतलब देखोगे ना क्लीन शॉट्स एकदम.
I don't know. I'm hoping that my friends win, but this ain't looking too good.
Looks like we still got some crew team here, no matter what. Under the breath here of Vanity. So let's toss it back here to Doug and Bala for the conclusion of the series.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, I think it all comes down to this pistol here because you don't win this pistol, Crew likely find themselves up 10-4, and maybe that's where the comp plays the difference, but that's a massive hole to dig yourself out of.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Ned in terms of getting the Viper on site. He can easily put down an orb and molly in spawn on this A site, but what they didn't talk about was the fact that there's 2 Sentinels on the side of Crew right now.
भाई वो एक ऐसा पुश कर रहा है.
Look at that.
इतना फ्रीडम है बताओ वो सेंटिनल खेलने का.
They're just on the other side of the smoke.
Denies it, yeah. I mean, they're going to walk up into
There is no pop flash on the other side of it. There's no nothing. They just take the fight. And of course, it's 2 controllers who walk away with 2 kills.
Oh, Zepa, those frenzies for him, man. It's always getting one.
How does Kesnit still get another there?
1v2, still possible.
Just locking down the rest of the map, by the way. Just the KJ util on B and then Davies on C. Everybody else towards the A side, and somehow, someway, Cloud9, despite losing the first 2, come out on top, and the dog spots him.
Yeah, I thought there may have been a window there for Davies to tuck up into stairs and avoid the Trailblazer, but he gets spotted, and then the flash in his face too, and then you're gonna have to face 2 players from Crew.
And the frenzy of Zepa just doesn't lose in these corners too up close.
Yeah. Although that is an ominous thing to say, it does not. It was Rooney who cleaned him up. He gets 4 on the round to get Cloud9 the pistol.
That's super important. But also remember, Cloud9 ended up winning that pistol in the first half. The fact that nade grab vault delayed them for so long. Because they're trying to use that smoke to get through short really fast, and that's why you think you see them go through it anyways. They stick with the plan. And it does work out eventually.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Crew decided to buy 2 Marshalls.
Yeah, and they're stacking C. What is this? Same star plays, same smoke plays from Cloud9, but no nades.
कान वो हो गया था भाई पसीने पसीने दर्द हो गया.
This is unique.
And Melzer is blind.
मैं तो आराम से लेट के देखता हूँ.
तू देख सकता है ना.
Question
मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
about what the heck is going on right now without that nade.
After the crew huddle on C, they disperse. You have 2 rotating through spawn, but then you have a 3-player flank. Coming in from the attacking side, the turret should spot what's going on.
They might get a smoke here, though. Waiting for maybe Melzer to come back up, so they're going to try to get around it, but they're going to... It just got pulled away. It just got pulled away, and now the smoke is gone, so they can't use it for the retake, and they also can't get through the alarm bot anyways.
Now, timing on that is insane. You see the nade trying to cause problems, and it did delay the plan for just a moment. But Jake retakes the position. There's the alarm bot that we were just talking about. Zealous is waiting on the other side, understanding there's prey to be had. You got Rooney, who's playing down from A-long with a Singer no less, but still in a position to deal some damage. Has the Ghost to work with as well. They've gotten past the first, but this is taking so much time.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Okay. It's gotten interesting. Leaf getting healed up. He still has a Guardian too, and they're both playing backside. You see the flash up from Zeppa. Pre-fire from Davies. Concerned of the swing that just never comes.
Any damage done here? Be nice for Davies. He already took down one crucial one. They let him cross though. Gets away with it. And Cloud9 narrow the deficit just a little bit. And they also maintain the bonus option here. 3 players stayed alive, so this is definitely going to be committing to that. And crew. Big opportunity here, this anti-bonus.
Crew भाई जल्दी
But
खत्म
they've
करो.
got to stop with the stacking. This is something we've seen in both of these. Sure, pistol, eco, you can go for some gambles. That's 100% possible. But now again, there's 4 people committed to the other side of the map. Only the Sky on A, which is absolutely fine. This is a regular setup now. No gambles happening.
See how Crib set up defensively. They have so much presence towards B, not just via utility, but they have 2 players hanging out there as well.
I really like what Davies is actually doing with this turret in garage. He's peeking off the turret, and he has this TP to actually get out, so can go for 1 early kill.
He's covered his flanks. He gets the early kill. Doesn't instantly teleport out. He's still playing around this. Now playing outside of his tether. Jake dead, and Melzer's causing problems from Plat.
And look, the trademark actually finds Valiant.
Melzer, nice.
Huge round out from Melzer.
We finally see a straight up execute and fight here from Cloud9, and it gets absolutely demolished by Crew.
Flawless.
I mean, a flawless round to keep the pace, to stay up 3, to potentially qualify for the grand finals. I be honest with you, I can't believe I'm saying that.
That's ridiculous. From 0-8 to now 3 series wins in a row and going on potentially the 4th. It's crazy. Crazy to consider. You can see how much damage that trip did right there. Everybody's fighting at the same time, so nobody has room to break that. And you also have to think about the fact that there's actually no real util that you can use to break some of those early trips. So back into the round right now. It's going to be tough here for Cloud9 to really approach anywhere on the map without first trying to figure out exactly what the Sentinel util is.
And there's just so much to consider.
They don't have that much time. They don't have that many rounds to really experiment with it. So maybe they just send it through it and it actually works out.
The Paranoia covers off the left side of B, and then the Trailblazer go in 2. So they've gotten some semblance of control, but this doesn't feel secure.
No plant yet. They also have a Cosmic Divide for the retake, and you're looking at Melzer flirting with the possibility of going for a flank through garage.
Meanwhile, you see Rooney considering the flank potentially towards A, but that's not where it's coming from. They've got the turret out from Zelsis to consider that side from garage, but I think if Rooney's going to make a play for an A, he's got to be pacey about it.
And they can't get off the site right now.
No, they're stuck.
They're giving up behind the Cosmic Divide right now.
perhaps realizing that it's going to dissipate here soon, but Rooney's flank is covered.
With the flank pressure too from Melzer, there's no way you can get back at fighting through this cosmic divide. Zeus is going to make an attempt at
भाई क्या round वाले भाई.
And a bloody massacre for Cloud9. Everything so well considered.
I want to see
Crew
Cloud9
का
right now
first match
really
पर
start to
team up
push the
बहुत
tempo
अच्छा हो गया.
towards the safe side instead, where the Sentinel utility is much less considered.
Funny thing is first map उनकी choice थी.
It's where they've had success so far. Because the setup normally here from Crew is only the
और जो map
I
उनकी
think
choice.
इनका comp वही है. Attack sided favored है बहुत.
और जो उनका map choice नहीं थी उसमें उन्होंने dominate करा.
वही.
It's not emotional, it's not very high, it's very collected. That's the look of a team who fully understands what's before them.
वो भी है ना कि तीन सीरीज खेली तो एक मोमेंटम तो होता ही है. तुम लगातार 2 सीरीज जीत के आ रहे हो.
They just continue to invest in rounds that are low percentage, and they definitely, I mean, gone back to maybe the average in terms of eco round win rate. But they're still making these sort of plays, making these investments. Celsius with the lockdown here.
Yeah, it reminds me of the series yesterday.
But this is crucial, right? Rooney has this molly still. They definitely have exactly what Net was talking about at halftime. About delaying the push back into it. And there's going to be a lot of people trying to get in from Crew. Can they break through?
They've gotten onto the site, they've gotten the spike down, and there you see in that exact moment, you highlighted it a few rounds ago, there's the focus, there's the dump of utility. Look at Zeppa playing on the inside of that smoke too, popping a flash, it's all delay, delay. How does Crew get back in? Just like that,
Bro.
they've been able to get 2 big kills. Jake looking up into the heavens to see if he can take one down with him, but no, he falls.
Spam is missing, no way!
He's gonna get it the whole way. There's nothing Rooney can do here. Gets the kills, but it does not matter. The round is done. Crew get to 11.
Rooney भी sheriff के साथ पागल हो रखा है भाई. Rooney is mad with that sheriff.
इसने कल भी ऐसे कुछ करा था ना.
वही. Even yesterday he was like popping heads off.
That is just ridiculous.
Boom,
And that
boom,
was the
boom.
circumstance, that was the condition that we felt like was
Pancada का
necessary
split
for
वाला clutch में बड़ा
Cloud9
अच्छा था जो
win
मैंने
round.
देखा था.
when he was in draft.
To get in that position, they thought it's a given. And it all falls apart.
आज जीत जाए यार बस.
Weaker weaponry.
Funny thing होगी जैसे क्रू कर रहा है, अगर क्रू जीत गया उसके बाद सेंटिनल्स अगर लेवियातान के साथ जीत जाती है तो फिर सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस Cloud9 अगेन.
I don't think the Sentinels का जीतने का ज़्यादा चांस है. BO5 है ना पर तब तो.
Best of 5 हाँ उसमें best of 5 होगा.
Does eventually take when you see this ping ponging of kills back and forth.
2v2 where C9 को फायदा है भी ज़्यादा.
has an opportunity to maybe try to get through it.
Alteus पे Kesnet पे.
He has 2 satchels. And he delays the plant for just a moment, but what can Zeppa do? His timing here is huge. Gets 1 kill, still 1 more to be found. Davies up close with the op.
You got the stun.
He's been spotted, switches over. Much more of a mid-range weapon. Still has so much to do before him. The alarm bot gonna give his position.
Oh my god! Oof. They got it. Crew won.
All the harassment that just occurred.
Oh no.
From Zeppa. The Trailblazer into the alarm bot still. They swing off of it. And he hits the Red Bull clutch to put Crew on match point.
भाई क्या shots थे भाई.
Out from Davies the chamber.
Timing का हुआ. उनकी स्काई को उसके साथ निकलना था. बहुत मिली सेकंड का फर्क हुआ. वो तो उसका रिएक्शन ये अच्छा था.
राउंड देखो, अल्ट्स देखो उनके.
5 के 5 अल्ट बचे हैं. They literally didn't even take a timeout.
As we look towards the crowd after that Davies clutch, the amount of hands that were covering mouths. I mean, just pure disbelief. I can't believe what I've seen either.
I can't believe the series we're seeing. I mean, especially after what we just saw.
Bhai, if Crew win this, they deserve to go to champions.
I don't care if they deserve or not.
Big same.
I want Sentinels.
We saw a stop from Cloud9 on Crew's map pick. Then we saw a potential 13-0 from Crew to come back into this.
क्योंकि अब सारी टीम के साल पूरे खत्म हो गए ना 100 थी से 2024 में खेलेगी MIBR फ्यूरिया सीधे 2024 और अब नए नए वो आएंगे उनके लिए क्या कहते हैं नए टीम बनाएंगे वो सभी लोग
A birth to another potential miracle run here from Crew is very possible as they make their way forward and through Cloud9. Still not over just yet. And again, Cloud9 really trying to focus now over towards this A side, but Davies has done such a good adjustment. He's actually started to opt through this and also put the trademark on, but misses the shot.
He missed it.
Position early. The thing is, there's two players still here for Crew.
And Davies has taken the space back.
Showstopper out.
He refills. There's the Seekers. See Kesnet looking for something.
Up the air.
But the smoke is what's keeping him back, so they're going to rotate off of this.
And Jake didn't even get the TP off. If he got that, maybe they have the C site to rotate into now. They're struggling. They're scrambling.
They've been thrown into disarray, and Melser with position to put him away. Spike on the ground, a 5v3. Crew in a position to pull off what everyone thought was unthinkable. What everyone thought was impossible.
It should have been.
The first few series, sure. Against a weak MIBR, why not? But against Cloud9. An outrageous possibility, but Jake can snatch him back, and he can do it on his own.
Jake.
He gets to
Zel's ने भी निकाल लिया.
counter, now pit invested. Bit of room for Rooney to work. Maybe Nags can make a play.
Wait,
of course,
wait,
it's gonna
wait,
be
wait.
Nags. He's gotten it down to a 2v2.
Wait.
Stop! Nags with another.
No way. The lockdown going to be invested.
Rooney has to push this. He's got to go. Well considered by Nags. Tuckto clears it out. There's the swing. He's gotten it down to 1v1.
Oh no!
Where's Davies? Just on the
जीत गए. My God. Oh shit. Oh no.
भाई नहीं Cloud9 नहीं जीतती अब लोअर फाइनल्स में. चांस ही नहीं है.
They go to the.
तोड़ दी भाई उन्होंने उनकी.
नहीं मोरल तो नहीं होगी यार प्रॉब्लम. They are on that princess run भाई.
Regardless of what happens now, yeah, there's only one thing that
पहले
you can do.
easy approve भाई साहब.
In most situations.
पहले MIBR फिर
नहीं मिलकर अच्छी बात कर रहा.
अच्छा.
Partners in DFM, they're winless partners, excuse me. Go down early in LCQ. You think of what could have happened to them. Instead, they pull out this run. Take down the South Americans. And then they take down Cloud9 here in the upper bracket finals. That's just ridiculous. Now they get the band advantage going forward as well. How in the hell has this happened?
It's the nature of these tournaments, man. It does not, the regular season doesn't matter. You throw everything away, and it's about which team has the hottest hand. And at the beginning of the series, it looked like it was Cloud9.
Yeah.
Remember the stop that they handed to Crew. But the heroics out from unconventional members, from Nags, from Davies, who had a couple of insane
भाई
moments.
चेंबर 1 HP भी था भाई. उद्मगन
वाह भाई यार.
चेंबर 1 HP भी था साथ में उसके अल्ट की वजह से.
And what a performance from Crew. Mad respect.
Oof.
I think the question everyone's got to be asking now is, do you believe? I mean, do you believe? They've made it this far.
मतलब
But that's the thing about tournaments like this, man. Nobody remembers second place. Nobody cares about who gets second. They still have their biggest obstacle to overcome, but the run that they've had, you can't help but believe.
I don't know, man. They've already taken down any possible opponent that could challenge them.
Yeah.
Just crazy. No, they haven't played everybody, but at this point, you are wondering what's going to come out from that lower bracket. 3 opponents left. Leviatan, Sentinels, and now Cloud9 added to that pool in the lower bracket is just crazy to consider. Just crazy.
Yeah, dude, the fact that we may have a Cloud9 Sentinels rematch in the lower finals, just...
I mean, you gotta hold your horses. They still gotta get through the Leviatan.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Unreal series, unreal performance from Crew. Cloud9 made a run at it, but there's just something in the air. There's a little bit of magic, and that proved to be exactly what they needed to take down Cloud9. 2-1, heroics abounded for the Latin American representatives, and now all that's left to do is break down that series. I'm gonna let Golden Boy and the rest of the desk do that.
Thank you so much, fellas. Do you believe in magic? Because that is what we just saw as Crew managed. Crew, the team that went 0-9 in the Americas League. Crew, the team that no one was given the time
भाई
of day,
लेकिन
is now
भयंकर
the
चीज तो ये है कि हेलो क्रू जो थी बस पहला मैप डोमिनेट हुई और वो भी लाइक डोमिनेट हुई थी बट लाइक ऐसा था कि हाँ डोमिनेट हुई प्रॉपर. सेकंड मैप बहुत ही भयंकर डोमिनेट किया. थर्ड मैप भी बस 13-6 ब्रो.
क्रू का अटैक इज वेरी गुड भाई. डिफेंसिव मैप लेने नहीं चाहिए.
फर्स्ट मैप पे इनका पोस्ट प्लांट इतना बकवास था. सेकंड और थर्ड मैप पे इतना बढ़िया पोस्ट प्लांट.
Mad. And when you're watching the turnaround from the guys who were struggling, Klaus had a rough season, and he's a great player. And in the first half, Sean, he got Seekers 3 times.
He was very close to getting it a fourth. I think if there's like one more round, he would have probably had it, obviously. But man, this was the first time. Every time I see Crew play, it's something new, and they proved to me that they're a legitimate squad, right? This was the game where it wasn't all Kesnet. It was everyone else on the team. It was Nags in map 2. It was Klaus here. And I was just constantly putting up numbers for them. Davies winning that 1-on-2. The supporting cast behind Kesnet, we have to give them props. And this man on the screen, Klaus, he carried them through that map. And this is a map where Cloud9 won both pistols, guys. Both pistols.
I am speechless, but also it's mental, and I mean the comps as well.
Yeah, I mean we saw the double sentinel was definitely one that we were like scratching our heads on, but then it turned out to just work to utter perfection. So
you got to give credit where it's due. Behind the scenes here, clearly the coaches did their prep. This comp, I think, was a direct counter to the double controller comp on that map, and I think we knew from previously that these two teams did scrim against each other quite a bit. I think that they got the upper hand. Now, I thought that they were going to get outplayed in the map pool, but man, bringing the Rays out on Haven, I was so happy to see Kesnet on it, and he put up crazy numbers too. Like, just so many assists on this Rays utility.
Yeah, well, let's actually go ahead and dive into some of the critical rounds there as well, because not only was there getting value off the utility, but these retakes as well were just absolutely disgusting that we were seeing out of Crew.
Yeah, I mean, you've been going on about the retakes. You were saying this even the other day, that when a team looks confident enough to just go for these retakes in this clinical, organized, like just well-drilled fashion over and over and win them out, it's a testament to the confidence and the team play, and they've been doing it throughout the entire tournament up until this point. And it's the patience too. Like they're not rushing things. They're taking their time and they're checking every box as they're actually making the retake happen. It's just so good. Sean.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, yeah, the Astra retake was exactly like the clip we broke down in the beginning, right? Where there's two people on the extremities, Klaus holding the A flank, and, you know, Melser holding the garage and goes out and gets a frag, and the pack is what's pushing the Astra wall and making the play. And they're just so good at punishing aggression, and it continues.
All right, well, guys, we could talk about this all day, obviously, but let's go ahead and hear from one of the players, because we have the guy who put the dagger in the heart of C9, standing by for a Verizon post-match interview with Vansili. It's Davies. Vance, what you got?
Thank you so much, GB. Congratulations, Davies, and you look so calm for a team that just upset C9, and you're in the grand finals of the LCQ here in Americas. You still have to tell me about those emotions right now.
Well, for me personally, really calm. Like I try to be really calm in the whole series because I don't want my mental to affect my gameplay. But for now, I'm just looking forward to the final. And when I win it, I of course celebrate. and when I win it, I of course celebrate.
When
Until
you
then,
win it, I love that.
Yeah. Until then, I'll stay calm.
Awesome. Well, you talked about that, the mental right there. Yesterday, we had a chance to talk to Adam as well, and he talked about that mental. You were a team that went 0-9, and now you're winning all your matches here in the grand final. So what exactly did you work on with that mental? Like, what's the process here?
Mostly mental. I feel like I don't mean to like positivity between us, honesty between us, respect between us, because on the season there was a lot of that was lacking. You know, it was a hard season for us. We were so close to close matches, but we couldn't, so that kept affecting us match after match. But I feel like now we just try to go match by match, round by round, and yeah, that's our mental right now.
That's awesome. And I'm sorry, I can't stop smiling for you guys because this is such an awesome victory that you guys just had here against Cloud9. Let's talk about that match against Cloud9. Yes, it was a very tough first map, but dude, that second map on Pearl, 12-0. You guys are all smiles the whole time there. What happened? Like, what was the game plan against C9's map pick on Pearl?
Well, our game plan was just to play your game. Like, we scrimmed them, we saw their bots yesterday, and we just say, like, whatever we do, we counter them, so just kept doing it like we always do. And yeah, like, I feel like I did nothing on this side. I just had, like, one good round because Kesnit and Klaus were just killing. Yeah, and they were just killing everyone. So props to them, of course.
I don't get it, Victor.
We showed everyone. I think everyone in the team showed today. So that was huge for us.
Awesome, man. And let's talk about that. The anti-stratting preparation against C9. That map number 3. So if I understand correctly, Melzer's calling for you guys right now as the IGL, and you come out with a composition that is
it was the best meal ever.
Sentinel against even a new comp that came out here from Cloud9. So what were the calls like on the fly? How did you adapt with C9? What are the weaknesses you saw in the playstyle? Okay,
well, we know how to play against any comp now. Like, we try to focus our scrims against when they have Breach, learning how to play against Breach, when they have Viper, how to play against Viper. So we already knew what they're gonna do, kind of. Of course, they have something different that they don't have Harbor, but it's kind of the same. And yeah, we knew what they were gonna do, what works for us, what works in our camp, and we just focus on that.
Awesome. Well, last question for you too. So you've made it now to the grand finals of LCQ. It feels like the storyline that you currently have is nothing but rematch potentials. So you have or Sentinels with the history that you had from organizations in the past going into champs, and then you also have C9 in that rematch or Leviatan.
Yeah.
Which team would you like to face and why?
Well, of course, Leviatan. Like, I want a Classico for the final.
Yeah.
But I know Sentinels is gonna come stronger now. Also, Cloud9 is not gonna take this win really easy. I want Leviatan, but I feel like could be any of the three if Leviatan plays good today.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they do, because that's going to be coming next. But Davies, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you go celebrate with the rest of the crew, and good luck in the grand finals.
Rest of the crew.
And everybody else, don't go
W
anywhere,
pun.
because after the break we have a banger matchup. It's going to be Sentinels versus Leviatan.
Holy moly. I feel like I just ate for like 30 minutes.
This is going to be awesome as we see two teams take the stage that are hungry for that grand final spot and couldn't get.
GG, congrats to the crew. I don't know what happened to C9, bro. Map 1, I thought it was Jover. Map 1, I thought it was Jover. Map 2, it was Jover, but for Cloud9. So, I don't know. Anyway, ad break here. Sentinels versus Leviatan coming up. Let's see what we're cooking today.
Celsius with the Red Bull clutch. That's got to be a dagger. Cloud9, map 1.
And an absolutely flawless game here on Ascent.
That flash in his face. Does he go? Doesn't have any mobility, really. He has to wait it out. As soon as he looks down for the cloudburst, he gets swung on. Hit in, leap down. A 3K for Nags and 6 for Crew. They're both right next to each other. Leaf getting one with the blades, the second not falling. And that's 12 for Crew. A little labored. Crew finally take down Cloud9 on Pearl. But it was not without flirting with history for a little while first. He's going to drop the paranoia, and they want to try to funnel out. Leaf has blades. Nano clearing out backside. The blades have to be good, and they just weren't.
We're into it. Tour de force ups right now. They're going to dash again. There's the flash. Same thing.
They're so aggressive.
What is that?
Leaf with 3. The flash as he tucks into the cloudburst, looking for the fourth to put him away, and he does. Doesn't instantly teleport out. He's still playing around this. Now playing outside of his tether. Jake dead, and Melser's causing problems from Plat.
And look, the trademark actually finds value too.
Hey. The alarm bot gonna give his position away. There's double face! And Davies takes him down! Turns out this David has a stone and a slingshot of his own. Crew keep their glass slipper and take down Cloud9. Is this another tense moment? Victor up top. The swing is there and the shot is 2 from 10.
Perfecto por parte de Javier Montoya.
Sentinels versus Leviatan. Oh, do you think it's gonna win, Utmakan? अगर तू है यहाँ पर है तेरे को लगता है कौन जीतने वाला है? चल प्रिडिक्शन स्कोर्स. हेलो उद्मगन. हेलो. नहीं है यहाँ पर. अब आया. दरवाजा खुलने की आवाज आई.
हेलो.
हेलो. हाँ तो I was asking you a question. Predictions.
अबे यार मैंने 37 की प्रेडिक्शन दी थी ना.
चल मैंने एक उसमें बोला था कि हम दोनों की गलत थी. पता नहीं बहुत ही गलत थी सबकी.
हमने
चल
तो वो बोला था.
चल लेट्स प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं.
हाँ.
जिसके सबसे ज्यादा क्लोज रहेंगे. लेट्स से मतलब 3 मैप है ना. 2 मैप जाएंगे या 3 मैप जो भी जाएगा. ज्यादा क्लोज जिसके जाएंगे वो 20 रुपए जीतेगा.
ओके.
पर मैप.
पर मैप.
हाँ 20 40 60 मैक्स.
हाँ ठीक है.
है ना. तो लेट से 3 मैप है. पहला मैप मेरा सही हुआ मैं 20 रुपए. सेकंड वाला तू जीता तो तू सही. है ना. तो मतलब मैक्सिमम टू मैक्सिमम तुम्हारे 60 रुपए लॉस जाएंगे. और हाँ मिनिमम से मिनिमम 20 रुपए मिल ही जाएंगे. चल
मैप पिक पे डिपेंड करेगा यार.
मैप पिक से पहले करना है ना. यही तो मस्त असली चस्का है. यही तो सट्टेबाजी. यही तो सट्टेबाजी है. चैट में भी लिख दूंगा मैं. चल तू क्या फर्स्ट मैप.
बताओ.
मैं कहता हूँ अच्छा ऐसा करना है कि सेंटिनल्स ही जीतेगी या वो ही जीतेगी. या फिर ऐसा करे कि बस वो बता देते हैं स्कोर. बस स्कोर नहीं बस बोल देते हैं स्कोर. बोल देते हैं कि लेट्स से 13-7. अब वो फर्क नहीं पड़ता सेंटिनल्स जीते या लेवियातान जीते.
हाँ ये कर सकते हैं.
है ना. तो बस स्कोर बोल देते हैं कि फर्स्ट मैप पे मैं बोलूंगा 13-7.
I would say 13-10.
13-10.
हाँ क्यों मैं 9 नहीं बोल सकता ना क्योंकि अगर 8 हो गया तो किसी को भी पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे. तो 13-10.
नहीं फिर उस पे कर लेंगे ना. अगर तू 13-9 बोलना चाह रहा है तो फिर उस पे कर लेंगे कि टीम पे दोनों. लेकिन सेंटिनल्स. हाँ तो 13-9 बोलना चाह रहा है. कौन सी टीम. लेव ऐसे सेंटिनल्स. चल
ओके
ठीक है. सेकंड पिक तेरे को पहले करनी होगी.
13-6 सेंटिनल्स.
13-6 सेंटिनल्स.
हाँ सेकंड मैप पे डोमिनेट करते हैं हम शायद.
सेकंड मैप 13-6. नहीं तू सेंटिनल्स नहीं चूज कर सकता. तूने पहले ही वो चूज करा है पिक. अब सेकंड वाला मैं करूंगा ना.
ओह अच्छा ये रूल्स पे 13-6 तभी भी.
हाँ ना.
हाँ
यू से 13-6. मैं बोलता हूँ फक मैन. ओटी जाएगा ये.
ओटी जाएगा.
हाँ सेकंड मैप ओटी एंड आई से सेंटिनल्स.
ओके So
बट
14
इसमें
12
इसमें
कुछ
इसमें
ऐसा।
जरूरत नहीं है ना, इसमें मैप की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि इसमें हमारा वो ऐसे वो नहीं है ना, टाई वाला नहीं है कि अगर जीता तो वो हो जाएगा।
हाँ
ठीक है,
थर्ड मैप।
थर्ड मैप मेरी बारी है पहले। आ 13-8
13-10
13-10 तो फिर अब मैं टीम पहले चूज कर सकता हूँ ना?
टीम। हाँ
नहीं, तू टीम करेगा ना अब चूज पहले। नहीं, पिछले वाले में पहले वाले में तेरे को मिली थी
यार टीम तो दोनों की सेम ही होगी तो
13-8। नहीं पहले, लेकिन मैं चूज कर रहा हूँ। अच्छा चल ठीक है, टीम वाला रहता है इस वाले में।
हाँ इसमें रहते थे क्योंकि दोनों सेंटिनल्स आते हैं।
चाहते हैं अलग, लेकिन पता है कि कौन जीतने वाला है, वो अलग बात है ना। चाहना अलग होता है। मैं
अब
बोल रहा हूँ
थर्ड मैप पे तो
क्योंकि तो फिर तो 13-11
हाँ
ले ले, क्योंकि फिर वरना वो हो जाएगा मैप अगर वो नहीं रखना तो।
आपने क्या लिया 13-8।
हाँ, क्योंकि अगर तू
हाँ
13-10 बोलेगा तो फिर वो हो जाएगा ना कि
तब I'll go 13-7।
13-7। अबे बात तो वही पड़ी।
एब्सोल्यूट हो गया ना तब तो।
अच्छा हाँ, फिर तो
9
एब्सोल्यूट हो
आया
गया।
तो आप
हाँ
जीत
हाँ
गए।
हाँ, 13-8 मी 13-7 उद्भगल।
पहले का है 13-9 वर्सेस 13-7।
सुन, फर्स्ट मैप पे भी ओके, फर्स्ट मैप पे हमने वो किया था 13-7, मैंने बोला था टीम का हटा ही
हाँ
देते हैं, तो तू ऐसा कर लेता है, तू
हम्म
13-10 कर ले लेवियातान का, या फिर 13-8
ठीक
कर
है
ले।
13-10।
ठीक है, तो फर्स्ट मैप कैसे सट्टेबाजी करे।
कितने रुपए के
फर्स्ट
लिए?
20 रुपए। फर्स्ट मैप मैंने क्या
और
बोला,
वो भी
13।
40 आएंगे अगर अगर 3 मैप पे चले गए तो मैक्सिमम 40 रुपए मिलेंगे।
हाँ
तो हमें वैसे भी
अ-
मैक्सिमम 40 रुपए ही मिल रहे हैं।
क्यों?
2 मैप जीत गए। अगर मान लो आप दोनों जीत गए स्कोर्स के बेसिस पे।
अबे अगर लेट्स, रुक जा
लेट्स से
13,
अगर पहले मैप पे
13-7 और
13-7
तेरा
हो गया ठीक है।
13-10 है ना? मेरा 13-7 था ना, या 13-8 बोला था मैंने?
हाँ
13-7।
13-7 था आपका।
ठीक है।
तो मान लो 13-7 आ गया ठीक है।
हाँ,
और सेकंड मैप पे आपने बोल दिया ओटी चल तो ओटी भी चलेगा और दोनों मैप दोनों सेम टीम जीत गई तब तो आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे ना
टीम
क्योंकि
का तो
उन्होंने
वही
टीम का
है
रखा
नहीं
ही
ना,
नहीं।
टीम का तो है नहीं ना।
इसलिए तो
तो
इसलिए
अगर
तो
लेट्स से फर्स्ट मैप, राइट, फर्स्ट
हाँ
मैप फर्स्ट मैप गोज सेंटिनल्स जीत जाती है 13-6 से,
हाँ
राइट।
हाँ
तो मैं क्लोजर होऊंगा,
हाँ
तो मैं जीत गया पहला वाला, 20 रुपए मिल गए।
हाँ
ठीक है, सेकंड मैप मैंने बोला है 13-6, सेकंड मैप पे
हम्म,
लेवियातान 13-6 से जीत जाती है। नहीं, तूने 13-6 बोला था ना, मैंने ओटी बोला था। हाँ मैंने
हाँ
ओटी बोला था, इसको ना क्लियर करने को बोला। हाँ चल, जो भी है याद रहेगा। तो लेट से सेकंड मैप में ओटी चले जाता है और लेवियातान जीत
हम्म,
जाती है
हम्म,
ओटी में, राइट। तो वो भी मैं जीत गया,
तो
20 रुपए और मिल गए, 40 रुपए आ गए ना।
हाँ
फिर थर्ड मैप आया, थर्ड मैप में मैंने बोला है 13-8 और तूने बोला 13-7, तो हुएवर्स क्लोजर, लाइक 13-9 आ गया, मैं क्लोजर हूँ, तो मैं जीत जाऊंगा ना।
13-6 आ गया।
अगर
एक्चुअली
नहीं,
मैंने बहुत डाउन डिसीजन लिया।
हाँ तो अगर 13-9 आएगा तो मैं जीत जाऊंगा ना 13-8 से, तो मेरे को 60 रुपए मिलेंगे
हाँ
ना हर मैप पे, एक 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 करके।
हम्म
बट देर कुड बी अ पॉसिबिलिटी वेयर एक ही टीम, मतलब सेंटिनल्स या लेवियातान 2-0 से जीत जाए, जिसमें फिर हमें सिर्फ
और
40 रुपए
मैक्सिमम
मिलेंगे।
40 मिला।
लेट से, अबे अच्छा ऐसा करें, अगर सिर्फ 2 मैप जाएगा
हम्म
तो 30-30 रुपीज,
ओके
है ना? 60 रुपीज करते ही हैं टोटल, 60 रुपए तो मिल ही जाएगा कम से कम।
हाँ मेक सेंस।
ओके, तो बैटिंग का ये है कि अगर 3 मैप जाता है तो 20 रुपए पर विन, पर राउंड, पर मैप।
30 जाता है 2 जाते हैं तो
दो
30
जाता
रुपए
है तो
पर मैच।
30 रुपए पर मैप। ओके,
लेवियातान उन्होंने 5 मैच लूजिंग स्ट्रीक।
तो
डैम
लेवियातान तो हगने लग गई है भाई। बोल तो रहा हूँ, उन्होंने
ये
जब
अच्छा खासा क्वालिफाई कर सकते थे बताओ।
नहीं, उस वक्त भी
प्लेऑफ्स के
हगने
लिए
लग
करा
गए
ही नहीं
उस
उन्होंने।
वक्त भी हगने लग गए थे बहुत ज्यादा। उसमें इनका सिर्फ वही अच्छा खेल रहा था। नहीं सभी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। किंग भी अच्छा खेलता है, टाको भी अच्छा खेलता है, मजीनो भी अच्छा खेलता है, शाय नहीं खेल रहा था। आई डोंट नो। अच्छा तो चैट सुन लो। फर्स्ट मैप मैंने प्रेडिक्शन करी 13-7 और उद्मगन का 13-10। सेकंड मैप उद्मगन का 13-6 मेरा ओटी। थर्ड मैप 13-8 मेरा और उद्मगन का 13-7।
Was looking so.
कमाई होने वाली है आज को।
But that's not a reflection of how poorly Leviatan played. I actually thought they needed to play perfectly to win these rounds. And most teams, there's no way that they hold this site. And there's
मिनिमम से मिनिमम एक इंसान 20 रुपए तो जीतेगा ही।
हाँ
है ना? नहीं एक उसमें ये भी हो सकता है कि 2 मैप ही जाए और एक में प्रेडिक्शन तेरी सही हो, एक में मैं, हाँ तो 0 हो जाएगा भाई।
Fascinating. You know, what is interesting, though, is that we did get an opportunity to talk with
बहुत सारी
Kaplan briefly.
possibilities
We saw him
multiple
for a moment. He mentioned that,
possibilities.
you know, they have familiarity with crew, but sometimes, right, that familiarity can not play out to your favor because who knows? I mean, you go into the server, it seems like everything just gets thrown upside down. Look at crew. But of course, you know, in talking about some of the players that stepped up yesterday, I think, you know, Shy is certainly one that we're going to have to lean on here, Wyatt, because
अगर
he
Ascent हुआ, I
certainly
want to
did
see
have
10s
his
on Sage.
moments without a doubt, and you're going to be
अगर
looking for
Ascent आए तो you want to see 10s on
Sage. क्योंकि Scrims में 10s was playing on Sage.
वो स्क्रिम्स लाइव उनके साथ कर रहा था ना, लेकिन काइडे और के साथ।
यार मेरी वॉल्यूम बग हो गई यार।
He falls off.
The fuck?
Throughout Lev's ups.
मैं तेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे करूँगा शेयर।
हो गया सही। ये जो बंदा बोल रहा है मुझे इसके बाद बिल्कुल सही लगती है।
Who we know is top tier.
वो ये we know is top tier। ये सफेद बाल वाला।
हाँ
सफेद बाल वाला फर्स्ट टाइम जी गए।
for Leviatan because their opponent Sentinels
वैसे to be honest इसकी आवाज जैसी है ये रैप में बढ़िया हो सकता है, मतलब रैप में बढ़िया लगेगा इसके आवाज।
You know, that loss was the first loss that that roster took together as a team against Cloud9. I think Baby Bay, the question on our mind, I think we kind of know the answer, but can this Sentinels team bounce back?
I definitely think that they can bounce back. Like, we need to see a strong start from Zek, and every time he gets a strong start in a series, he just takes over. We've seen it. We've seen it on the Jet, on Pearl. He'll drop like 20 kills and a half and just go nuclear. Also, another good player that played phenomenal last series, really lost, was Sachi. We haven't seen him play like that on Breach in a minute, or Breach at all in a minute.
Yeah, no,
Did he just pronounce Sachi or Sachi?
World champion, right? I mean, the dude has been a top tier initiator since the game came out, and he was on like Knids.
Yeah,
I mean, like the dude has seriously been, when it was just, you know, in the era where everything was stuck in their own regions, he was clearly the best initiator in Brazil. And then he was clearly the best player when the BR team started going to international lands. That's why he was on Loud. That's why he made the finals in Reykjavik, won champions. This guy has been at the top tier since the game's beginning, Sean.
Yeah, and that's why people were so dumbfounded when we saw him on Omen earlier this stage, right?
Around the world, Valorant का पिछले कौन है?
Figure out the roles, trying to figure out how to get
I don't know,
this
yaar.
puzzle to work. You know, with two different controllers in Marv de Pancada.
Statistically, tens. Statistically, tens.
To an extent as Zekin can, and then there's tens who was a star duelist, so it doesn't
Still.
really fit together. But now that we've seen tens embrace
Even after
this
having a
KO
shitty
and
season.
the way he's played recently, everything's falling right into place at the right time for Sentinels. And when I watch their map,
मेरे हिसाब से Chronicle है
I think
अभी।
they can beat anyone on any map right now. That just how they play off of each other.
क्योंकि
I've never
3
seen them
international
like this.
trophies is
The
a
way they
lot
played
यार।
Fracture against Cloud9 was by far the most impressive map this iteration of Sentinels has played.
Well, here's go for a while.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I mean, even to that point, Kaplan said that he thought on the Pearl game that they lost, that he still felt like they actually played better than Cloud9. They were just, it was leaf hidden shots, you know. That so they do have that confidence. Like that is very real, what you're talking about.
Yeah, for sure, and they should have that confidence because, yeah, as we had noted, and as you see on this wall, right, we keep harping it because it's true. This is a team full of champions.
डर का ज़्यादा
People
better है
have
Chronicles से, I
achieved
think.
so much in this game. And the
Durka
really
to
interesting thing about this as an organization,
Durka is the best duelist in the
Sentinels
world.
actually haven't really been in the forefront at the global events for quite some time now, Wyatt. So you have to wonder, right? Like, there's also a little bit of that kind of existing over there, where there's this desire for this team who expects greatness, an organization who expects greatness, to be in that position of champs.
I mean, when you sign 4 world champions, your expectation is, hey, we could be world champions, right? I mean, going out at the LCQ to Lev, that is not really where they want to end this year, right? I mean, they want to get at least back to that international stage, take down LCQ. And with the 4 world champion thing too, I mean, you got to expect these guys can bounce back. Like, they're not going to take this loss to heart. They've lost a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, like Marv on Optic, they will lose tons of games internationally and then win a tournament. So, I mean, these guys know how to bounce back.
The guy not up there is Zekin. I mean, it's not like their 5th is just.
He will win a championship one day.
He's going to get it, right? He's been the star player on every team he's ever been on. This guy has star player written all over him. Brent's tweet calling him like the best player.
Okay, लगता है अगर Sentinels से छोड़ती है, कौन छोड़ेगा इसका roster?
And to be playing with this
क्या बोल रहा है?
squad, I feel like it's just a
अगर
matter
आज
of time
Sentinels
before
हारती
the
है,
ball clicks, and it seems like
इनके
we're
roster में
getting
क्या
so
changes
close to
होंगे?
that point. I'm afraid though if they
एकदम
lose,
नया
we
roster ही है. I
won't
don't think
ever
it
get to see
change
it.
करेंगे.
Well, and of course, keeping this one current here and talking about the 2 current
I mean, it
world
is Sentinels
champions,
we're
we have
talking
to
about.
address Sasi and Pinkata, who, you
They
know,
don't change.
these are guys who time and time again, we have talked about them, big them up, praise them. And even though, baby, this season has been a little bit up and down for both of them, you know, role swaps and all that stuff, it still feels
ये
like
वाला
that
clutch भाई
these 2
इसका.
guys still have that magic in them.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? It's the role swaps and getting adjusted to them. That was the big thing. I think when we see a player like Pankata especially thrive, is on the double controller maps, and it was actually a pleasure to see Sachi go off on Breach here. I heard that somewhere that he doesn't
ये
like
ये
playing
roster नया है, तो I don't think changes करेंगे.
like that, bro.
बहुत tense का लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
I mean, seriously, man.
Tens को नहीं हटाएंगे.
I feel like
ना.
that can open up a whole new
Tens उनका
area for them
biggest
to
player है.
go into.
I feel like
Fan following चल जाएगी.
between them.
हाँ. Tens literally यही तो मजाक उड़ाता है कि Sentinels एक clout वो है. और है, but like वो clout वाला जो main बंदा है उसी को थोड़ी निकाल देंगे. Tens is currently the biggest player in the world. Still is.
वो तो है.
And statistically, he's still the best player in the world, statistically.
नहीं, मैकेनिकल गेम में तो कोई बीट नहीं कर सकता टेंस को.
गायब हो जा रही है, मैं जैसे मारने जा रहा हूँ. तो साला मक्खी मार के रखी है, जो ना मैंने उछला हो. मच्छर भी नहीं है, मक्खी है, प्रॉब्लम ये है.
कैप्टन कैसा लॉस सा लगता है भाई, बच्चे जैसा.
कैप्टन बहुत ही अच्छा कोच है.
ओबे यार.
सेंट और हेवन बैंड. जब पॉइंट देखने को मिलेगा.
बाइंड लेना चाहिए. ओह नाइस.
डोमिनेट किया था ना Cloud9 को.
स्प्लिट क्यों लेते हैं?
स्प्लिट अच्छा है.
What the fuck?
Okay, nice. ये कौन किसको बैन कर रहा है? Sentinels. पॉइंट बैन कर रहे हैं.
स्टार्ट्स पे जा रहे हैं.
क्या बोल रहे हैं? क्या स्ट्रैट्स?
स्टार्ट्स पे जा रहे हैं, पक्का स्टार्ट्स पे जा रहे हैं.
बचा नहीं रहे भाई, उनका वो फाइनल है भाई वो.
नहीं, but why would you pick Split and Pearl जिसको तुम हारे हो पिछला सीरीज?
Bienvenidos en esta segunda partida del día, intentando ir de abajo hasta arriba como la serpiente
भाई कैप्टन इज कुकिंग भाई.
Masino, Shy, King, Nosworth, Akolija, Coach Onur.
अब या तो who let him go कहेगा disappointed वाला या वो वाला. भाई सब क्या कर दिया इसने. सेंटिनल्स का ट्विटर बोलता हूँ जरा. यार जैसी जैसी सेंटिनल्स का मैच शुरू हुआ ट्विटर पे टॉप 2 ट्रेंडिंग वैलोरेंट LCQ सेंटिनल्स.
जहाँ टेंस जाएगा वहीं जाएंगे सब.
And Sen City, are you in the building?
ये देख सेंटिनल्स के क्या शोर मच रहा है.
Tens, Zekin, Marv, Sasi, and Kata. It's Sentinels!
मक्खी गायब हो जा रही है भयंकर. एक मक्खी है बस.
Sen City's looking to be jumping tonight, but not if the Sea Serpents have anything to say about it. As Leviatan take on Sentinels, that is what a Leviathan is, after all. But this right here is going to be such a fascinating matchup because for us, the question is, does this team, this Leviatan team, have it in them to be able to take down Sentinels? And does Sentinels, like, are they prepared for a potential Leviatan upswing? Because we've seen, Wyatt, what would happen in the past when teams would have these hot starts and then the other squad just can't seem to bounce back. So this is something that they're going to need to temper right away if Leviatan get hot.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we're going to see a Sentinels as well that they can smell the blood in the water. With Cloud9 taking that loss today, how they destroyed them on Fracture and Map 2. I think they're hungry to get back there, and I think they can feel that they can make it to the finals.
Yeah, JB and I were talking to Coach Kaplan, you know, backstage, and he was super confident, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Actually end in 2, and it wouldn't even go to a third map.
Yeah, which is, you know, ambitious to say the least. But, you know, baby, I mean, we've seen that ambition sometimes kind of get thrown aside of the past, as we see here the Agent Select starting to come.
On the flip side, this could be the start to a great run for Lev. You know, they need this. This is a big test for them right now because we didn't really get to see much in their last series, so.
Yeah, and we did, but that's the problem though, right? All season long, we kept thinking to ourselves, when are we going to see the change-ups from Leviatan? When are we going to see the pivots and their new strategies? And it didn't necessarily come here. Do you feel like we're starting to get it here now, maybe a little bit?
I mean, listen, King on Raze, I like what I'm seeing already.
Hey, I'll take that.
Honest,
Chamber Raze?
Oh my
Listen,
goodness.
if they switch to Taco's Chamber, he was good on that role last year. He was always solid. If they go for that with the King Duelist, I'm getting excited.
Yeah,
could be a double duelist, I think.
It could be double duelist, or we could see the Chamber Raze. It's the double duelist. This is something Sentinels was actually running, I think, week 1.
Yeah.
And Tens and Zekin were popping off on this comp. So this is something they understand the limitations of this comp. If there's anyone that can shut down the double duelist on Fracture, it's Sentinels.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this ends up happening and coming to fruition. But it is now time to get this elimination match underway and send it over to a couple of clowns. Here's Brennan's sideshow.
Yeah, not anymore, GB. I mean, whoa, what is this? What is this?
Hello, me.
Two places at once. I was about to make the claim we tossed out a costume. And then it's just really throwing it up. Let's get into it. Elimination match. Still got jokes on the way. And yeah, this is a big one, Josh, man. I mean, Sentinels versus Lev. It's the lower bracket. It's a lower bracket. There's elimination on the line.
Yeah.
And yeah, production needs to be cursed for an eternity for showing how to get it, man.
We are in topsy-turvy world, though. I feel like the desk
has still had to sell this chance of a Leviatan comeback, despite how rough they looked, because we've seen teams bounce back. The crew run is the definition of that, to go 0-9 and then go on a hot streak afterwards. But there was a break in the middle there and time to retool, fix stuff. Leviatan have barely had any time to turn this around. If you're rooting for the LATAM team here to win, you got to hope that they just got outclassed by Crew, because Crew are the best team in the universe.
Right. Maybe that's why Fracture was the map pick of their choice as well. Maybe get King on the pivotal role, playing at Julius again. The desk was talking about it. I'm a fan of it.
Definitely.
He was looking like the best player at times, but here we go. It's slow to begin with. Look at this setup here. Off of somebody's contact there. Sassy is holding a stun. They got a flash.
Yeah, I love it.
It's off the cam, actually.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful trap play.
It's a lovely trap play. But also, the only player in the area is Takolia, right? And he's starting to dismantle this. And this is going to force Pancada to stay outside of his camera. I mean, obviously, the camera not active now as well. But it makes it much more difficult to run a trap play like this. Instead, Tens and Zekken are just going to be double facing. The play, though, happening over towards A, as the entirety of Leviatan essentially making their way very slowly, contacting up through A halls.
अच्छा मैंने कुछ एक्शन मिस नहीं किया.
From Sentinels Fracture and why it
Pancada Cypher पे.
so dominant on this side.
Ooh, back to Sentinel.
They had tons of trap plays.
back to Sentinel का KJ से Cypher पे.
This double duelist comp is playing so
Still yeah, Fracture पे. Cypher KJ बहुत अच्छा खेलता है.
Full retake on the pistol.
Let's see.
5v5. Stun being held here.
Tens is always on. KO.
KO. Second on raise. Nice one.
Nice.
Playing a bit more patiently. Taco with a dash active. Oh, PC.
Oh, Taco का PC हो गया.
Still see the kills coming through.
Remake होगा.
Most probably. अगर वो round आ रहे तो जीते तो.
Yeah, Lev picking everything up. And Zekken, the last one left. He's still wondering about Taco. He's like, he knows he's vacated there, but does he know it's because of the PC? Not quite. Time's running short. Let's still win the pistol round despite that.
Taco with the perfect play.
Yeah, the perfect play, the distraction play. Take no part in the round. Just run away.
Was it not Tens doing something extremely similar when we saw them play Bind with that Yoru mirror?
Exactly. Mirrors of that one. So obviously attack pause there.
Yeah. But overall, I mean, it's great that it happened when it did, because at that point, Leviatan had already really cemented themselves in the round.
Yeah.
That full contact play all the way through A halls, dodged every part of the trap setup on B, and was able to secure them the site. They got so deep before they made a single piece of noise. They had essentially cleared out the majority of the site all throughout halls.
Remake होना चाहिए वैसे तो यार.
Yeah, and we know as well, Josh,
Yeah.
behind the scenes.
Because Zekken वहीं पर रुका हुआ था, उसका वेट कर रहा था.
I mean, they were still on the grindstone, man. The body views were kicking. They were looking back their match, seeing what they could look for as well.
I mean, their intro song that they've selected is "Nothing for Free, We're Here to Work."
Yeah,
there could not be anything more Leviatan.
It fits them like a glove, doesn't it?
It certainly does. But yeah, they're certainly looking to try and rebound. They've only got one piece of data, you know, that one example of Sentinels playing on this map with this composition. It works extremely differently to what Sen were playing during the regular season. You heard the desk kind of discussing that they'd been playing a lot of the double duelist stuff early on Fracture.
पूरा PC change करते हैं क्या?
PC sorted. Can see it as well.
ठीक करता है.
Minds on the job here.
Yeah.
And Taco's getting that sorted out as well. Hopefully getting into the action momentarily. He's got the dogs out.
That's not Taco.
No.
Everyone's got the dogs out.
Pancada, I think, yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see this match play out. I think a lot of people are looking for both of these teams to try and make a resurgence.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Sen fans hoping that they can make a run through the bracket.
I mean, the desk was talking about it, right? The last time they made an international event was Champs 2021.
Yeah, that's
NA Productions.
Time ago.
2 years since they were in that kind of situation.
They've been clamoring for any sort of international appearance. This is the last chance they'll have of it in this year.
And at the time, they had qualified as the top team in North America. The times have shifted so dramatically.
Yeah.
To even if they were to go on a fabulous lower bracket run here, they would still only be squeaking in within the Americas region. And we had talked to Davies. Vansili was there in the interview. He wants Leviatan to be in that final for the double LATAM.
He does.
El Clasico, which I'm sure all of the fans in that region are
Ujjan teach Marv
If Lev can
to
pick things
IGL.
up, yeah, the teams on both sides, you know, Lev and Crew, they're both friends as well. After their match, you know, when his Crew knocked them down, it was I was seeing them all just like talking to each other.
Yeah,
sitting
just
on the
hanging
steps.
out.
Yeah, just hanging
smiling. I don't quite know how you could be friends with somebody after Kesnit's just obliterated you like that. There'd be some bad blood between me and someone who did that. to me.
I mean, listen, I'll keep it in the server, you know. Friends on the outside anyway. Well, we are going to be getting this tech pause sorted momentarily. We're going to send it down to GB to fill for the meantime as well. Take it away, GB.
All right, thank you so much, fellas. Appreciate it. And yeah, so we have a little bit of a tech pause there. We'll be sure to get that underway. But despite it all, though, Leviatan managed to pull it off, so that was pretty cool.
That was clean.
I'm going to do that in my rank games now. I'm just going to push sand, and then I'm just going to drift over to the side. real
Biggest
quickly.
brain pistol round strat I've ever seen.
Why is this Jet not trading this kill?
The fake Yoru clone into spawn, leaving two people staring at him. Like, they don't know. What is he doing? Why is he not peeking? Why is he not trading? What's
Yeah.
going on here, man?
I know
Poor Zakin, man.
It's absurd, certainly absurd. But that being said, though, it does give us a little bit of time here as we're waiting for the gear to get swapped out, so that this way we can jump back into the action. Thank you so much for bearing with us for the time being. Hopefully, you don't mind just chilling with the homies for a few minutes while we go ahead and do that stuff. So let's talk about, you know, kind of set things up a bit more, make fun of Sideshow a bit. He had said that we were trying to big up Leviatan here, but here's the thing, Baby Bay, you picked Lev to win, and now you have an opportunity to explain yourself. So,
Okay, no, it's fine. First of all, my brother's on a team, so I got to support family.
Obviously.
But
you know.
secondly, is that I feel like strategically they are just more ahead of Sentinels right now because when I look at Sentinels, I feel like they haven't really had a lot of time with Marv's IGLing, right? They've looked way better than when they first got him on the team, of course. But I don't think it's enough time when you're playing against a team like Lev, who's in general just been together longer, right?
Yeah.
So I think strategically they should have the upper hand. And the way to beat teams like Sentinels is the same way you beat FaZe every time you play them, right? You just don't let the duelist go crazy, and you'll probably win. So
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm
not going to be. No. I'm not going to be the black hole of despair. Okay,
sure.
I'm not going to be. But that being said, no. But it's the thing. All of the Lev players have at points all been very good. There is a reason that this team came together. There's a reason they brought in some of the guys from Crew like Mazzino. It's just the way things have turned. We haven't seen that enough recently. But you know, that's a bit of my cope. They've all been very good at certain points, but due to team, you know, overarching team failures, they've just never been able to, you know,
उठता हूँ यार मैं इस टाइम पे बताओ.
Oh my, okay. Engineering undergraduate. Oh, what happened to bro? What happened to bro?
What is this?
They put that nigga through the gauntlet, bro.
आपकी watching कितनी है?
No, they put him through the
12
gauntlet.
11
कौन से लोग हैं तो 4:30 बजे इतनी देर तक उठ रहे हैं?
It's gotta be before
भगवान जाने.
Both of them.
With what you were saying, baby, I think Sentinels is way less structured than Leviatan. And if this was against a team that I know likes the anti-strat and game plan for their opponents, I would say that matters. Because when I watched Sentinels against 100 Thieves, they would do like one strat a map. It was just like on Pearl, they would go A. On Split, they had like a basic mid take into like an A hit and a B hit. It was all very simple. And if you watch the VOD, you would be able to anti-strat it. Leviatan's not that team though. They don't do that. They just play their gameplay.
ये सफेद बाल वाले को पता है क्या बोल रहे चैट में? That's water gun के लिए. Message deleted by a moderator.
Especially
Lava.
the way that the season played out. We were playing one game a week. It was just, what? Like that was mind blowing for many.
Yeah. So I know we didn't get to see much, but even that pistol round, I kind of like what Lev was doing. I like that they went to go break the site for utility at the A site, and then they went back and hit the other site, and they had a free site, and their post plant did look good, even with the Yoru clone jet that, like, you know, I've never seen before personally. I think I've done that on stream. Oh, excuse me.
मेरा message भी deleted by a moderator.
You know,
क्या था आपका?
वही water gun के लिए लगाओ.
But I liked what I I saw, though. I liked how they tried to manipulate a rotation and breaking that Cypher util to deny it.
Watchparty goes crazy.
And look, I think if we can get that out of Lev, you know, this is going to be a very competitive series. But shifting gears,
Bro's
to
gonna
2023, Marv, of course, playing
Bro's
on
gonna
the
have a
blue
diss
team
track
on
with
a new role
literally
and
M and
RGLing
M,
as well. Earlier,
the
we had a
candy.
chance to speak with him about making this transition. Team
has definitely improved a lot. We had a lot of time to practice, and for me myself, I feel like calling is getting easier for me, especially with just the amount of practice. Everyone's on the same page, so I don't always have to
Iceman.
micromanage everyone. But other than that, I'm learning to keep it simple and just trust my reads. The team has trusted me a lot more, so it's just, you know, time.
Monster on the loose.
Yeah.
All they needed was time, is what he's saying there.
Iceman.
You're very familiar with Marv. You've played against him, with him. You know, I want to get your perspective on this, Baby Bay. Right, him coming into this IGL role, a tall task to ask for this player here, especially with a high-stakes situation like the LCQ.
Yeah, he's always been a very smart player when I've played with him. I mean, he was the only one that was like the glue for that old roster. We had no IGL. So like without him mid-rounding or doing any of that, which I'm sure he's doing a bunch of now on top of like this full IGLing.
Yeah.
Like,
अरे हाँ, Marv
he's
एक time पे
always been a
phase पे भी तो था.
phenomenal player in that aspect. So I think playing under FNS and seeing what it takes to be like a championship IGL, which FNS is, you know, I think he probably did learn a lot, and he probably just does need more time. I just don't think it is enough time to make the deepest of runs.
Oh, potentially. That's a bold statement there. But of course, guys, I did get word. Oh, good news, folks.
किसने बोला कौन जीत रहा है?
Oh, my spider senses are tingling.
फेस बेबी पे ने तो बोला कि बेबी पे तो बोल रहा था कि लेवियातान जीतेगी. टकलू कौन बोल रहा है कौन जीतेगा?
बाकी सबने सेन ने बोला.
बाकी सबने सेंटिनल बोला.
We're gonna be getting into action momentarily. Hopefully the problem's resolved as well. Swapping out the PC in the meantime, and yeah.
पूरा PC swap out कर दिया भाई.
Number one. You haven't missed much. Just the pistol round, just the opening.
Keyboard तो इनका ही होता है.
We're going to be heading
Keyboard हाँ custom खुद करता है ना. मने भी देता ही है.
Things are not exactly going to be even as we launch back in here. Leviatan in the driver's seat. And Sentinels had
कितना यूज लगेगा तुमने माउस और कीबोर्ड लाया वही चलना बंद हो गया.
And like I said, so much of that was based on those trap plays coming through. And Sen have gambled possibly the correct side here.
Yeah.
Level look like they're headed right into this.
बढ़िया gamble किया. B पर 5 है वो.
Sheriffs, yeah. You can do some serious damage here, but no casualties. Narrowly avoiding it.
Nice.
Let's spot that out. Two players, they want nothing to do with it. Not against the half by or the eco.
I really like this. Both rounds that we've seen so far.
5 backstab कर रहे.
Where the danger is on the map, where the trap play is, where the stack is, and then heading in the opposite direction. This is a double duelist composition. You'd be expecting this to be fast, explosive, flashy, and instead they're creeping around the map, finding the openings.
Super cautious. They can try to gather all the information before they really commit into anything. Makes a lot of sense.
ये round तो चलेगी
A
almost.
bit more susceptible though to faster plays.
Unless second goes crazy.
They choose to fight over an
Second goes brrr.
Yeah, and if they, you know, commit to an area where Senna fights,
इसको दिख
would
गया.
definitely be an issue. But with how cautious they are, I would expect them to back off if there was that level of defensive aggression.
Yeah.
And think about it in terms of.
Ooh.
Nice.
Shot है.
Nice.
Oh my god.
No.
3 kills. And is there time on the clock? Can this be possible? Can this be doable? It's diffusing halfway. Distractions plays and
Time है क्या?
No
Oh my god.
भाई. But can क्या eco है भाई.
Yeah, that'll make you hold your breath for a second, won't it?
Is everyone awake again? We come back from the break and woken up.
Absolutely.
Well, sometimes you just get a reminder of the special level of.
That's why he's still statistically the #1 best player in the world.
You know, 10's unreal form. Will it continue?
Yeah.
And I think there's a little teaser for us. Honestly, the aim is still sharp.
Yeah, we'll see when rifles get into hands.
अब rifles आ गए देखते
A
हैं
lot of
क्या
the
होता
sting
है.
out of the buy this round. 2 players still had pistols, so they're going to be able to upgrade here. King and Taco, the 2 duelists. But look, the pace is still really slow. Shy getting up here, looking to try and break the cycle.
Nice.
And punish.
Nice.
Great adaptation from Marv.
The Iceman.
Not so much a trap set up on B,
Iceman
but
is
just
too
looking
cold
for that
with
same
it.
play that Taco went for round 1.
Actually punishing it, yeah. That poking and prodding. It's
when Lev are trying to hunt down and break the Cypher util.
And now Taco's looking to prod the opposite direction, possibly assuming that Marv would still be playing Generator or Canteen, whereas he has doubled up with Pancada on site.
Here's the committal.
Dual initiator.
Drop here, an attempt now through the smoke. That's a pop flash play around the corner. Tens taking a
Tens
lead
OP.
for the rest of his team. Gathered up now. Shoulder to shoulder. That's going to be the spike lower down.
Oh, short.
Time to reset the aim, but still brought down with the trade.
Tens
This is
goes
full
crazy.
control of the site, full control of the spike. King
Tens go brr.
Taco have to pull out something special. You can hear him barreling towards him. Taco, he knows that he's being squeezed.
Looks alright.
Those angles, that is a
Iceman.
beautiful movement from Marv. Adjusting it, never giving an easy shot. Leaving it up to King, but well.
Nice round.
Hi.
Sirf ek mara. Sirf ek. Zakkan.
The form's looking good from the Sentinels players, and that's something that we've been discussing a lot at LCQ. I was a bit concerned there because Marv was barreling into halls way in front of Pancada. Would have been rough if he missed the shot, but delivers. Winning 2 crucial duels
Kya shot
to
tha.
help his team get into a fantastic spot and then to close them out again.
चलो के खेल रहा है वो.
Pancada ने क्या बढ़िया मारा.
So far, Leviatan have been able to avoid the major traps and major dangers, but this is our first rifle round. And we see them, broadly speaking, set up towards the north side and just ultimately ready for any defensive aggression. 2 double faces, high-low setups, one watching Dish and one watching Arcade.
Really cautious and aware of any sort of aggression that might come out of Sen.
Talk about discipline.
Yeah, just trying to absorb it.
भाई वो A main से सारे push मार रहे हैं और वो dish पे सारे push मार रहे
for
हैं.
your opponent to do something without taking map control yourself.
There it is, flash reclearance from Sen. All that hall's control. This is going to give them a good indicator that most of Lev are going to be sitting
जा रहे
towards
हो,
the
जा
north
रहे
side of the map.
And Shy is the person that's
हो
potentially
गया
under pressure
He's
right
in the
now.
danger zone, yeah. The turret active. They know that he is
Turret है ना बस यहाँ
he's
पे.
tethered around that area of the map.
Always got an exit route via tunnel.
They might seek to punish here. Rolling Thunder, there's nobody onto the site to get that connection onto. Into the smoke, Pancade's repositioned now into the trip, and Pancade does claim the one
Lol.
kill.
Nice
An auto
one.
strike committed just into B main, maybe off of somebody's timing there, but it doesn't really get too much else done. It's a player advantage still to Sentinels.
Tens का वो ult कितना काम आ रहा है.
It's Lever need to get the spike down. Time is of the essence.
Aftershock,
seconds, yeah.
nade.
30 seconds left.
So many things here that Sen can use to try and deny the plant.
There it is. Aftershock comes out. The flash over the top. The aftershock
सासिनो से मार दिया.
Nice one, Sasi.
to the utility here, and
एक खेल रहा है dual initiator और एक खेल रहा है dual
2 players
duelist.
left alive as a 2v4. Might have to consider saving, but you still have control of the site. How are you going to really get this done? A tap onto it, but no.
No Sentinel comp नहीं चलता क्या? Sorry, no duelist comp.
Just cleaning them.
No duelist comp.
Really well done by Sen there.
Use तो नहीं किया था
Moment in
किसी
that
ने.
round where it could have all gone wrong.
याद नहीं पिछले LCQ में बस वही चल रहा
He
था.
called it out. It was based on Shy feeding that information over to him.
वो
Shy
ही
knew
नहीं
that
चल रहा था,
he
सिर्फ वो
was
यूज
coming
करते
from
थे.
trade. Call for the orbital
उसका
strike.
नाम क्या है?
You just see it here, and they
Sentinel.
have to dash in front of
Sentinel
it.
नहीं,
Now, had
Liquid.
Shy been able to pick one of those off,
नहीं नहीं इन्होंने भी कहाँ यूज कर रहे थे
strike,
duelist.
maybe the round goes differently, possibly. But otherwise, Sentinels
याद
had
नहीं मेरे को.
all the map control they needed to get that.
अबे करा तो था, Zekan कर रहा था.
Push Leviatan down onto the bad buy.
Zekan कहा था पिछले LCQ में.
LCQ अच्छा पिछले LCQ याद भी नहीं भाई मेरे को.
Again, that utility, supportive utility. Sassy and Tens have been amazing with it.
Dapper KO था, Shroud वो था, Viper.
Equally. No ground
Tense
to be gained.
chamber.
Taco. He's lucky
तो उस
there.
टाइम पे चेंबर duelist ही था ना भाई.
Flash play was dodged. in
हाँ
his
हो
face.
गया.
They don't quite have the guns. Sen always going to be favored there.
Taco.
Correct है.
Was holding the line. Pretty aggressive angle.
Nice.
Taken, he swings again, not scared
भाई nice.
whatsoever.
Falling to pieces.
Open काटा भाई.
Yeah.
जहाँ तक लग रहा है मेरे को उद्मगन.
Three players probing in one of these areas and
ये
then
तो
Dominate कर रही है ये.
13-7 से पहले जीत जाएंगे.
Jet currently not
वही.
playing a hard entry role. And
तो
Shy
मेरा
has
तो
also been given
तेरा तो
further freedom
13-10 था.
to explore arcade.
वे यार 13-9 ये तो बहुत है बस.
Those are targets to be crunched on.
Bro, this is Sentinels we're talking about.
True.
उन्होंने 9-3 लोड लीड थ्रो करी है, क्या नहीं कर सकते हैं.
ये नया भाई थ्रो तो लाउड ने भी करी है, फैनाटिक ने भी
This would
करी
be
है.
a nice time to throw in some kind of fast execute with the double duelist comp. You've kind of conditioned Sen to expect slow pace gameplay and a bit more of a
Louder
rolling
Fnatic
approach
ही है ना.
towards B. But instead, it looks disciplined and slow again.
Yeah. Same old, same old.
Nice था यार.
They're going to be facing this though. This is the trap play maybe. There's no cam, but it's just going to be off.
10 second मतलब sorry. High movement.
The flash repeak.
Second की movement क्या बेहतरीन थी.
Spike was dropped down as well. It's good information. It's going to be called here for Sen.
And look how aware they are that there could be some kind of flank on the other side. Great kill from Marv. He gets 2.
Yeah. Takes the first one out, gets help from his teammate, doubled up here. Smokes and watch for because they are so aware.
I mean, Shy was never getting anything done there. Sentinels were so aware.
Oof, shot.
Offer him the one. Sassy out in the open. Spike in his hands here.
कोई पीछे से आ रहा. Pankada.
Towards him here with the rifle in his hands.
Shot.
Loses another
Nice
duel.
shot.
Help.
Shot.
Plenty of time on the clock. 45 seconds. Are they really just going to give him a series of 1v1s? It looked like.
सब 1v1 दे रहे थे पता नहीं क्यों सर.
The 3-2-1 double face.
Sentinels looking hot in terms of how they're firing. Tens
9 and 1. Bhai sahab.
Winning so many of these duels, and they're so important. I mean, the way that Marv is firing here shuts down this arcade.
वो भी 9 and 1 से pistol round में मरा था.
When Sentinels played against Cloud9,
वो भी spike से.
their players look like they're in
नहीं पहले राउंड में स्पाइक थोड़ी मरा था. सेकंड राउंड में मरा था.
10-0 डिफ्यूज कर रहा था.
हाँ वो सेकंड राउंड था भाई. फर्स्ट राउंड में याद नहीं वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए थे.
Could be incredibly important.
Yeah, integral. We'll be keeping a closer eye as well. Map number 2. See how that one also develops here. Double dart and well, shot misses.
तो भी spike से ही मरा.
In the hands of Zekan.
Unusual to have your raise.
सेकंड राउंड स्पाइक से मरा था. फर्स्ट राउंड थोड़ी.
Don't expect playing against Sentinels comp.
अच्छा हाँ.
A lot of teams.
वही तो डेथ एक राउंड पिस्टल राउंड में आई थी उसके बाद नहीं आई.
Positions that don't necessarily suit having operators to still force it up because it is unexpected. Gives it value.
Sassy just got
उसके बाद मरा जितनी बार भी स्पाइक से मरा.
He's now 1 away from having his rolling thunder online. Nobody to help Marv here.
Dash to move forwards. Pass the sight lines here. Spam through.
King damage थोड़ा.
Well, the players grouped up now from Lev. Again, the utility just making sure that nobody can step foot outside. But now through San, it's a double satchel play. King not onto the high ground angle. Double face once more. Sen playing together. The fundamentals quite clean. Flash. Taco. No smoke in his way to try and play around this one.
उनकी शाय लेके जा सकता है भाई. वो नहीं.
Every smoke watch for, and that's
Lol.
at the end. Well, we'll put a stop to that. It's 1 versus 1. Mazzino sticking a plan out. Extension of time for it. Zekan, orbital strike in his face. How does he play it? Satchel back to escape it.
Look at the patience there, though. He was trying to see if he could get a kill on Mazzino before that.
And what is that? Zekan.
Oh, Zekan is crazy.
What's their placement? The understanding.
देखो देख. डिफ्यूज नहीं कर रहा. क्राउड पे वो कर रहा है.
Perfection. I mean, he paused inside the orbital strike
To see if Mazzino would give him the peek.
Yeah, unreal. Because he knows he has the blast pack to be able to get out. He's not worried about dying in that spot, and he understands that Mazzino's likely to have repositioned. I mean, it's so good there. When it looked like Lev had finally got the trading working into the site, they'd eventually got.
उसको देख वो अल्ट के अंदर बैठा रहा कि वो पीक देगा.
Combined together to trade out a lot of those kills.
इस सैचल करके तो निकल ही जाएगा.
Still mistakes from the Leviatan side. King way too far ahead, not synced up with Taco Leah. But better signs from them. Still at a 5-round loss streak. I mean, overall, this team is at a 5-match loss streak as well. Let's need to pick things up.
Got to step it up. And a big ults online to maybe get a round on the board here. Put a stop to it. A lot of utility thrown their way. This is just to maintain control of Arcade. Shy still going for this, even though they've lost control of Arcade. It's unorthodox. Rolling Thunder pushing them back, and now they're going to try and strike right into them with the showstopper. King does not get anything. Just the one with the rifle before being traded here. And also out in the open, it is absolute carnage and entertainment on Sassy. Can't assist, can't help out. Marv low enough here. Wins this duel out anyway.
भाई
He's on 3 HP.
3 HP पे कैसे करा उसने? 3 HP पे वो जीत गया.
Exactly where it's going to be playing.
ओ वाह, एक आफ्टर शॉट भी पड़ा.
Into it, taking damage from it, forcing one of the fights out. There's no swing
30
from Marv.
versus 3.
Pancada's creeping around though, misses the op shot.
Yeah, tugged to the corner. This is still winnable for Mazzino. Marv low enough. All he needs is one more fight, but well, not offered the opportunity or the chance. Marv and Pancada holding the swing together here, and so far the thing that's
ये 20
sailing
रुपए 20
Sen
रुपए.
through a lot of these rounds has been just the fundamentals.
I think they have great game plans on their defense side. This to me
Oof.
looks like Sen have
भाई सेकंड ने क्या
far
घूम
more
के
of an
मारा.
idea of what they want to do. A much deeper playbook.
Also, hell of a just, I mean, They see the lockdown, they understand we're going to play for arcade control and then just fight it with the rolling thunder.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. They have setups in place and they know what to do against other teams throwing ideas at them.
Marved is 11-2.
This map looks like Sentinels best. When we saw them play against Cloud9, why on earth did Leviatan pick this map?
Not too sure. It's a valid question.
The whole map veto was incredibly strange.
Yeah. Off exchanging hands here. This time Pancada. Watching for it. Gives up.
याद है जब एक टाइम पे
Timing there. It's just quite unfortunate, but Mazzino.
आफ्टरशॉक भी तोड़ देता था इसका नाम स्टार्ट केजे का
चल जाएगा
ओए बचा कैसे है वो
Order strike was dropped down as well just before death. Now we see it. Rolling Thunder push them back. They want to fight into the spawn here, but Sassy's containing from Canteen. It wasn't smoked off.
Hey, everyone is hitting their shots.
Second भी पागल. Marv तो the Iceman में.
Spike laid down. Satchel through. Flash
एक उसे दिखा आर्केड पे.
Safety. Second with a quick tap as well, trying to force one of these fights out, doubled up. Now they have the information. Both the players here from Lev are close. Another flash, a repeat, a re-swing, and Shy.
Shy को दोनों कर लिया.
Three in a round and a difference maker.
जो KO ने फ्लैश, टेंस ने फ्लैश करा वो हिट नहीं करा. फ्लैश नहीं कर पाया.
It's a thrifty round, a light buy from Leviatan that they end up executing on to halt this run from Sen. But the question is,
Pancada की positioning गलत थी थोड़ी.
Too late. Lev need to take this.
हाँ Pancada starting में मर गया ना यार. Side control lose हो
गया. I mean, one of the things that worked very nicely there is that they got the first pick onto Pancada. There wasn't any side.
वो उसने बस रेस पे शॉट मिस कर दिया मार्व ने उसके बाद पता नहीं क्या crazy shot मार दिया.
Defensive aggression. Here's more defensive aggression. Shy is going to take the rope instantly. Is there a fast reactive push off the back of it though? That's what worked in round 9. This time, Lev, there's no gas. They don't go anywhere.
It's fully slowed down. Any advantage they could have gained from Shy calling. There was that deep push onto the north
I think
side.
slow rounds ना Sentinels को favor कर रहे.
That's because they're worried about Pancada.
Slow थोड़ी है rounds वो सारा round वो ले रहा है.
Forwards into those trips.
Starting में देखना उसने पूरा वो ले लिया. Dish side पूरी.
ये मतलब वैसे में अगर एकदम से साइड पुश नहीं कर रहे पूरे साथ में मिलके जो पड़ते हैं डोरस तब
अब देख उन्होंने पूरा डिश ले लिया तो उन्हें पता है कि या तो बी में आएंगे या फिर ए में इन दोनों में से एक ही आ सकता है.
Fantastic information for all the rest of his team. They're going to play A for a little bit of a retake here, but at any point Zekin can come back in with his ult. Pancada's made it a 5v4
का shot.
Yeah, slipped through
भाई
the
बहुत
gap.
confidence है इनमें.
Or second part that. Lurk on B, by the way, this entire time they know that Lev are lurking.
There's no way.
Nice.
यार वो stairs के चक्कर में fuck up हो गया.
30 seconds left.
Wasn't going to win that one out. Cam, King's going to be removing it, taking control of it. Showstopper though, that is active, and with the movement second, he survives, drops down though. No one to follow up onto this one. All his teammates in spawn for this. Spike's still not planted here. Shy, just around the side there towards San, running all the way forward, seeking to try and deny this one. They need to take up this space. Horse control. Turret broken. Shy peeking off of it. It's a 1v2. Sassy with so much more to do here, dodging to the side of the fault line, forcing it. And here, gap in the play, maybe he can start to get half onto the fuse, sticking it now. Nana Swarm at his feet, it's low enough. Spam doesn't do the damage, 2 bullets left, has to go for the reload here. In this 1v1, Turret still alive as well, might just bring him down if he tries to face wide.
नहीं knife क्यों निकाला?
What a time, again to step up. It's been back-to-back rounds where he has just been a massive difference maker.
And think about how that round could have been different had Marv just not taken one step to the left and been falling off the staircase as Shy pushed through the smoke. This wins them the round.
Yeah.
वो staircase की वजह से.
It opens up the door for Shy to win the round. He still had a lot to do after that. Had to win a 1v1 that Sassy made a little difficult. But Shy's coming up big for them. The thing is, to me, they knew that Shy was there. That should have been something that Sen were able to shut down. Got a bit unfortunate.
6-4. Attacker's already on the line.
That's a big one. Yeah. An opening kill for Leviatan and getting Taco activated, who's been languishing at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Lockdown earned from the prior round. This one will clear out the entirety of B. We're moving away now. Passing back. Shy does have the spike.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, so they can't actually take the space once this lockdown does go off.
And there's a push on the south side. These players are so slow getting into the site. The flank is already coming through from Marv and Picada.
Yeah, really labored, but enough time being bought here. Lev can set up this crossfire, just backing away. Zeno does not to take the fight, just baiting it for Shy, and there it is. He's feeling it. It's confidence right now, this guy's aim. Taking these shots across the ropes. Pancada wants nothing to do with it now, trying to regroup with the rest of the team. But it's a 3v5. Got to think about saving.
Yeah, it's definitely the right call. About to head into round 12. And what a recovery this has been from Leviatan. They look like they were completely out of it. And with 2 really scrappy rounds, then this one a little cleaner.
Threads भी थे उसपे
safe करना चाहिए था. Very reasonable territory.
वो लग रहा था वो exit निकाल लेगा. उसने टाको ने बहुत बढ़िया shot मारा उसपे.
A lot of it off the back of Shy, the rhinoceros.
Yes, that's been massive moments from him, right? Stepping up. I mean, the reason they win this one round.
He's also really important here again. He holds off that flank.
Yeah, and the lockdown in play at the beginning.
Absolutely. Leviatan is starting to get up to some big ultimates too. Tens.
आपने कितना बोला था 13-7
for a retake situation because it stops, you know, Zeno from using
chat में लिखा है मैंने
so
अपनी
potentially at that point you might have orbital strike, which could be difficult for the team too. Not really a tool that you want to be using early on though for Sen.
But I think it could go 13-10 now.
Have been grouping 3 players together and trying to push out an area while having Marv and Pancada anchor the opposite side.
But Sen का attack बड़ा टट्टी है.
Both teams sticking to the game.
देखते हैं यार अभी let's see what happens. Neon भी नहीं है अब तो Neon कर देते
हैं. Really want to try and punish the alarm bot being placed, thinking that Shy could be alone, just in case Lev have adapted. Sometimes you see it from teams, they run. The rest of them just
Webcam off कर
trying to bait out some of those crunches. Again, it's just so cautious, slow going. A tap onto the orb, Taco, hoping to bait out a fight. Breaking the cam. Minute left in the round here for the final one of this first half.
And it looks like we're going to have a big clash of B.
Oh, yeah.
3 players ready to collect. This looks like a fault line and a peak.
There it is, stun close to the corner here. Movement, they can hit the footsteps, and it's Lev who are entirely favored.
Sentinels did not realize that there was going to be so many players around there in arcade. They were looking for info, got more than they bargained for.
Yep, utility used to clear out towards the top side of the tower, but it should be a free plant. Grouping up together now. It's the final round. E-Flash is still available. Here's a no command. Pop flash play through the smoke. Running right through them, but Tens dropped to his knees. There was no follow-up there. The Nano Swarm laid down into the smoke was everything to just try and stop that. Bit of spam through the box, no kills there. Elsewhere still just needs to get this plant down as well. Shy covering, and it's all up to Sassy.
6-6.
It's looking like Lev bringing it all the way back, and that's 6-6. Massive string of rounds here for Leviatan. Maybe more evidence as well as to why they might have picked this map.
Absolutely, we were questioning the map pick. King 3 and 10, that was what we assumed would be the win condition, but it hasn't been the case. Already now, Sentinels have given up more rounds on Fracture than they did in the entire map versus Cloud9. Now ended 13-5. And I think this qualifies as a real recovery from Leviatan, powered by Shy's Fragget.
Yeah.
Kai बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है भाई.
Shy has been just a massive player in the game here. Let's send Golden Boy into Death to break down the first half.
उनका duel is 10, 3 और 10, 4 और 10.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that.
King खेल नहीं पा रहा अभी.
If Leviatan managed to stabilize themselves as they go into that next half, of course, Baby Bay along with Wyatt here. But let's go ahead and talk about though some of the impact players we were seeing in that first half. Right? Obviously, you got to talk about Shy, but on the Sentinel side though, Wyatt, it was very evident like Tens had really contributed to the big turnaround and the run that we were seeing Sentinels go on at the midpoint.
Yeah, I got worried early on that we were about to see Sentinels just totally take the momentum and take over the game. It didn't end up happening, but early on, Tens got the ball rolling on that round where he was able to get a few of those crazy sheriff kills because it just totally ruined the economy for Lev. And Sen were able to kind of snowball the next couple, build their economy up, and then just have, you know, what felt like infinite gun rounds basically throughout the rest of the half.
Yeah, and like something that I was saying earlier is that I really love Tens' KO. Like I think he has probably the most assists that I've seen a KO have. On top of like his cracked out aim, it really fits his playstyle. Like I love how he slots into this character. And I'm not gonna lie, I was really scared. I was like, oh no, I was like, you're gonna get destroyed. It's 6-2, but it was a really good from Lev to come back in that half with some huge rounds from
The
Shy.
tens
Yeah,
effect.
100%. I mean, Shy won that first clutch that started getting them back in it. And then that one round that he played that went down to the 1v1 against Saucy was just beautiful. I mean, he made all the right decisions. He cooked Sen on that round. And brought them right back. I mean, yeah, Sen, I thought they were taking it over, but Lev, they're fighting. They're not out of this by any means.
Yeah, we were expecting that, you know, things were going to start to crumble for Leviatan, but, you know, Baby Bay, man, it seems like they stabilized right at the perfect time, right?
Yeah, I mean, my brother may not be dropping the kills right now, but he definitely called that second part of that half pretty well. So I'm happy that they strung together those 4 rounds, and it's a pretty fair game now.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see, too, maybe why Lev picked this map, even though they watched Sen demolish Cloud9 on it yesterday.
For sure.
Because that was a giant question mark, and they've got it. I mean, this feels like the closest they're going to get to a map-winning playoff so far.
That's right. Well, let's see if they can turn this into an actual win and send it back over to Brendan's Sideshow to see us through that second half.
Yeah, anyone's game, isn't it? This pistol round is going to be the sole focus for both of these teams. See if they can get that advantage and lead.
What a strange setup here from Leviatan. They're on the defense side. Shy has a Sheriff, no Killjoy setup to speak of, and 4 players stacked on B. I mean, this is such a hard read that Sen are going B, and look exactly where Sentinels attack are.
Yep.
Everybody about to walk into the maw.
It's high ground held by Taco Lee on the one side, stun onto the other, any form of contact. There's danger abound, isn't it? It's Nade. Might be quite good here. Waiting for the timing here. 120. There it is. Nade's going to be missing them all the way forwards here, though. Zekin. Satchel's blinded up. He's taken out, and they call the cancel.
They've cancelled, but Pancada's used the distraction to get in a little. Oh,
Taco
spotted by Taco on top of Jenny.
So he won't be able to get too much done. And again, Taco
RK
he turns
pistol
around.
round.
There's a fight to be taken towards main. It's a little bit shaky. The Sentinels trying to call that cancel here. A lot of damage done on top of it here to tens. They need to take some risks here. They need a kill.
Cage triggered.
Turret's still alive and active round. There's a doubled up face.
Spike down.
Surprised the tens doesn't go down, only on 5 HP here, moving up into tower. King, enough to get the job done there. And it would have to be that 1v5, an almost impossible scenario here. Fully grouped up. There's the first. But Lev not willing to give him anything else. There's fear stricken into them. It's full discipline. Even to the jeers of the crowd. Lev not willing to overstep themselves. They know exactly what their win condition is. It's that safety in numbers. Yeah.
And Tens can feel it. He knows he's being baited at that point, but I mean, what more can he do? What is that read from Leviatan? That's not, as far as I'm aware, some kind of hard anti-strat that you would be able to get from watching the VOD. The pistol round that Sentinels played yesterday against, or was it yesterday? The Sentinels, the pistol round that they played at some point, time has no meaning anymore.
Yeah, bro, I mean, don't ask me for what they were on.
But the pistol round that they did on the attack side against Cloud9, they went towards A. Completely different. And yet Lev had 4 players stacked up, having a soul read that was going to end by coming upstairs.
Grants him a good opening. Now it's about carrying it forwards. Converting it into a few more here. The Sentinels drop down to the eco round. The goal might just be to farm up some of these orbs. Grouped up. No response. Just a knife sent flying.
It's a great knife, and it's going to land onto Shy repeatedly if he plays over towards B. There's very few spots that you can play on site and manage to dodge that.
Yeah, it makes him aware that they're playing towards tower again.
But at the same time, I mean, the economy advantage is so large, it's not like you're going to be popping classics here.
Yeah, Mazzino's contact, there's going to be a stun from this. That's being held by Nozwa. There it is, fault line's let ripped. The team stun, Shy's running out of bullets! Patience needs to be played here, but no, it's all collected and saved in the end there. But the guns can't really get too much more done, and so Pancada left alone, 1v4.
You know, Brent, that wasn't the prettiest trap play I've ever seen in my life.
No, it wasn't.
But it got the job done. Pancada's left in a 1v4, similar to Tens the prior round, to be honest. And at the moment, Lev looking pretty. 2 Spectres, a Guardian and a Bulldog that they're going to be taking into the next round to try and make some kind of bonus play happen. And they still clearly have some kind of ideas of where they want to be laying traps around the map.
Yeah.
we didn't really need to see too much of the attack side from Sentinels.
Well,
Fracture.
मेरी स्कोर लाइन के ज़्यादा क्लोज है
So
अब.
cleanly on their defense against Cloud9.
क्यों?
That we don't know
2
how
राउंड
good
तो
they
जाएगी यार ले. 1 राउंड तो मिनिमम.
अगर लेवियातान जीत गई तो पहला मैप.
हाँ तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ.
नहीं सेंटिनल्स को जीतने ही नहीं दिया. सेंटिनल को बस 1 राउंड जीतने दिया.
No presence shown, but off the orbs
हाँ
contact.
तो मैं तो 13
Fight for it. Nade at the feet.
10.
Aftershock into the corner. This is a call made for Lev. They want to try and fight it. An attempt of it. It's tense. Takes the first blood and more.
That is a lovely idea from Sen. And it looks like an enormous clash is going to happen over there in tree, and instead they don't ever walk through that smoke. As soon as the smoke is put, they're waiting for the orb to tap, and they spring their own trap out the back of it.
Yeah.
It's lovely stuff, but it has left Sentinels all grouped up. All 4 players, with Pancada giving them information over towards the north side of the map. And they've still got to get into the site here cleanly.
The cam's still active from Pancada, so he knows that nobody's really pushed up. Just clearing the corner in case there was a timing for it. Knife against Tower. Also not tagged by it, but spotted out anyway. They know that there's 2 players here towards it. Flash, support. Also still looking to the side here. Another flash in his hands, doubled up towards it. A fight towards out of canteen.
Unless
again,
something cool
cleaning up.
happens.
So
that's quite a lot of damage done. I mean, that's a bonus round that's taken 3 guns away from Sen. And while Tens has his null command up, which could lend them a large amount of momentum, pushing forwards, getting onto site easily off the back of that ultimate, there is going to be a little bit of stuff missing here. You know, a Guardian light armor here for Tens. The Aftershock not present for Sassy. There's pieces missing on this.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Sen have a massive advantage, though, with that null command. They're just going to look to head fast into B. This is where Shy's been playing frequently. This is where you can turn off the Killjoy utility.
It makes sense to utilize it here. It's going to be one of the biggest deterrents. Everybody holding.
This has got to be one of the most quiet maps of Fracture I've ever seen.
Yeah, normally these teams, they love to brawl out towards the extremities, but it has been all contact plays.
So convinced that they were going to go for a fast B hit there. All 4 of them grouped up. And now it's Pancada to fend off Taco. No. And he just slinks across the rope.
Yep.
Doesn't
Getting out of there,
realize.
no noise. Taco's watching it, but will he catch it?
He didn't even see him.
No, did not see it at all.
I mean, the most perfect of timings. I don't know for who.
Jiggle from King, he's got to get out of there. No command, so no util to be used. The defending players are left, looking to try and anchor it down. There is smokes in play, though. Lay it down. It's going to make it difficult. Sent to try and work through. Pop flash play. Again, it's Tens leading the charge. King has beamed them down, lined them up. There's no real follow-up there from the Sentinels players. 3 players left standing. Maybe they can salvage this situation, but they're all grouped up towards Sand, just trying to walk through and work their own advantages. Individualistic at best. It's not going to carry them through the round. Lev got the right read.
Yeah, Leviatan completely got the right read. Taco cleared out the entirety of Dish, realized that they were going for an A-pop, and there was 4 players ready to receive. This is almost going to be impossible for Sassy and Pancada. And it's 10 seconds left. It's just a save. Even if they killed Shy at this point, they wouldn't be able to get to the site and plant. I'm confused what the call was there for Sentinels, to be honest with you. Because ideally with the null command, you want to be trying to find the site that has 2 players on it. Almost always that is going to be the site that the Killjoy is playing on. So if you don't hear Killjoy utility, it doesn't really make sense to me to be popping null command and rushing the site, because it's more likely than not going to have 3, possibly 4 players there. Wow. Excellent work from King, though. In a position where he could dodge the first flash that came through from Tens. And what they lacked there was any crosshair breaking. You know, it's not Zekan diving through the smoke, pulling crosshairs while Tens trades through. It's all just relying on one underhand flash to breach that smoke. Messy round, and exactly when Sentinels needed something to go their way. That is a bonus for Leviatan, something that they used to be known for. We haven't seen much from them recently.
Maybe a return to that form, Josh.
And this would be massive.
Yeah.
The one map where Sentinels looked like a top-tier team, from what we've seen from them recently, albeit in a small sample size, was that Fracture. My crew players all checking their Twitter.
Yeah, completely unaware.
Yeah, I mean,
on camera.
Just reading all of the praise being heaped upon them as they look like the best team in the world right now.
Exactly.
But I'm sure they'll be cheering for Leviatan and happy that things are going in this kind of direction. Senna up against the ropes here.
Yes,
their economy is not in a good spot. They've only got 2 rifles that they can bring into this round. They used one of their largest ultimates that should offer them an advantage, and now Lev is starting to get up to theirs. Very close to the rug being pulled out from underneath them after they were up 6-2 in this map.
Looking like Lev can go on a bit of a run. Streak of these rounds maybe on the cards here. Waiting for the barriers to go down. Sentinel setting their sights over towards B. Is this where they inject a bit of pace into it?
It's been so slow so far by both teams. I really doubt it.
Yeah, Knife not getting any tags. Taco again on this high ground position. Looks away, but orb's being picked up. Double face, just to break that turret and a swing on the other side of things. That's Shy trying to capitalize. More. Smoke's going to be layered down here. Again, there's not really too much oomph being placed off the back of it here from Sentinels. Not aware. Again, that angle was just being played by Taco. Spamming the damage here. Minute 10 left. Pop flash through. They want to try and take the fight to it. Taco!
भाई blind में मार दिया टाको ने.
Just spraying through. He deals with that aggression almost single-handedly. Leaves it up to Pancada, up towards tower. Does have the rifle, but stunned up. Hops away around the corner here. B-Hop first kill. There's his. Dodging to the side. Nade out in the open now. It's the easy sight line for Mazzino to clean up.
भाई टेंस को बेचारे को blind में फेल दिया.
Because I think he's looking to try and pick up an operator now. We'll see if he ends up going for it. But they have the money, and Sentinels have been playing very contact all around the map. I feel like a defensive op here would be fabulous. Look how much value Taco's getting anyway from just being sat on, positions where he can take that first contact and get away. I mean, frankly, that is ridiculous. But the opening kill from Generator, those kind of slow peaks, he's going to eat them up if he opts and he's hitting the shots.
Wants the switch up.
It is Taco with the op.
Yeah, he's purchased it now. Aware of the slow play style from Sentinels. You keep trying to contact in, you might get punished. Flash. Zeno has to respect that. Running away, orbital strike. Does he really choose to use this? Yeah, with a stun. Connects onto them, and there's the kills.
Beautiful.
Almost grabbing a second. That is adaptability. We haven't seen that from a while from Lev.
Yeah, both teams have really come on the defense side here.
Wait a second.
Sending it deep.
Close to the corner. That's Pancada trying to initiate a bit of running and gunning towards him. Offset the trajectory of the rocket, but no, still a kill there. 2 players, Zekin and Sassy.
बहुत slow खेल रही है Sentinel.
Taking damage, there's a minute left, but again, when you try and play slow and contacty, that is what we're talking about. The operator pickup, finding that value.
And what easy value to give Taco. I mean, that's a player that's been struggling, and if you offer him those kind of shots, he is going to be good for them. You've got to still make it difficult for a player that's had a period of bad form. Instead, Leviatan looking like they're going to be able to get up to 11 here, and the doubt for the fracture pick, I mean, is now being completely flipped on its head. Sentinels do not have any clue of how to be able to get through this.
It's a struggle. Not for Lev here, that's flawless. Economy flourishing. Said it earlier, they're going to be able to get that string of rounds going.
One of the things I'd really like to see from Sentinels is for them to play quickly at the beginning of the rounds in order to get early map control, because when you look at the way that the double duelist comp is going to play for Leviatan, they don't have very good information gathering. They're going to have to flash peek their duelists into positions, and that's where you can punish them for going for those info peaks. But you can't force them to make info peaks if they already have all of the map control and all of the information. You got to go and take it from them at the start of the rounds.
दोनों timeout खत्म कर दिए उन्होंने अपना.
Be so passive, so slow.
अगर कुछ करना है इसमें आपका तो ऐसा तो नहीं होगा.
Creep up on people and spring large execs. I think they're failing in the map control game at the moment. Bit of a rough read on how they want this fracture attack side to work.
Yeah.
And Lev, on the other hand, are going to be boosted from this. It has been a long time since they've had something to be happy about. Like we said earlier, a 5-match loss streak for Leviatan, a team that looked like they were in the ascendancy heading into 2023. All of the hype was around this LATAM squad, about how good they were going to be, about how good their scrims were, and how they might be able to go. They've really been struggling to put it together. anything like this, any boost of confidence, is going to be massive for their mentality.
Yeah. They've been steadily creeping down those rankings, but this could be a turning point now in the lower bracket here for LCQ. Really is the final chance for both of these rosters to showcase something for VCT 2023, whether you continue in the tournament or not. Now, seeing this beginning, this is a molly. It's going to go to the backside of tower, but Taco's here. There's nothing to push him off of it. Pancada's lucky. He does not pay for his life. Hopping over the top, trying to get a read on where he is. The cage layer down, and on the other side of things, it's already pounced upon. Sentinels taking up all that space. Taco's pressured, knives out, the right click misses. It is absolute anarchy. Lev, they're seeking to capitalize it. It's a monstrous round, man.
And Zekan's done what he could.
Pancada,
Deep into
Hasbusala.
Jenny with a stinger. Bought down to 700 to try and make something happen for Sen.
Yeah.
But it was a half buy. They were in some senses just throwing that one in there to see if they could possibly stop
चल
Lev
at least
from
अगर अब
getting up to
लेवियातान
match point.
जीतेगी तो मेरे को 20 रुपए मिल जाएंगे.
But Taco had
20 या
a fun
30.
time over there at Tree.
Yeah, it was like a prison brawl. It just felt so scrappy. Meanwhile, it's just like World War III occurring on the site.
The only attacking round that Sen have won is when they were on an anti-bonus 5 rifles
तो
against 2.
वहाँ पे सासी को पीक लेनी चाहिए थी उसके साथ जब पनकाटा फंसा हुआ था.
पर सासी नहीं मार्व ने ली भी और वो मर भी गया.
नहीं उससे पहले ही लेनी चाहिए थी जब वो स्कोपिंग करके बैठा हुआ था.
6 HP भाई.
It's all over the place. Tens now. Chance. Really redeem. He spots the last player out, but the spike is out in the open. It needs to be reclaimed by Sen. Grouping up, playing together. They shut it down as Nozwa attempts that peak.
That's an awesome round by
लो
Sentinels. You see the lineup, the
एक
10s
राउंड और
versus
जीते तो
the
मैं
अगर
30
beginning of the round. That was so, it's
अगर लेवियातान अब जीत गया तो मैं 20 रुपए जीत जाऊंगा.
on A. And as soon as
नहीं
it suppresses Shine,
अगर एक और राउंड जीतेगा सेंटिनल्स तो ना
down, let's hit A fast.
मैं 13
10
Clean had it not been for King, who did an
बे हाँ
excellent
टीम
job
वाला
at
हटा दिया था
cropping the
बे
spike as it was
यार.
getting through holes and turning around and dealing with Zekan too with a quick 180. Nevertheless, Sentinels get that online. Still, a Sheriff and a Bulldog coming in here.
The money took a beating despite winning the round here. They want to go fast again. That's going to be a stun. Meeting them, Zekan falling just to the operator. Not enough to push Taco off of that angle and that line. Could this be it? Could that be the finisher for the map here? Over the dash active for Taco! Oversteps himself, doesn't he? But what a shot from Tens! Block flash play! Right into the rifles! Singing out loud, and there's harmony on the other side here for Lev. Pancada finding his footing onto the side. A tap of the plant. Molly forced her back. It's a double face out, but this is it. It's all for it. All for a strike. Fight to be
मैं जीता.
Lev.
Yes.
13-8.
Yes.
What a resurgence!
20 रुपए या 30 रुपए. First map is wrong chat. First map was 13-7 or 13-10. 13-8 is closer to 13-7. Therefore, I won 20 or 30 rupees. Depends on the second one.
अगला मैप कितना बोला था 13-6 देखते हैं.
13-6 and तूने 13-6 बोला था मैंने OT.
Crew, best team in the universe. Fnatic couldn't.
They have to step up भाई.
Bracket at the beginning being
They have to
correct
step
there,
up.
but yeah, this was a significant
First
step up
half
here
ही
for
खेला बस
Leviatan.
Sentinels ने अच्छा
What we
साला.
wanted to see from them because you want to see something new, but they have good reactions for
वो
it.
भी अच्छा नहीं मतलब first half का first पहले 6 round
String of
बस.
rounds, Josh, weren't able to really bring it back.
6 in a row.
Yep.
And that is why Kaplan said earlier that he was confident he could finish this 2-0. Well, that is not happening.
That's going to do it for the first map here in this series. Do not go anywhere, of course. Even more action coming up just after this. We'll see you in a bit.
इनका हमेशा का है पहला मैप हार जाता है दूसरा मैप जीत जाता है.
प्रॉब्लम ये है इसी मैप पे इन्होंने हराया था यार C9 को बहुत भयंकर 13-4 13-5
और अगले मैप पे हारे थे C9 से.
ट्विटर देखता हूं उनका.
कुछ नहीं है इनके ट्विटर पे, वही देख रहा था मैं।
नहीं अब मैप हार गए ना।
हाँ हाँ वही देख रहा हूँ मैं।
Yeah, see, what we need now is from the other side to take down the tower.
Yeah, when it comes to cups, I mean, he's riveting. There it is.
Yeah, see, what we need now is
टैरिक क्या बोल रहा है?
It's a terrible map design.
Terrible map design.
It's a terrible map design. Why the fuck would there be ropes in the center connecting two different islands? Like, it's just not... it doesn't have a place in a first-person shooter game played by professionals and skilled players. It just doesn't have a place in the scene. It's not the designer's fault. It's good for casual ranked. But for pros? No, man. No. Overpass, fracture, pearl.
चल मेरे पे पड़े हैं 2.4 के चैनल पॉइंट्स, सारे के सारे सेंटिनल्स पे लगाऊंगा अगले मैप के लिए। सारे के सारे सेंटिनल्स पे। The three amigos. Oof. चलो एटलीस्ट उन्होंने उसी राउंड खत्म कर दिया। अगर वो एक राउंड और जीतते सेंटिनल्स तो मेरे को मैं 20 रुपये हार जाता एक राउंड की वजह से। तेरा मेरा भी क्लोज कंपटीशन चल रहा था अभी उस बगल। तेरा मेरा भी क्लोज कंपटीशन चल रहा था, एक मैच की वजह से हारे, मतलब एक राउंड की वजह से डिफरेंस था बस हमारा, एक राउंड का। मैं आया जरा 5 दिन। ठीक है।
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier here. I'm standing with Owner after the victory on map 1 against Sentinel and Dan Joanne for translation. Of course, Owner, quick question for you after that victory. Your thought process on actually picking Fracture as a map against Sentinel when they were looking so good against Cloud9 yesterday?
Sí, nosotros no pensamos mucho en el rival. De hecho, creo que jugamos 5 prácticas contra Sentinels en Fracture y no perdimos ninguna. Así que bueno, jugó la estadística.
We actually don't think about the rival so much. We played against Sentinels on Scrim on Fracture 5 times and we won all 5 times.
Awesome. Well, Owner, good luck for the second map. Let's toss it back to GB.
Quite fascinating there to hear from Owner, and a lot of confidence. That makes sense why they went after Fracture, why they picked when everyone realized that Sentinels were good on the map. Leviatan were like, wait a minute, we might have the answer. Turns out they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, I don't know what I'm more surprised by. The fact that Leviatan won this map, or that Sean uses Discord in light mode. Both are shocking, GB. That's crazy.
Yeah, yo, homie called out live on air.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, man.
I was trying to get the stat because, dude, there's one point where King and Taco combined for 3 and 19. One was 1 and 9, and the other was 2 and 10. And I just couldn't believe my eyes when the half ended 6-6 from that 6-2 point. I mean, this was a ridiculous comeback into this game by Leviatan, and this is the Leviatan we all thought we would get.
Yeah, and it all had to do with this man right here, Shy, popping off, man, winning those crucial rounds to get this comeback going. I mean, this was amazing. Basically a 1v3, let's be honest. You know what I mean? The guy on site just gets schmeeged on, and he just... it was wonderful. It was wonderful watching this guy play.
Yeah, and he has been the shining light for this team, right? We were talking about him yesterday. His consistency definitely gave us something to talk about for Leviatan. But now, Wyatt, we have a lot to talk about with this team because they looked absolutely immaculate on Fracture.
And if he didn't win those clutches, I don't know if we would have gotten to see how good they could have looked on Fracture.
That's true.
Honestly. Because I think if that goes that way, Sen's economy was out of control because of what Tens did early on with that share of 3K breaking Lev's economy then. I don't know if they ever would have gotten back into that from that point on. And then, we got to see the team play was sick after that.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll talk a little bit more about that match. But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and hear what Coach Kaplan has to say as we have Vansili standing by ahead of map 2. Vance?
Thank you so much, GB. First off, Kaplan, my apologies for not calling you out for the walkouts, but now I get a chance to talk to you. But let's talk about this. Unfortunately, a very tough loss on that first map. What was the conversation now to get ready for this second one?
Yeah, I think we had some mid-rounds we should have closed out on defense. We started to get a little shaky. We started giving them respect. So we went out there. We said, all right, that's the last time we show them respect today. We're going to play our game on the maps we like to play, and we're going to play it well. Stacked roster, we're here to win.
That's it. So we want Sentinels to step it up into the second map, and let's see the desk, what they have to say about that.
Damn, that's a lot. I got a lot to say about that, man. A homie came. Okay, so for the coach perspective here, right? That is a lot of confidence. Just come out and say, you know what? We showed him respect, but now we're going to clap some cheeks. So I kind of want to get your take on that. On like the perspective to have in that situation.
I think that's the perspective they need to have. They've seen what defeats Leviatan. It's a lot of confidence in the game, right? They're not going to beat him strategically. We talked about that in the opening desk. What they need is Zekin and Tens to play fearlessly and take it to King and Taco on these duelist roles. And they're going to have to do it again here on Split. This is probably going to be double duelist versus double duelist. And, you know, that's why he needs that confidence out of his players. I love it. I love riling him up right now.
Yeah. I definitely have been here before with Jimmy. I've had a slow start. I wasn't even feeling it up at one point. I gave it to him. He was like, listen, bro. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good your strats are if you get shot in the head. So get some... Get your shit... Get your
Dude, honestly, it's like what they say, right? You know, everyone's got a game plan so you get punched in the face. Literally. And I think that this is the embodiment of that, though. But it is safe to say, though, right, based off of what we saw in that game, maybe we're jumping the gun a little bit here, Wyatt, but I felt like Leviatan were back, especially after what we saw. Round 18, I think, is one that sticks to the mind.
Yeah, I mean, immediately off the jump in this round, Mizzino combos the Brim ult with a breach stun, and then King is just going in. He pops his own ult. He's getting the 2K. Taco gets in there with the AWP. It's like, this is a Lev round from the past, GB. Like, I've been transported. It's beautiful. Yeah, and it was even the round after that was when Taco was getting silly, updrafting around with a classic chasing. He was hunting a kill. I have not seen Taco hunt a kill all year, GB.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I want to see, though. It looked like they were actually having some fun and playing with some confidence. That is, without a doubt, the thing we needed the most.
Yeah, you know, we were watching the game, Baby Bay, and you said it best. You're like, it's a video game, man. You gotta have some fun out there. And it's very clear that that is exactly what is happening with this team.
Yeah, I'm happy that Taco is looking the way he is, and he's getting cornered from all sides, and he's like, all right, there's only one way out of this. I just gotta go out, guns blazing. He gets an op kill, pulls out his knives, whips the whole right click. He doesn't care. He's going for more. Throws a smoke, updraft, right click, headshot. It's beautiful to watch. This is Valorant.
Well, you guys talked about the double duelist here, Sean, and we got exactly that. Double duelist on Split. Not a surprise, though, given, you know, Split and the compositions we've seen so far.
Yeah, and this is where Sentinels should be able to shine, right? Tens on this jet roll. He didn't look comfortable opping yesterday, if I'm being honest, but I feel like that was a rare occurrence. I don't think we're going to see that again, and I know we're going to see a performance out of Zekin. He plays so well when he has someone like Tense entering in on another duelist role.
Yeah, Sean, what was that stat you showed me? I'm trying to remember. How many kills do they have on attack?
Combined 5 and 27. 27 between like Zekin, Saucy, and Marv.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, they had 0 plants on attack, by the way. So they got smoked by Lev on that side switch.
All right, well, we'll have to see if this works out as the agents have been locked in and we are ready to jump into map 2. So let's send it back over to the Madmen. It's Bren and Josh with the call. Fellas, have fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, isn't it? Now, it's do or die for Sentinels here, the lower bracket of LCQ. You've got to step it up here, otherwise your season is done and dusted. Lev, looking good, Josh. You know, they've stepped it up. That's what we wanted for them heading into the season.
I think it's really interesting what Coach Kaplan had to say, right? He was trying to hype his players up and convey that confidence, project it so that they'll bring it into the server. This is the last time we're showing them respect. We're playing on maps that we like. Those are the two things that stood out to me, because also Sentinels at LCQ are 1 and 3 on the maps that are coming up. So if these are the maps that they like, they've got to show us why they like them. They've talked a lot about how they're playing well in scrims. I've heard this from both of these teams. They are good in scrims. They need to bring it to the matches. These are 4 championship players, world champion winners at Masters and at Champs. And then with Zekin as their best player, arguably. This is a squad that's now on the verge of being eliminated and having their 2023 season over.
Yep. Time to step it up. See for the opening pistol round. Stray shots fired across. A slight chance for Tens. I'm able to grasp it. Into mid now. Taco. Slight jiggle here. Can't shy away from it.
Sen were getting punished really hard on their mid take previously by teams that, by Cloud9 specifically, that were running trap plays on them.
Yeah, and here it is as the AWP falls as well. They want to try and take the fight as a satchel at the feet to set up the fight. Nade rebounds, but Taco just pressing the advantage, pushing forwards into mid. There is that reaction from Sen. Absorbing up the A site, making sure they take and get that plant down here. Tens needs to stay alive. Holding control onto ramp is going to be so damn important. Wow, spots absolutely everybody. It's a party up there towards ramp. Now they look to try and at least fight them. Pancada playing back. I think it's life.
That's a team flash that comes through from Sassy as well.
The shots are not good. A lot of them going wide here. Taco is able to win that one out. It's a jet adversary. Sassy anchoring towards the back of the side here. No one can really deny this one off of the plant. Still is marked.
There's no pull.
Where's the pull? It's late and delayed. It's half onto defuse, but Nos was the last one left in a 1v2. The time pressure. I start to get to him here. Tap onto it to try and force one of the fights out. And yeah, timing's taken well enough. There it is. A pistol round. Round for Sentinels.
Hairy, but they get it done.
Shaky.
Yeah, a little dodgy, but they ended up coming out fresh on the other side of things. Marv, with his positioning in heaven, ended up being absolutely crucial. He was on a really late push around. Very far away from the rest of his team there, provided them smokes and then came back up through. This is the play that really wins it for them, with his positioning. I don't believe he had enough stars to even put a pull on the spike there towards the end, although he may have got one back really late on. So Sen, they need to get this one started. Get the machine rolling, get the economy blooming. They won 6 rounds in a row on Fracture before Lev were able to respond. And at that point, Leviatan just kind of ran away with things. The Sentinels' attack side looked very rough and very slow. I'm concerned about how they're taking mid-control already, but we'll see whether that comes to fruition in more of the rifle rounds.
Yeah, here for the eco, at least it's Lev that are stacked out towards B. The Trailblazer, clearing the way. No players spotted here. Lev instead playing all the way offside for a bit of a reaction. Yeah, pushing back out towards heaven, and they've caught Sassy. Yep.
Spike down.
Classic moment here with a spike drop down. Now Lev can afford to really just try and take the fight straight to them with a Trailblazer. Sets it up with a stun. This is Lev in complete control.
Oh, it's a mess.
Got to try and reclaim this one. Pancada hoping to get the spike in his hands, but he is being pinched. Yep, Taco already pushed up. Dash activates though. Didn't have the crosshair ready for it. Zekin close towards them, but he's got so many targets to contend with. Anticipated the reswing here, but he's left it into a 2 versus 2. Other weapons reclaimable.
It was very important that Zekin pushed that far forwards in order to help create space for Pancada to get safely into sight.
Left call here to go through mid. I think it's easier access to the weapons, yeah.
Yeah, so they should be able to pick something up. Not exactly sure what weaponry was dropped up here, but there's got to be stuff. Has it all been shepherded away? It looks like they don't have too much.
Doubled up, though. Into heaven. Marv wasn't watching for it. Flashed. Fully blinded up. Needs some help now from his teammate Pancada on across the ropes. Does nail the shots in the end, but Nosra, what a peek. 13 bullets left. Plenty of health as well. Drops down. That's going to be heard by Marv. Does he have the util for this? A tap. Trying to bait it out. There's actually no star on that. Nosra maybe not anticipating it, but running straight into him.
Has he got it? This is going to be so close.
Yeah, the timing. It's going to be rough. Let's find out just how close it really is. He's got it. .06.
Unbelievable play towards the end from everybody on Leviatan, but it's Nosra that takes it. Milliseconds the difference there, but this is the major error. Sassy alone with the spike, coming through behind the duelist that had already got to sight. Nobody controlling that staircase.
I mean, a call there from Lev is fantastic. Eco round, you expect the team that's on the eco that are going to be stacking a site, trying to turn the tide of the round.
The players have great intuition to know whether or not they've got it, but when it's 6 milliseconds in it, you can't tell that.
Can't tell.
You just, hope and pray.
And it's forced Sentinels onto the back foot once more.
What a way to instantly stop any momentum.
Through the smoke. There's no kill. That's with the Phantom.
Too easy.
Yeah.
And that is going to start the Viper's Pit coming up. 2 orbs away from having a massively important ultimate online.
Loading up the ults. Enough noise being made as well. It's Leviatan, full awareness that they've at least got one of the players corralled over towards A. And Kada is hunting. If he gets a kill, maybe they can open up the site, maybe they can find something. Just pure contact plays. Shy, he's missed the timing. A footstep was made. Does Pancada know he's there? Yeah, he does. Strikes onto it, picks up the rifle now, and the site is gained, so we'll be able to get the plan, but it's going to be safe. Let's play this together now in a 4v2. They shouldn't really leave any gaps.
Massive amounts of utility, and Pancada's been caught across.
Yeah, out towards the open. Just raw aim duels. That's what sails him through it. Keeping the economy honest and healthy.
Pancada has to make a play there in a 2v4. You can't just try and play everybody from sight. You're going to get flushed out by the Raise Nade, and snake bites are going to come through. Stuns potentially from Mazino. So I don't mind him trying to get across there. It's a risky play, but he's got to go for it. Leviatan sailed through that one very cleanly thanks to the 3K in mid. And that means their economy is going to be in an unbelievable spot. I mean, they've got full rifles on what is almost like another bonus, but even better now. Rifle v rifle round, but even if they lose it, they've got more behind. And they're so close to these ults. 2 away from Kings, 1 from Nosras. Playing with the Raze and the Jet, kind of swapped compared to their usual positions.
Flash deep onto Ram. No pace behind it. Just waiting it out, baiting some of this utility. There's 2 Sentinels players just watching into mid. The Flash not really quite connecting. And again, so passive. Plenty of noise being made by Sentinels, of course, towards A main. Already the Trailblazer going to be leading up towards Ram, but again, nobody following up after it. I mean, Lev not being forced to use too much util at all to try and stop them. Now they're making the moves, but again, it's contact plays right as there's a re-clearance called by Lev, and they're caught into the firing line.
It's very good from Pancada, though, at least, to make that go 1 for 1. But Lev now control another area of the map. Sentinels have not created much pressure in mid. Taco's pushed all the way out of B main. Leviatan know everything.
Yeah. I know this is going to be the A hit now. The Seekers pushing forwards, pulled, but a moment, and dealt with as well. I'm not going to be pointing anyone to where the sole player anchoring is towards the back of the site. Is Shy. Flash is really fantastic. More so than that. 3-piece, as he's feeling the pressure, as he's feeling the heat.
Amazing stuff from Shy in the back of sight there. Given the timing perfectly. And King's throwing snake bites from heaven, stalling the entirety of Sentinels out.
Yeah.
And Lev are picking them to pieces. Sentinels do not have enough map control. The exact same problem that they were running into on Fracture. Different map, same problem. They're not taking mid, they're not getting up fast enough, they're not controlling B main, so Taco's pushing out there. All Lev need to do is cook up some small info plays around the map and get confident with the pushes. and they realize there's no one home. Sen are just so grouped up.
Yeah. Getting away with it.
That drops everybody down to Stingers again.
Stingers and a half armor, they can still do some damage, but Lev right now, great game plans, lots of ultimates to work with. All propped up, a lot of noise being made here. There's a dash attempt! Oh, there was no util to really set that one. King is trying to spam it as a nade right at his feet, chunked down. 49 has to give up towards rope, but he's got the pick for them. That's what he was hoping for.
So now Sentinels have mid control, but they've used all 5 players to do it. I know that this is a sting around, and you're going to want to death ball a little more than usual. But that demonstrates the issue.
Oh my god! The spray transfer is just sublime. And the backup there, Taco. Watch for live from B main. No gaps, no opportunities, no chances for Sentinels to get any sort of grasp on the round here, but...
And now that's Leviatan in back-to-back anti-eco rounds, being able to get a single player spraying people down. You know, King got 3 the last time, Mazzino with 3 there. Gorgeous spray transfer onto Zekan. But what that means is Sentinels are not harming the economy. Leviatan are going to have enough to be able to put it into a pension fund at the end of this. I mean, they are so high up. 4 ultimates as well. Taco with an operator. They are controlling this game. The same issues again for Sen.
Grouped up as 5 though. Maybe now you start to see it going fast. Trailblazer up towards ramp now. Rest of the team following it up. 3-2 split towards it. Flash as well, and a dash forwards, but no one's watching towards the ropes. King has gone away with murder. Backing away, playing his life. And Taco towards the side where the operator. It's clean. Clean enough. Picks up with a quick scope. A second one, why not? But still shy. Edging around the smoke, but brought down by Pancada. It's had to be that difference maker. Now the showstopper. Rocket landing. Damage done. Not enough for the kill, but King does follow up in the end. And again, it's all up to Pancada. Zenayday stands his ground. Damage being done. Has to swing wide out of harm's way. But right into the rifles yet again.
It stinks of desperation for Sentinels. The way that they're taking ramp control with all 5, getting into heaven. Nobody watching towards vents. Massive gap in their play there. No pressure onto Taco or Shy, who would be playing these kind of positions. Sassy just kind of runs out A main because they don't have a good way of being able to coordinate it between them. It still looks puggy. After months of practice, this was supposed to be Sentinels in their peak form after they'd had that time to really gel together. No one's disputing the player quality, the history, what they've been able to do as individuals, as duos. But it is not coming together here. And for Leviatan, they are hitting.
Yeah,
I mean, Taco's got his
back, man.
Taco's got his op. He's making pushes. He's feeling it.
Yep.
They realize that they have sent up against the ropes. They've been absolutely crushed on Fracture, and they're sailing it forwards into this half.
The Leviatan that played the other day got knocked down to the losers. It did not look like the team even wanted to be there. They were lacking confidence. They weren't winning aim duels. It was lackluster, uninspiring. But today, it's been a complete turnaround. Whatever's happened overnight, I mean, these are players that are perfectly willing to take these fights, and they're really being granted so many opportunities to do so, just from the way that Sentinels has been playing these attack side rounds.
What I really want to take a look at here is how Sentinels are playing again. You know, they've been looking to try and go in a couple of directions. They either send it up mid or they send it up ramp, but they're not going together. They're not being able to create multiple threats. Now, I mean, part of the problem is they're going too much together, tending to group up a lot. I mean, here playing for a bit of A ramp control.
Wall up, a flash. Grouped up together now, Sassy and Tens.
Now the mid players start to take a little bit of space. In theory here, this could put the pinch onto King.
Yep, King's feeling it. He knows he's being pressured now because he's lost control of mid. He's looking towards that direction, but Taco's still posted up here. The operator. Oh, King. Still so intelligent. He backs away knowing which area of the maps is compromised here. Now they're giving up some semblance here of having control. Still on the angle, but paying it for his life here. Taco now in a bit of danger. Out into the open. Has to use the dash to try and get back here. Showstopper round the corner. Missing it up trap, but the damage is done. And there are the kills flooding in for Sentinels. This time, didn't quite have the weaponry for it. To get out of there, being spammed onto the corner. Still, 2 versus 4. Spike.
Everyone's so grouped up.
Yep, starting to get planted.
Noswa still has nade.
They still want to play for this one. Grouped up. It could have been potential there.
for a couple more kills here. Noswado eager to take the fight now. Around Pillar, it's Zebronics who shuts that down. So a Thrifty. One of the ways to get back into it, Josh.
Definitely. And a 4v5 too. One where they're able to take a little bit of control in A heaven and then explode into sight with the showstopper. It doesn't grant them the kill, but it does enough damage that Zekin can finish it off afterwards. We've seen situations like this before though, where, you know, that first player gets picked off and there really wasn't anything behind it. This time Zekin does his job, gets in, finds the kill, opens up the space for the rest of his team. They need more of that. Off online for Taco. Early Viper's Pit before you've even heard anything in mid.
Suffocating. Locks out the mid position away from Sentinels from being able to take it. That is such, again, a narrow angle that Mazzino was playing on, and he got the damage done.
Yeah, he did. 140 onto 10s. Headshot with the Phantom. On the other side of the map, Taco got pushed off a ramp, and now they're using the Trailblazer to set him back up. It should be difficult for Taco to peek in these kind of areas because Pancada can open up the orb and the wall repeatedly. Tens was really struggling with that against Cloud9 and the Cypher cams.
There needs to be util to clear this corner now.
Cypher cages, sorry.
Yeah. Here it is. Taco posted back up onto the angle, like you were mentioning, Josh. Already value to be gained. Gets the first kill, dash to disengage. He hears that presence up towards ramp, quick scope. Not narrowing the target there, but Nos was right there beside him. Smoke laid down at the feet of Tens, not enough to stop the bullets, and again, it's still watching it out. Sen just struggling to deal with it. Taco here, flawless, and a 4K to finish that round.
Where's he been hiding that? He's 10-4, looking rejuvenated. This is the guy who on stream has been making jokes about, oh, well, not going to be able to see you guys next year. Going to be riding the bench or car playing in tier 2, haha. He knows he's been underperforming, and it was kind of a self-serving prophecy all throughout this year where he was worried about it, not able to step up. I don't know if he's just gotten loose today or what, but my God, he's back. There's something in the water at LCQ.
Something, man.
All of these players that have been underperforming all year, you know, your Klaus, your Nags, your Taco, suddenly...
Script's been flipped.
Completely.
Bladestorm for Tens here again. It's the dog to set it up. Someone needs to break this one, though. That's going to be hot to try and clear that one out. Yep, spam onto the corner, so... Tens still posted. Hold this angle. There's not really too much to threaten other areas of the map again.
Here's the mid-take coming through, though, at the same time.
Mazzino's just watching for it, though.
Yeah, but also Marv not close enough to be able to trade that one out.
Satchel out.
So he brings it down. Sen. Really struggling to get anything done at all. And wants to play. Dash is here. They're going to try and, yep. It's a flash. Dash step up, drive around to the side. Good movement from King. And wow! Claiming 2. Will he get the 3rd? Yes, he will. How dare I doubt? 8 bullets left. Hunting. Pancada. Damage done to him, though. Down his adversary. Eager to take the fight straight to him. Shy's feeling incredibly confident. Can feel it in the way that almost all of these Leviatan players are playing.
Yeah, the whole team is feeling it.
It's a good thing, all right?
And King having an excellent round there. Being able to pick off this player, catch Sassy. I mean, the trades are just not coming through at all for Sentinels, so these players are being offered multiple 1v1s, and Lev's form is good enough to win them. And that was the thing that looked like it was carrying Sentinels through those moments where they had their success, was that they were winning opening duels. They were finding much more value than they were in the regular season. At the moment, they're getting battered. And Taco is roaming around the map, hunting kills in an aggressive manner we haven't seen from him in a long time.
Taking that peak. Ooh, ludicrous.
He does miss it, though. This time, not quite able to deliver.
Yeah, lucky to get out with his life. Pushing back, though, enough damage being done here. The heal was online. Trailblazer now to push Sentinels deep into position, all the way onto the side towards Pillar, though. Mazzino's going to be feeling the heat, isn't he? Satchel play takes him out of sky. Zekin is removed, but there is that trade with the rifle in the hands of Tens up towards the staircase, though. pays for it.
Yeah, I mean,
site control, but at what cost?
That is the definition of no respect, but at the moment, It's not working for Sen at all. Taco misses another one, but Shy is there. And they're in a 3v2 where they have the economy advantage to... Oh, there's weapons though. Tens and Sassy have picked them up.
Rifles now in their hands.
Oh, and Tens is making the play here. The timing for this could be masterful.
And it's a 3 versus 2. Has to be risked, don't they? What angle's opened up? Well, there's one. Sassy knows where to place it with the crosshair. Hugging towards the pillar. Flash. It's a connection up towards the top, though. It's notified. Tens dashes there! And it's majestic. Another thrifty win. Anything to get the rounds tallied up, piled up. Something to get them back into the action.
At the moment, Sentinels have only won rounds where they've had a bad buy. I mean, the pistol round, both teams have a bad buy. Probably not fair to make that claim, but other than that, 2 thrifties. Excellent performance towards the end here from Tens. Played it very nicely. And Sassy was able to help him out with only his 2nd kill of the map so far. A massive underperformance from Sassy on the Sky. But they have a lifeline now. It's possible that they could make this a 7-5 half.
Operator spotted out. Taco, good news, didn't have to use the dash. Still got it in his back pocket. Aren't necessarily feeling dissuaded away from mid.
But look how active Taco is around the map and how good they are at being able to put him onto these positions. Sure, they give up mid control, but they're instantly putting their operator deep on this A-line.
The deep dash. A nade as well to try and punish the position that King has been playing, but he's already rotating. Backed away towards the safety of B Heaven.
B is weak right now. Noswa used his boombot at the start of the round, and Pancada should have been able to hear that.
Flash smoke. King's pushed back, doesn't hear much else past this. Is he going to be making a call for the rotations? No, because Taco still there.
And that's the advantage of being aggressive with the operator player and using Trailblazers to set them up on angles. You get value later on in the half. In the round, sorry.
Noswa should be favored there, yeah. He's going to be able to see Tens before he sees him. There's a dash back online for Taco. Oh, does not quite get away with it. Sen really just barreled through. Finding multiple kills. Cosmic Divide online now. Splits up the site. Safety in numbers. An exchange of it. That one to Zekin. Now going to be 2 away from his own ult, but the Cosmic Divide splits this up further. No one actually playing towards main. Everyone all the way towards site. Lev getting themselves into position. Tucked behind. Flash in the hands of Shy. Pushing forwards. No connection there. How is King getting away with this? Towards Heaven though. It's marked. Shuts down Mazzino. Players approaching the position of Zekin. He's got to do some work right now. Knows that they've exited onto the side. Marved, he hears the footsteps. Damage done again, but no kills in sight. Lev, they play this one together. They should get it done. Zekin needs to do so much. Playing around it. Weaving, bopping, shoot King. And he's pulled them through the round.
Last round before the switch.
Fantastic play there in the 1v2 from Zekin. And King did what he could. I mean, he looked excellent in terms of how he was taking the fights. Really a battle between those two for who was going to have more impact in the round. But this one, a slow siege on the A site after they got back into these spots and anticipating the areas that Leviatan were going to peek from. That, to me, is the big difference maker there for Sentinels, is that they realized where people were going to be stood. They keep getting caught out by Lev playing a little unconventionally, you might say, with Taco playing more aggressive angles than usual.
Toxin screen down.
And they've also done quite a bit of swapping Taco and Noswa's positioning. They go back to what you consider the standard defensive setup with Jet and Sky on A.
King has been holding down his mid position. The second pit he's earned, but well, blinded up. Eight at his feet. Plenty of damage done. Not enough to really drop this pit, though. Be able to skirt back into it. Get the fuel generating again.
He does have to be a little cautious here that somebody has gotten deep inside of his ultimate, but King is feeling it. I mean, he just re-clears the whole of his ult instantly with the shorty. So now they have mid-information again. Pings on the map over towards B. This is going to be an explosion, possibly with the showstopper.
Yeah, Zekin's got that one in his back pocket. The smoke drop down, pull. Oh, it's going to be used by Lev first! Towards the corner! And any sort of follow-up, any sort of capitalization, it's for naught. Zekin doesn't get anything with it. The rifles beaming him down now. It's all up to Pancada once more. How many times have we said this one? Looking at 8-4. All grouped up, 3 players. No crumbs. And that's Lev with a massive lead here. Second map, already leading the series in this elimination game.
Sen only able to pick up 4 rounds on their attack side. It did look the weaker on map 1, but their backs are up against the wall. This could be the end of their 2023 season here at LCQ.
Well, Sean is standing by with a Telestrator breakdown. Let's send it down to him. Sean, what have you got?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bren. This is where the half literally flipped on its head. The second round here, where Sentinels made a flurry of mistakes and Leviatan capitalized on every single one. So let's take a look at what actually happened here on this second round. So you can see at the start of the round, it's the standard, procedure here for the Viper and the Astra, right? So you have the Viper orb over at ramp denying info. You have the wall cutting across the A site right here, and it's denying info. Now, Leviatan is not respecting this at all because it is an eco round and they have 3 people just waiting at the heaven. The second thing to draw attention to is one of the Astra smokes is used here on vents. And for those of you that play Astra, you can only use 2 smokes. So he has 1 left right now, Marv that is. And it's either gonna go heaven or it's gonna go spawn. And Marv opts to save that smoke for spawn, which is a good choice. Now, in most heaven splits with this comp, I would probably guess that the spacing going in heaven is gonna be a little bit better. Typically the Sky would be with the pack, but what they opt to do here is the Sky dogs up heaven for the double duelist and has the spike. Now this is where things go really wrong because the double duelist enters the site and the Sky is now trailing up with the spike. And typically the way you would get around this is the cloud burst one way at the stairs. That's not an option here. The double duelists are in the site. So they're in and Mazzino drops an insane smoke here to get out of spawn. That separates Zekin from tens. The dog comes out heaven, tags tens, and all of a sudden now we're in a 3-on-4. Now Zekin is going to push heaven and actually fall to one of these heaven players. And again, these rounds, all of these decisions that are happening are slight mistakes going in the favor of Leviatan. Zekin falls here, and the round draws out down to the end. They go all the way around the map, and Nazwar ends up winning a 1-on-2, knowing Marv is in spawn, and actually ends up closing out the closest round in VCT America's history with a 0.06 second defuse. This is where things changed. Can't wait to see the second half. Back to you guys, Sideshow and Bren.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Yeah, that was just an insane round overall.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But
so many
also
layers to break down, even on top of it. But
demonstrated so many gaps with what Sentinels are doing. For world-class players, they are leaving enormous holes in their game, and Leviatan are exploiting it to the max right now. It felt like Sentinels were close to getting the formula correct as we were watching them against Cloud9. But today, Lev are showing there is a big difference between a group of top players and a team.
Pistol round begins. First 10 seconds as Taco has already been set up onto the angle. No time wasted with it. The rest of his team returning, setting their sights towards mid. So goal there just being to set up those players and push them back. Mankata, you're so wide out in the open, but there's no punish from Shy. He's almost there. Giving him a few more bullets. Very patient play. Waiting for it to be opened up now. Who will be the difference maker?
Here comes the Trailblazer up mid. It's going to allow Nazwar to get much deeper and connect with Takolia. They're going to pinch, see if there's anybody in vents. And with nobody there, they now control mid and A heaven and A ramp. Massive amounts of map control. Not something that Sen were able to really accomplish.
They've lost control of heaven, but they don't seem to be concerned right now. Sen aren't really watching it.
I mean, Marv is in a spot where either...
It's a one and done, man.
I mean, unless they don't check it.
Yeah, he hears the footsteps. That was the timing he was looking for. They need something else to set this up, though. Smoke in the face of Zekin. There's a flash. Is it going to be a push attempt? Yeah, right into the smoke. Trying to bring down King, but no. He survives with Marv falling close to the wall there. Second,
they're calling the cancel.
Running straight out, and they do cancel. They pivot right through mid again with control of it because Mazzino has gained all the ground.
And a massive communication breakdown. Pancada died to Mazzino here, and Tens just ran knife out into spawn, not even realizing where he was positioned.
Right behind them. It's going to be so many difficulties now. 2 players grouped up, Sassy, Zekin. Lev with the discipline. That's a double face towards the back of the site. And they've got King late rotating.
Almost impossible to break this setup.
Yeah. The more time you waste, the more time it gives for King to get into position. They know that there's got to be one more there. Spotting out the 2 players, jumping around the corner. Zekin eating all the damage. Flash connects with King getting that one. It's all up to Zekken. It's just not really doable. Nade rebounds, damage done. The reposition to safety, forcing Mazzino there, but time is just running so short now. It's going to be ticking, rapidly approaching. It's the demise of the round, and Lev, but they claim it, they eat it up. 9-4, pistol round is theirs.
The L in last chance qualifier stands for LATAM. It's the LATAM qualifier right now. I mean, Leviatan have just come alive. What a beautiful pistol round. The way that they take mid control and A-ramp control, uncontested against Sentinels, have Mazzino lurking to B heaven, who calls the audible for them to come back as Mazzino pushes down, catches Pancada, tens, allows a free entry into the B site. They're playing Sentinels like a fiddle.
Mistakes are there, but Lev, I gotta say, showcasing a completely different team.
Absolutely.
This is a drastic turnaround from them.
And I've been very impressed with King's IGLing. I think he's called wonderful audibles in this match. A player who, individually, we've always been incredibly impressed with, but his IGLing was definitely in question over the course of this season. His team looked too rigid, they were really struggling. And, you know, for the first time in over a year, ended up losing to their LATAM rivals just recently in LCQ. So it looked like the stocks were going down and down. But today, he's been calling some fantastic rounds.
An early presence from Lev with the dog, Taco, making all the noise in the world up towards a ramp. Forced two of the Sentinels players over there, but now fast rotations. Got to take risks in rounds like this. You have to grasp any sort of opportunity here. It's explosive. Out towards the site now. Shots are fired off, but they don't really have the guns for it. Zekken, it's clean. Again, a bit of dodging and juking with the movement. They're just trying enough to reset the aim. Players are starting to get into position, but just running them down. Have all the advantages with the weaponry. It's enough to sail them all the way to that 10th round.
And they're going to have a really nice bonus buy here. You know, King has 5.7k, and you can use that to buy a rifle. Really put the pressure on Sentinels. A 6-round deficit. If Sentinels don't win this next one coming up, it is essentially game over. End of the year. End of the line. King is 18-8. Mazzino 16-6. I mean, they are slaughtering them currently.
Deep flash, double satchel, attempt to punish. Zekken,
great shot.
Yeah, does well to get the kill there when there's a shotgun in his face.
Might look a bit silly, but that is tough.
It's really tough. Essentially have one chance. Lev, not showing any fear, man. They are just contacting all the way up.
That's another amazing smoke from Mazzino, like Sean was pointing out in his telestrator that he used in round 2. Blossoming his own smokes to get past those defensive ones that Marv is popping.
The spike is down. Set up here for a bit of a slam dunk. Dash out into the side 10s. The crosshair placement, that's good. Through the box. Damage being done, not enough to secure the kill. Shy, he holds it. There's a flash play, Shy. There's the punishment. He bided his time enough in the end. It's down to 2 versus 2.
Do they expect this from King?
Yeah, he's been so intelligent with the repositioning, catching Sassy with a util. It's up to Zekken. Snake bite down, and King is just been fantastic.
Unbelievable clutch from King. Back on his throne, 20-8. 11 for the score, a bonus round that sends Sentinels scattered again.
I mean, the game plan, man. The game plan he's calling. His individual decision-making, it's all been top-notch.
It really has.
I mean, the game the other day, King looked like the only player there who wanted to turn up, who wanted to actually play.
And that's immaculate stuff, but I love what Mazzino's doing as well to create pressure on the other side of things. He's getting aggressive and disrespecting the B garage control. Sassy's going to use Trailblazer at the very start of the round to try and stop him from going for that as Zekken makes the play and gets shut down.
There is the trade. A deep push down mid. Onto the weaker guns, it's all or nothing at this point. And the reaction here from Lev, facing it. Pancade's only got the Marshal. Is there going to be any damage done? They just fired the bullets, rattled them off straight down that line of sight angle, enough to provide that covering fire. Spike's going to get planted. The adaptation. Sen grouped up with 3 players. This is Lev approaching match point. Dropping down now. Dog broken. No connection Connection with the flash. Bullets fired off. Taco low enough that he could go down to it, but Tenser's also low himself, and he's looking for an easier sight line. This is an off angle by Shy. Reactions, it's quick. Right off the draw, Sassy. He's left alone. It's a 1v2. His position being pushed, being prodded. It's backing away. Safety in numbers. Mazzino playing it excellently. The 12th round secured. Sentinels with their backs against the wall. This is the 2023 season on the line.
And a timeout being called. Brutal. As you sit here and talk to the coach, I feel like it could be nothing but false confidence. Bigging each other up, thinking that you can make it. 8 rounds in a row, though, looks absolutely impossible for this Sentinel squad right now. Leviatan have controlled the map from beginning to end. Aside from those 6 rounds in a row that we saw on Fracture from Sentinels, they haven't even really been present in this game. It has been all Leviatan. And I don't think I spoke to anybody who saw this match going this way. After Lev looked down and out, getting brutalized by Crew, the bounce back has been ridiculous here. They look confident, they're making individual plays, their coordination is good.
Yeah.
But more so than that, I think what I've been impressed by, weirdly enough, is that they're not showing Sentinels respect. Now, we heard from Kaplan that that was their game plan coming in, that Sentinels were going to try and be bold. And instead, it's Lev who are just pushing through smokes, being able to take the map wherever they like, forcing Sen back.
Valorant is a confidence-driven game. If you're feeling it on the day, you can make plays like that happen. But, I mean, there's also been that level of intelligence to the way that Lev have been making the most of it. There's no desperation, no forgetting what util they've got. I feel like it's a complete team effort. You know, you've got a heavy hitters of King and Mazzino at the top, but now you're staring down the barrel of defeat here for Sentinels. It is an impossible scenario. You've got to come back 8 rounds in a row to stay in the series, stay in LCQ, stay in VCT. Flash through into mid here. Sen getting aggressive now towards A main, looking to try and take some names once more. Setting their sights over towards King, who's just holding a bit of a narrow angle as this fight takes place as well. This brawl into mid. Taco got the dash now. Taking these angles as well, high ground.
Yeah, the Trailblazer found Pancada tucked in the corner. So as he's pushed back, Leviatan now starting to control mid, making sure that there's no pushes on the other sides of the extremities. King holding a really passive position over towards A. So now Lev control a little bit of mid. How do they capitalize on this? They've used 40 seconds here, and they're not that deep.
No, haven't gained too much control.
Guiding light used from Sassy. Knows that there's nobody playing over towards A. This is fake pressure created by King's utility, and the Seekers are just going to confirm this even further.
Yeah, just the one going towards A main. It's going to notify that there's only going to be King lurking towards that direction. The rest of them sitting into mid. 35 seconds left.
First round here, where King's calling looks a little aimless. But Lev might still barrel over them.
Doubled up.
30 seconds
Sentinels going
left.
to try and put a stop to this one here. The gun duel. It's one out. Taco dashing forwards. Time is of the essence, and he wants to try and take it right into his own hands. Knife is out, though. Close to the corner. Second. Not enough to reset and claim the second. It's traded. Left down to just 2. Of course, Tens has the knives here.
Spike planted.
2 versus 3 to save everything. Dash is there. Flash is there. And so it's a crosshair placement. Drop down to the floor to smoke. Again to hide his footing. Tens out to the open. He can't hit the shot. Is left at the Sassy. Cannot claim it. 13-4. The series is done. And Sentinels are out of LCQ.
The crowd just put into a state of shocked silence. Nobody saw that one coming. Absolute destruction. Sentinels, 4 world champions, dismissed easily in this match.
Yeah.
You gotta say, Leviatan, I'm sure would have been expecting more of a fight, but they sail through this match to face Cloud9 in that low bracket final. And if they bring this kind of form and Cloud9 look a little shaky, anything can still happen in this tournament. Absolutely anything.
Yeah.
And for this squad, people have talked all year about them realizing their potential. When is it going to happen? It may never. Rostermania can tear teams like this to pieces. What a moment, though. 0.06 seconds that just started an avalanche.
I mean, I am just gobsmacked at this upswinging performance from Leviatan. It's a completely different team. We've seen them lose so many matches in a row. They look down and out. They look like they don't want to be here when they're playing the other day. And now they turn up, they do this. It's immaculate calling. King was on a heater. Not only that, but you're seeing just amazing step-ups in form and performance from tons of underperforming players of Lev the entire time. I mean, Taco is putting out one of the best maps of his career, presumably, in this season. I mean, enough to grant him another lifeline, another chance.
Yeah, the confidence level was just so different from him on Jet. The way that they were setting him up around the map, prioritizing him and getting him into spots instead of just playing passively with the operator, I really liked it. I think that they showed excellent preparation on both maps when it came to their defense side, being proactive, hunting for information, setting up their duelist players. It was lovely. It really was. And like you said, Brand, that is the first match that they have won since the first week of May. 2.5 months ago.
Been a while.
The sweet taste of success has all but disappeared from the lips of the Leviatan players, but now it returns.
Yeah, standing proud on the stage here. They have bought themselves another chance to go just that little bit deeper. Maybe they can compete for that much longer. Champs, that's what's on the line, that's the goal. That's what you get for winning LCQ. Plenty more hurdles left to go, of course. It's not over just yet, but really did just dismiss Sentinels in quite an easy fashion.
A team that a lot of people were having on their list to make a lower bracket run. But I think at this point, you know, we actually heard it just early. I think it was from Davies when Vansili was talking to him in the interview, where Davies said any of the 3 teams remaining can make a run as long as Leviatan play well today.
Yeah.
And that was Leviatan playing well.
Listen, that's what LCQ is about, I think, honestly, as well. The expectations up in the air. Who the hell is going to make it all the way through? I don't know, man. Nobody can really tell.
Yeah, no one knows.
Coming up, we're going to have the Death Breakdown, of course, the Rise and post-match interview, and so much more. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm joined here with Shai of Leviatan and Dan Dryat. Shai, first off, congratulations on such a huge upset win against Sentinels. What the hell happened overnight, man? How are you guys popping off today?
Primero que todo, felicitaciones después de esa victoria en contra de Sentinels y cuéntanos qué pasó del día de ayer o de la noche de ayer al día de hoy.
Nada, lo que pasó fue que nos tomamos las cosas con más madurez. A la hora nos dijimos las cosas que sentíamos cada uno, que teníamos dentro, intentamos como fixearlas rápidamente y nada, siento que hoy nos propusimos todos salir con ese espíritu de deportista que cada uno tiene, el compromiso que tiene uno de ganar, y siento que eso nos conectó demasiado y se dio el resultado.
After yesterday, we were very mature about letting what we wanted to say, what we had inside, about how we felt. And today we just came with that mentality of a player to be able to perform, to be able to get that win and work towards that.
And players to perform, there were a lot of them, if not all 5 players in the server performed today against Sentinels, you being one of them on Fracture. What was the game plan here for Leviatan to allow you to activate so well against Sentinels?
Todos los jugadores jugaron demasiado bien el día de hoy y tú especialmente en Fracture, ¿cuál era la estrategia de Leviatan para que tú pudieras brillar en Fracture?
Nada, o sea, siempre me dicen que tome los timings que yo crea correcto, que yo siga como mi instinto, ya que mi manera de jugar es como muy ofensiva, entonces nada, el equipo hace como su juego y yo me aprovecho de eso, intento como, por decirlo así, pescar ese espacio que está por ahí e intentar como pillar la espalda, cosas así.
They always tell him to follow his instinct on the timings that he wants to get, and that is the way that the team around works to be able to catch those timings for him to work out.
Okay, and talk about timings. We had a timing of a .06 defuse on split, a clutch on a 2 versus 1 for Noswer that he won here against Sentinels, of course. Talk me through the conversation and the vibe around the team after that clutch.
Y hablando de timings, hubo el clutch que vimos de Noswer que quedó 0.06. ¿Cuál es la estrategia para esa ronda específica para que se le diera?
Nada, fue como estaquearnos en un site, apostar que iban a querer ir a ese site, entonces cuando conseguimos una kill y justo era la spike, ahí siento que tuve un poco de suerte. Nada, aprovechamos ese pequeño gap que nos dio como una luz de la ronda y ahí como empezamos a tradearnos entre nosotros, como empezar a dar el paso adelante porque sabemos que no teníamos nada que perder, de por sí era una ronda perdida entre comillas, entonces nada, fuimos para adelante y la ganamos menos mal.
The initial plan was to stack one of the sites and see how that was going to work out. Then when we got the kill, we were pretty much lucky that it was the spike, and then we work with the timing, we work around getting that space and make that round around.
Lucky on the spike and also getting the record defuse here held at the Americas for .06, which is kind of sick. And speaking about sick, another great player stepping up to the plate, Takolia, actually, for that second map on Split 2. He mentioned multiple times after the losses that Leviatan were getting that he wasn't really comfortable playing on stage, but he looked really good there. So talk to me about your teammate today.
Hablemos un poco de Takolilla, que ha hablado varias veces que no podía performar en el stage, que no podía tener ese performance que quería, pero el día de hoy llegó a ese performance. Entonces, que nos cuentes un poco de tu compañero.
Nada, o sea, entre nosotros sabemos que somos los 5 demasiado buenos y que tenemos el nivel como para estar acá. Y nada, nosotros veíamos a Taco y sabíamos que no se le estaba dando, pero en scrims era diferente, se le daban malas cosas, carreaba muchos partidos que eran muy difíciles y contra equipos muy buenos, entonces sabíamos que era cosa de tiempo que conectara y gracias a Dios conectó ahora y espero que siga así para adelante.
We know in the team that everybody is able to perform. We know that all 5 of us are very good. And we also knew that Takalija, he wasn't getting the results that we wanted. He wasn't getting the results that he wanted as well. But it was just a matter of time. In scrims, he actually performs really well against really good teams. So he's happy that he's able to perform right now.
Awesome. And last question here. Saturday, you're going to play against Cloud9. How much would it mean to you as a player and as a team if you could actually get the victory against Cloud9 and meet up against, once again, another LATAM Grand Finals, this time at the LCQ, to qualify for champions?
El sábado vas a jugar en contra de Cloud9. ¿Qué significaría para ti poder conseguir esa victoria en contra de Cloud9 y llegar a ese gran final que sea LATAM en contra de LATAM?
Nada, obviamente queremos ese rematch contra Cruz porque obviamente es el clásico, el que todos esperamos, y por el pase al Champion sería como mucho más gratificante ya que sea para LATAM. ya que sí o sí un equipo latinoamericano clasificaría. Y obviamente primero hay que pasar por Cloud9 y siento que va a ser un match divertido. A mí me gusta jugar contra ellos, siento que son un equipo muy bueno. Traen muchas cosas, traen algunas cosas como muy raras y nada, siento que va a ser un partido bueno y nada, espero poder salir adelante con el equipo y encontrar ese rematch contra Crew.
We obviously won that rematch against Crew. This is a dream as well, knowing that there's a possibility of having LATAM and at least guaranteeing that spot for LATAM for champions. But before is Cloud9 that we have to face, and Cloud9, they sometimes bring a little bit of weird stuff and unique stuff, so it's going to be a fun match for sure.
Awesome. Well, Shai, once again, congratulations. Thank you for the time for the Verizon post-match interview with me. Dan for the translation. A great day for LATAM. Here is 2 upset wins against 2 North American powerhouses. Let's send it back to the desk where Baby Bay is hanging out with his twin brother, King.
The family is here. You know, it is funny though, because you're King, and then on Twitter you go by King Baby Bay. So I think it was meant to be.
Yeah, we're both King.
This is not. It honestly it's too much. It's too much for my brain to handle.
I should have gave him the chain. What am I doing? He deserves it after how he played today.
Hey, Matt, well, congratulations on the win. Firstly, you know, how does it feel to be able to go on that stage after the struggles that you guys have had throughout the season, even yesterday, and to pull off not just a win, but to pull off a win that was commanding? It looked like you guys belonged on that stage. How did that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it felt really, really good. Like I was saying, we always felt kind of scared to do our stuff. It was really the last chance we had. We talked everything we had to talk. So yeah, we did our stuff. We came again as the underdogs, as we've always been, and we proved everyone the team we really are.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was nervous at the beginning when you guys went down 6-2. Like after Tenza got those sheriff kills and the economy was bad, I was really nervous. And then Shai got a couple of those clutch rounds. And then is that when the mood started to change for you guys in comms?
Yeah, that was the point where everyone changed the mood. When we almost lose that round in Fracture, everyone was like, bro, please just chill. Don't panic. Like, we need this, you know? And then Shai just became a superhero, did those clutches, and everyone was like, okay, we have Shai, there's nothing to worry about. So we came again really strong.
It seems, is he just like a very calm player all the time? Because it seems like he even when you guys are struggling, will get those clutch rounds. Like even yesterday on Lotus.
Yeah, he is really a player that you can put all of your confidence. He always shines. Even though he's the youngest as a team, I think he has the strongest will to win, you know?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, my brother, you're giving praise to all your teammates, which is awesome, but, you know, you had a phenomenal game yourself on Split and Fracture, and I just wanted to, like, highlight something, give you some praise about it. It's the way you move. Your movement in game is some of the best I've seen. It's like, you kind of, like, let your opponent, like, try to hit you, and you just do a little sidestep and just headshot them right away. Is that something you practice, or, like how do you just outplay these people with your movement like that?
Yeah, and the thing is that I do practice a lot in like my movement, a lot of anti-strafe, like shoot and move, and the thing is that I cannot do also this wide swing where you just
popping.
Yeah, the popping swing, and it's really strong. You know, in tournaments, everyone is feeling kind of shaky, so
I know
you just have to trust in yourself, go wide swing and destroy everyone.
I kept telling Wyatt that I'm like, notice when he's playing what he's doing. He's letting the opponent try to shoot him, and they're whiffing on him, and then he's just headshotting him for free. It looks so easy.
That was the last kill. You won doing that to Sassi at the very end. Yeah. Honestly, the thing that I was so happy to see, and like we were like jumping up and down, popping off for on Split when Taco just started going crazy. Like I just missed seeing that. And like there was the one round where he hit like a quick scope on someone, then the next round was the one with the knives. What's I guess what has it been like playing with him, and then what was the change today? Like did you hype him up as like kind of a leader of the team? You know, are you guys trying to give him that confidence to play like how he can? Because he's a great player.
Always. Yesterday he had a rough game. He's been having a rough season too. But he's an insane player. Like, he carries a lot of our scrims. He does insane, and everyone knows how good he is. So he's just having this like mental struggle in his head. And yeah, I think today's match also worked to let everything go and say to himself, it's my time to shine again, you know? And everyone was cheering for him. Like yesterday, no one went to him and said, Taco, how did you do this? Everyone was, bro, you are the best player we've seen. You just have to trust in yourself, and you know that things will go your way again. And it did.
Yeah, you know, funny enough, I actually think that fracture game that you guys played, where, you know, Shy, Mazzino, and Noswer were, you know, stepping it up, I think that gave him confidence to be like, well, if they're playing that well, then I need to play with that. Is that how you felt too coming out of that one?
We were at the bottom.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Yeah.
When we finished the first game, I talked to him and I said, bro, we were so bad at the beginning of the game. But we stepped up later. I remember having a couple of kills in defense, like 3 or 2 double kills. So yeah, I was feeling kind of shaky too. My teammates were going at it. I was feeling a little nervous because I did like all the talk before the game, like saying, okay guys, we need to do this. Cheering everyone, but I was feeling like, okay, I know everyone is going to fight back again, so now I do have to do it too. I've always been playing pretty decent, I think, but yeah, I was like letting my team doing their stuff, and I was just like letting them carry me, you know, like. Thank you guys. So
hey, it's a good feeling, without a doubt. And that netted you a big win. And you guys have defeated Sentinels and stay alive in this tournament. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at the bracket, because we're down now to the final 3. And only one spot is left to grab in Champions for the Americas region. And you guys are going to be playing against Cloud9. You know, let's go ahead and talk about C9. You saw Crew take on C9 today. You know what they're capable of. What you make of this Cloud9 team as you get ready to face them off in an elimination game?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good, but we'll go with the same mentality as we did today. We have nothing to lose. We're fighting back again, and yeah, just get ready.
That's right. Just get ready. I love that confidence.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I want to hear.
That's it, man. You know, like at the end of the day, when we see these players come up to the stage, you know, and put their hearts out, we just want them to be able to do so confidently with all the passion in the world. That's exactly what you did, my man. So appreciate you, brother. And congratulations on a hard-fought win.
Great to see you win, man.
Yeah, and it's good to see you. Good to say Leviatan wins again, man. It's awesome. But that's going to do it for us here today. And what a day this has been. You know, obviously, you know, Wyatt, crush it as always, my man. A pleasure. Baby Bay making his debut on the desk, an absolute stud. King?
Yeah,
Baby Bay? King, Baby Bay? King, Baby Bay. We could swap it out, and I don't think anyone would tell.
King, I'm the baby.
We'll just get you a wig next time. In any case, so, folks, and of course, massive shout out to Sean as well, our entire talent team, the production crew, everyone killed it this week. And we'll be back on Saturday with the best of 5 lower final of Cloud9, taking on Leviatan. The winner, of course, will move on to Sunday's best of 5 grand final against Crew Esports. That's right, folks. That's it for us here. Thank you so much for watching. Here's your Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll see you Saturday. This is going to be awesome as we see 2 teams take the stage that are hungry for that grand final spot. And it couldn't get any better than this. You got a hopeful Crew. You got an ambitious Cloud9. This is basically what the sport is made of.
The utility that Crew is using to delay is just so effective. Patelsis finds an opening. Jake does too. And they get the sight back.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, baby. Good comms, good utility, boys.
Yeah, that's just a complete AXX wall. It definitely allows you to get a little bit more space on the orb, and this might be over quick here.
Let's go, boys. Make that shit easy.
Gets pressured, still finds time to reload. Davies, half, pulls off. Celsius bull clutch. That's got to be a dagger. Cloud9, map 1.
And an absolutely flawless game here on Ascent.
That flash in his face, does he go? Doesn't have any mobility, really. He has to wait it out. As soon as he looks down for the cloudburst, he gets swung on. Pit in, leaf down. A 3K for Nags and 6 for Crew. They're both right next to each other. Leaf getting one with the blades, the second not falling. And that's 12 for Crew. A little labored, Crew finally take down Cloud9 on Pearl. But it was not without flirting with history for a little while first. He's gonna drop the paranoia and they want to try to funnel out. Leaf has blades. Nano clearing out backside. The blades have to be good and they just weren't.
We're into it. Tour de force ups right now. They're gonna dash again. There's the flash. Same thing.
So aggressive.
What is that?
Leaf with 3. The flash as he tucks into the cloudburst, looking for the 4th to put him away, and he does. Doesn't instantly teleport out. He's still playing around this. Now playing outside of his tether. Jake dead, and Melser's causing problems from Plat.
And look, the trademark actually finds value too.
Hey. The alarm bot gonna give his position away. The double face! And Davies takes him down! Turns out this David has a stone and a slingshot of his own. Crew keep their glass slipper and take down Cloud9!
Sen City's looking to be jumping tonight, but not if the Sea Serpents have anything to say about it. As Leviatan take on Sentinels, that is what a Leviathan is, after all.
Taco not quite realizing that Pancada was holding the line. Pretty aggressive angle for Pancada to take, and he swings again, not scared whatsoever.
Falling to pieces. And this 1v1, Turret still alive as well, might just bring him down if he tries to face wide, and the wrong timing for it. Shy, what a time, again to step up. Again, that angle was just being played by Taco. Spamming the damage here, and a 10 left, pop flash through, they want to try and take the fight to it, Taco! Fight to be won, Lev, 13-8.
You're gonna want to death ball a little more than usual.
But that oh my god, the spray transfer. Smoke laid down at the feeder 10's not enough to stop the bullets, and again it's still watching it out. Sen just struggling to deal with it. Flash set up, drive round to the side. Good movement from King. Wow, claiming 2. Will he get the 3rd? Yes, he will. How dare I doubt? Again, a bit of dodging and juking with the movement. They're just trying enough to reset the aim. Players are starting to get into position, but just running them down. 13-4, the series is done, and Sentinels are out of LCQ.